Brown, unbeaten 234, carries Essex to 500 runs. After a slow and watchful start by Essex, Nick Brown kicked on to score an unbeaten 129 to seal a strong day for the hosts. They finished on 281 for 3. Somerset in need of some wickets early on day 2 to slow their progress. But Essex marched on. Another watchful start by Brown and Walter saw them move to 300 runs after 45 minutes of the first session. Brown moved to 150, scored off 323 balls when he whipped Gregory through the leg side for his 22nd boundary. Walter then started to hit out. Leach crunched for 6 over the leg side, but he would fall for 86, bowled by one that did a bit of everything from Tom Lammonby. Finally, some momentum for Somerset. Critchley out for 4, caught behind by Rue. Another wicket for Lammonby. Rossington arrived to a different scene than he had last week. No rescue required this time, the total already an impressive one. And he stuck with Brown through to lunch. Essex heading in having tightened their grip on the match. The score now 364 for 5. With the freedom afforded to them by their bright start with the bat, Essex pushed the run rate up, Rossington in characteristically attacking form, and after facing 62 balls as a pair, they brought up the 50 partnership. Another Rossington boundary flayed through the offside took the score to 400. Rossington kept up his assault and fell looking for another boundary, out-caught by Renshaw off Lammonby for 32. Harmer joined Brown in the middle and strolled through from the non-striker's end as the opener found a single off the bowling of Gregory to move to 200 scored from 417 balls. His stay at the crease was now almost 10 hours long. There was no stopping them. Harmer into his stride early. Leach flicked over the leg side for 4 to bring up the 450. When he slapped Renshaw for another, they'd added 50 off 122 balls for the 7th wicket, and the score had moved to 466. Renshaw responded immediately. Harmer was looking for another boundary, but this time found Lammonby out for 26 off 79. Snater stuck around, he and Brown walking off for tea with the score 486 for 7. Snater fell shortly after the break, launching a catch high in the air, pursued and taken by Overton off of his own bowling. Beard was aggressive from the off. Siddle crushed for 6 over the leg side to bring up 500, but his cameo was brief, out for 11 off 7, picking out Gregory as he looked for another big shot. Wesley decided enough was enough, waving his side in on 505 for 9, a mountain of runs built on the back of that unbeaten 234 from Nick Brown, who'd batted for more than 10.5 hours. Lammonby had bowled the fewest overs, but finished with 3 for 35. Lammonby and Renshaw made a lightning start, the run rate more akin to what you'd see in a one-day game, the visitors rattling along to 40 off 8 overs. But they got a little stuck, and with the score going nowhere, Harmer took advantage. Lammonby out-bowled for 17 off 29. Abel and Renshaw didn't look perturbed by the wicket, and picked up where Lammonby had left off, Essex struggling to keep the run rate down, and soon they'd added 50 for the 2nd wicket off just 66 balls. A final boundary of the day took Somerset to 99, where they stayed through to the close, the innings off to a solid start in reply to the mammoth total put on by the hosts. Time is crucial though, and Essex need to blast through their visitors if they're to try and set up a charge for the win. But at the halfway stage, we've only just started the 2nd innings. A result is starting to look less likely.
Well, hello again, Nick. You stood here yesterday saying you wanted to go big, and you did just that today.
Yeah, pleasing day for myself and for the team. If you know, getting 500 on that wicket is a good effort, and hopefully we can get the rest of the 19 wickets to win the game.
Yeah, you finished on 234. Where does that rank for you in innings played throughout your career?
If we win, then it's a great innings, isn't it? You know, if it's a ball draw, then it's not so great. But no, it was pleasing for me. Nice to be able to bat most of the day again today, and like I say, put 500 on the board for Essex is brilliant for us.
That was your 2nd highest career score to date and your 4th double hundred, second only to Graham Gooch in that regard. Does playing those long innings come naturally to you, or is that a learned skill and something you practiced early in your career?
Yeah, I think it's the innings is where you have so many low runs you nick off early as an opener. They're the ones that really you try and remember when you're out there, and you go, do you know what, I can nick off a naught next innings. And I think you've got to really try and keep that hunger and not just think, right, I've got 100, that's great, but get 100, get a double 100 or get a big 100 is what the team needed, especially today. Yeah, so I think for me it's about when you're in, make sure you score a big 100, and I suppose it helps your average at the end of the year. Yeah.
Today it ebbed and flowed. It seemed like Somerset bowled pretty tight early on, and then accompanied by Walter, you kicked on a bit, and then with Rossington as well, he had a bit of impetus. But there were definitely moments throughout the day where Somerset kept it tight and scoring runs was tricky. Did you always have a kind of a time and a number in mind for the declaration?
Yeah, it kind of ebbed and flowed most of the day. Like you say, we had periods of scoring quite quickly, and then it stalled a little bit, and then we tried to score a bit more quicker. So yeah, it was a strange one of how to go about it. You know, if you lose wickets at the other end, you kind of feel like you have to rebuild a little bit, not take too many risks. So it's kind of trying to manage that. And you know, probably they bowled really well, I thought, actually in the morning, and we struggled to get away where we thought we could get away early with some boundaries, but they bowled quite nicely. Paulie played really well today. I thought he was great. He probably should be standing here with 100 and doing this interview, but no, he was great. And where was it? What was I going to say? Yeah, like I say, you have times in the game where it stalls, and we managed to get through that and try to pick up the pace a little bit later on. But all in all, I think if you get 500, we're pretty happy with that. And shame we didn't pick up a few more wickets tonight, but hopefully tomorrow we can get some more and get these 19 wickets needed.
Yeah, and just as it starts to rain, based on what we saw this afternoon, it still looks like a pretty good wicket to bat on, all things told. Do you see any signs of it breaking up and the bowlers being given any more assistance, especially Harmer?
Yeah, it's spinning. There's definitely spin there. I think there's a bit of rough for Harmy as well against the right-handers, so hopefully he can, you know, exploit that. And there's definitely spin there, and you know, the seamers bowled nicely tonight and created chances. So hopefully, you know, if they bowl nicely again in the morning with this newish ball, then we can get a few wickets and Harmy can do what he does best.
Yeah, I guess going into tomorrow, it's kind of that old cliche of the first session being a crucial one.
Yeah, definitely right. If we bowl nicely in the morning, pick up these 2 wickets, these guys who are in at the moment, then you never know. And like I say, this team, like I said yesterday, this team never gives up, and you know, hopefully we can get these 19 and win this game.
See, finals day just missed that brutal heat wave, doesn't it? At one point I thought it was going to be smack in the middle of it.
But on the very hot day, the Tuesday, it rained in Taunton.
Really? Oh yes, because of course Exeter was only 24 degrees, so actually it was the southwest was very much the place to be.
The weather was much hotter on the Monday. On the Monday.
Yeah.
So Central line, near the Notting Hill Gate and Newry Park. Yeah, but of course on that Sunday it worked, but on that Sunday
Start on the dot of 10:55, I think. So.
half game was sticky and being on that line for 50 minutes. Yeah, it was hot and stuffy. So yeah, what was more pleasant was the young girls that did walk in and what they weren't. That's the easy thing. We don't. As I said, we said if it finishes today, we'll go up to the Oval. But obviously, if we go home tomorrow, the latest we want to leave here would be at 10. And but then we will use the Cross London to go. Yeah, the new Crossrail. I want to use it.
Try and get paid for it.
Yeah.
That's the overall.
Yeah, just otherwise, one would use either the Hammersmith City or something like that. But I'd rather use.
Right.
Yeah, because that would be then an ideal place to get off, but yeah. Its first use was 10 years ago today. So in the big games, 2012. Yes.
So like one of the events I went to in the Olympic, stand on saying it's been not paid. I went to the swimming, they had two stands by the side of it. The actual original pot is still there.
They had that sort of curvature. It's now box, isn't it, rather than that curvature. I went to the. I went to Lord's to watch the archery.
So did I. I went to
Lord's to watch.
I did that. I thought you've got to go to Lord's.
Lord's to archery. I went to Earl's Court to watch some volleyball, but that was too much. It was just an echo chamber. Yeah.
Sort of boxing at the O2.
Later in the day, I did go to the Olympic Park to see. I saw Bolt, and I was so high, so I had to watch it on the screen. But it was nice to, But the best thing I went to was going to Hampton Court to see Bradley Wiggins. That was the best thing. 10 years ago, Trinity. Because if you're on
Hey, about. Yep, just about ready to go. Yep.
Next station is Stratford. Change here 4.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome to our coverage of the third day of this championship match between Essex and Somerset here at the county ground in Chelmsford. It is cloudy, It's around about 20 degrees top temperature today. It's scheduled to stay dry, conditions set reasonably fair, pleasant enough conditions for those playing and watching today. The match situation is that Somerset did pretty well in the final session yesterday, 99 for 1, scoring quite briskly as well. Matt Renshaw will resume on 36 and Tom Abel on 27. Tom Lammonby was bowled by Harmer for 17 when the score was 40. That 99 for 1 in reply to the Essex 505 for 9 declared, built around Nick Brown's 234. So a significant landmark for Somerset of today would be to get past the 356 to get to that follow-on mark. I'm Nick Ledhill. Paul Newton is here again today, and so is Anthony Gibson. And good morning, Anthony. How do you see things going into day 3?
Well, I think Somerset's immediate target is that 356 to save the follow-on. They need to ensure themselves against defeat, and I think reaching 356 would just about do that. On this pitch, judging by the way Essex have approached things so far as well, I can't see them giving Somerset even a sniff of a chance of chasing down a total in the 4th inning. So 356 is still quite a long way away, mine. 257 runs away at the moment, and the big obstacle in Somerset's path is, of course, Simon Harmer, who bowled very well yesterday evening. He was well played by Matt Renshaw, because it's to the left-handers that he poses the greater threat. I think it would be fair to say, bowling into the rough outside the off stumps. But if he picks up a couple of early wickets and puts Somerset under pressure, then it could be a difficult day for the Somerset batsmen.
Yes, and that's what the Essex game plan will be. It will be, I think, very much a lot of Simon Harmer bowling from the River End, with the seamers, of course, no Sam Cook in the side. So the other 3 seamers one would expect to see rotating from the Hayes close end, and Essex will be hoping for early wickets because, as I say, the situation for Essex in the table after that defeat against Surrey. Obviously, they've still got a game in hand, but the gap at the moment is just shy of, well, it's around about 67 points just at the moment. And clearly, they've got to win every game, you would have thought, and hope. And it's pretty unlikely because Surrey just don't tend to lose games. To have any sort of a chance, they've got to obviously win this game. And Somerset, well, we're still not quite sure what's going to happen with regard to potential relegation, if any, at the end of this season. But likewise, you're saying, Anthony, the key thing to avoid defeat, because of course the 8 points for the draw is valuable in itself.
Absolutely. I mean, I can't see Somerset winning from here.
No,
not on this pitch. Then we're not going to see the sort of scenario that played out at the Upton Steel County Ground last week when Leicestershire played Glamorgan. But
that was remarkable, because I must admit that the last thing anybody expected going into the afternoon session was that there'd actually be a result. 795 for 5 or whatever it was. But
yeah, I mean, what Somerset want to do is to get up to 8th in the table. And that means overtaking Warwickshire.
Yes, who Essex made look quite good in April, but actually they've been struggling, particularly with the ball this season, Warwickshire, and you thumped them just straight afterwards, I think, didn't you? So it is going to be Harmer, so no surprise there at all. The scoreboard to our right is not working at the moment, and neither is our electronic scoreboard, which we have on a TV set. So there might be 1 or 2 power issues around the ground, but the main scoreboard to the left, that is working fine. Renshaw 36 in yellow letters, and he's there with Tom Abel on 27. As I say, the key really for Somerset is to get themselves a platform to build on the work of yesterday, to carry on this partnership and just sort of lay a base from which they can then make their way to this 356 follow-on target. So it's going to be Harmer going around the wicket, and that's just played defensively from the crease by Renshaw, just pushing forward, and it rolls up to a short extra, and there is no run. We've got a slip and a leg slip. I think just about described as a backwards square leg, a mid-wicket, a mid-on, and mid-off, and that's clipped round the corner and goes through where square leg would have been, but as I say, the fielder is backward. That's Porter. And That was nicely judged, actually, that single. It was just pushed square into a gap, and the run brings up the Somerset 100, and they've got their 2 balls into the 28th over. It's a pretty brisk progress, actually.
Yes, they shut up shop in the last 20 minutes or so last night, understandably.
3 round the bat for the right-handed Tom Abel, who comes forward and plays that towards Aaron Beard at mid-wicket, and there's no run. So it is cloudy, little bits of blue sky. 20 degrees, the sort of forecast top temperatures, maybe 21. The sun will come in and out. Harmer bowls again, and Abel just coming forward and just smothering any potential turn. Not a lot of sort of bounce and pace in the pitch. Doesn't completely suit Harmer, therefore, so he might have to work a bit harder than in the last couple of championship games. Harmer bowls, and it's just played again defensively up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Rossington has injured his finger, so Buttleman is keeping wicket. Thanks very much to Paul Newton for that. Rossington, of course, has just been getting into some good batting form of late. Harmer bowls, and that's a useful delivery. Has Abel just pushing forward. He just about keeps the bat out of harm's way there. Spales are whipped off by Battleman, but that was the most threatening ball right at the end of the over from Harmer. 1 run from it. I might have to interrupt you to do an update in a moment, Anthony, but 100 for 1. 1 run for the opening over.
Yeah, that last delivery from Simon Harmer was the one that went straight on, and it's that delivery that Matt Renshaw, when I spoke to him last night, said was posing more problems than the ones that are turning away from his outside edge. But, who are we going to get? We're going to have Jamie Porter from the Hayes Close end, who had Matt Renshaw dropped by Rossington in his very first over yesterday afternoon. It was then that Rossington damaged or made worse the existing damage to his finger. And Renshaw did confirm to me last night that he did nick it, and he said that, but he didn't look round, so he didn't see the drop catch, which I'm not sure from my memory of watching the replay is entirely true. But anyway, it may turn out to have been a very significant moment. On the other hand, if Renshaw is removed early this morning, it may not, as Porter is in and bowls outside the off stump to Renshaw, who offers no shot. We've got 3 slips. Alistair Cook, Simon Harmer, and Matt Critchley, who bowled a couple of overs, a couple of maidens last night, and was certainly getting his googly to turn. He's bowling mostly googlies and top spinners. Here's Porter again to Renshaw, and again it's wide of the off stump. Porter bowling over the wicket to the left-hander, so he's angling the ball across the left-hander and trying to bring the odd one back.
Just going to do update into the news. And we're in the 2nd over of the 3rd morning of this match. Just the 1 run added, but that 1 run has brought up the Somerset 100. We're now in the 29th over of their innings. They're 100 for 1 in reply to the Essex 505 for 9 declared, built around Nick Brown's 234. A critical figure for Somerset today is 356. That will mean that they've avoided the follow-on and would take them a long way towards drawing this game. It's very cloudy at the moment, but dry and expected to stay that way. And in the 2nd over of the morning, Somerset are 100 for 1, currently 405 behind.
And again, 3rd delivery in succession, to which Matt Renshaw didn't need to offer a shot. Will Buttleman, who I think he's a regular in the T20 side, isn't he, Nick, for Essex?
He's sort of been in and out, not so much this season.
Here's Porter again, and again that gets a little bit of extra bounce, but again it's too wide for Renshaw to have to play a shot.
Yeah, I think he played sort of the early games, generally speaking, this year. I'll have to look that up. But Essex made 1 or 2 changes at the top of the order.
I think he played, I'm fairly sure he played against Somerset.
The earlier games, yes. He was sort of in and out a little bit. Didn't quite he sort of started the campaign, didn't quite sort of nail down his place for the whole campaign. but certainly when he plays well, he's a nice batsman to watch.
Here's Porter in and bowls, and this time Renshaw gets bat on ball away through the offside, and they will come back for a couple of runs as the throw comes in. The score moves in on to 102 for 1. It was Paul Walter making a bit of a meal of that. It's not as nice a day as the weather forecast suggested it might be so far. Quite a lot of heavy clouds around. Not as warm as yesterday. And it's a good ball, this one from Porter. And Renshaw covers up, plays it back up the pitch defensively. Goes and has a chat with his skipper, Tom Abel. And at the end of that over, the second of the morning, it's 102 for 1.
Essex.cricket at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to get in touch with us, and Ken, one of our regular emailers, has done so already this morning, and you say that you missed quite a lot of yesterday's commentary, but we were discussing proposals that you think are determined to ruin the county system, which in turn has to affect the England team as well, and certainly from what I'm hearing about them, I think I'd probably go along with that, Ken. I believe you gave details of various bodies, Yorkshire, Somerset and Essex, who are looking to do something about it. Here's a sweep of the first ball of the new over from Harmer down towards a deep backward square leg, and a run to Abel. It's 103 for 1. We'll talk about more about that during the day, and also the contact details of these rebels that you'd like to join, whose main interest, of course, is preserving the county game in this country. Your main concern is with the 100. As Harmer bowls, and that's just played from the crease by Renshaw up towards Dan Lawrence at a short extra. It's been steamrolled onto the calendar, and if it continues, I think it will lead to the ruination of both the county game and Test cricket in about 10 years, which you don't think you'll be around to see that, but you're fearing for it, Ken. That's played into the offside towards cover, and a little bit of turn there, but played pretty well by Renshaw, and he played Harmer pretty well last night. 103 for 1, third over of the morning, 4 runs added. And Harmer bowls, and it's played defensively up into the offside. Well, Ken, thanks very much indeed for that. And I very much hope you are around to see not too much more change. That would be the best thing, because any change you feel that there would be not to the benefit of the county game. As Harmer bowls, and that's cut off the back foot and just runs out towards backward points later, and there's no run. So very cloudy, but just little bits of blue sky. No rain really forecast, but it wouldn't surprise me if we have a shower. The top's around about 20 degrees. As Harmer is played defensively up into the offside, and there is no run, and 103 for 1. And BBC Essex, we're with Radio Bristol, aren't we?
No, BBC Radio
Somerset.
Yep.
I keep getting it wrong with those. BBC Radio Somerset and BBC Essex. And we're here on day 3 here at Chelmsford. A quiet start, 103 for 1. And it's Nick Leadhill here with Anthony Gibson.
Yeah, nice moment this morning. Just after I arrived at the ground, Matt Renshaw was walking out to practice with his Somerset teammates and passed Simon Harmer, who was warming up with the Essex bowling coach. And Renshaw can never resist having a chat with anyone, and they clearly had a very friendly exchange between the pair of them.
I hear there have been some exchanges between Somerset outfielders and those behind the boundary in the crowd about some of the facilities that Somerset have got to change.
Yes, I don't think Somerset are over-impressed with some of the facilities here for visiting team. That's Porter bowls to Abel, who defends. I think that was I haven't actually seen Craig Overton's tweets, but I've heard about them.
Yeah, it's quite amusing. I think just a general bit of banter, but
what's the issue then with the dressing rooms?
Well,
are they redecorating them or something?
Yeah, I mean it's been, I think, an issue for a little while here, and of course it tends to be the away team. You could say that perhaps the away team ought to have the better facilities as guests. One way of looking at it.
Is Porter He's in and bowls and brings this one back into Tom Abel, who deals with it very nicely.
But in reality, of course, it never works out that way, and it's yes, hopefully it's just going to be a short-term issue, because it rather harks back to the you know, some of the outground venues that you know, we remember, where all was commonplace, you know, porter cabins and lack of showers and things like that.
Yeah, that's an outground. So
Yeah.
you'd expect a bit better at a county ground. But here comes Porter, who really does pump his arms as he's running in. He's there now and bowls a full-length delivery and just turns Tom Abel round slightly. Hint of a leading edge as that ran out into the offside.
Well, we're hoping to have Chief Executive John Stevenson with us either today or tomorrow, and we might just throw that question his way.
You can throw that question.
Yes.
I don't want to appear. I've upset enough Essex supporters already by describing the Essex innings yesterday as worthy, but perhaps just a little bit dull. But I think worthy is fair enough. 505 outside the off stump, long way outside the off stump from Tom Abel.
Well, the first 3 games of the season were a little bit like that, Anthony, here. Sort of high-scoring draws, 69 wickets in 3 games, across the 3 games, so basically hardly got into the second innings. And then we had a good old-fashioned, typical Chelmsford pitch against Hampshire, and went absolutely to the wire. It was one of those pitches where if you could bat through to the older ball, you had a bit of a chance, and that's what Hampshire did. Now, he lost by 12 runs. It was quite some game.
Yes, this is a slow pitch. Porter bowls, Abel defends. He's bowling with good rhythm, is Porter.
Yep, and leading the attack in the absence very much of Sam Cook. You could say they're sort of co-leaders of the attack, but obviously Cook has, in recent years, at the very least, sort of drawn level in that respect with Porter, in terms of the importance, but both of big importance to the team.
Here he comes again from the Hayes close end, in and bowls to Abel, who again has to play a good ball just fractionally outside his off stump, does so successfully out into the covers, and that's a maiden over for Jamie Porter. 8 overs, 2 maidens, none for 22.
Yes, he had some injury problems early in the season. Did Jamie Porter? Wasn't involved in the T20, but just looking back, I remember he played against Lancashire at Old Trafford and had a very good game, 2 for 34 and 2 for 27 in the Essex win in that game. But since then, he played in the Gloucestershire game, getting a tidy performance there as well. So some injury problems, but looking to be getting back into some of his best form as Harmer bowls, and from the crease, Renshaw's wearing a short sleeve sweater, plays that to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So BBC Essex, BBC Radio Somerset, Nick Leadhill, Anthony Gibson and Paul Newton in just a short while. This is, again, just played defensively, resolutely head over the ball. This pitch looking a little bit different, certainly to, well, the Hampshire one, to say the least. Didn't see the Gloucestershire game, but that was a fairly similar pitch to its predecessor, but Essex just had too much for Gloucestershire really in all departments, particularly of course with the Wesley Cook stand. That's played defensively up into the offside, and of course then with Simon Harmer himself, who's bowling at the moment. But just looking as though it's going to be a little bit harder work for him on this surface. 1 for 23 from his first 11 overs. So he goes round the wicket and bowls, and just pushing forward again, head over the ball. Renshaw negotiates it pretty well. It rolls out to Paul Walter, who's fielding at mid-wicket.
Yeah, he commands respect, doesn't he, Simon Harmer?
Yeah, certainly not one to take liberties against. It's played defensively back down the pitch. Hampshire did employ some calculated aggression against him, Felix Organ in particular, with slog sweeps, which worked pretty well for him. But that was a rather different pitch to this one. Slip and a leg slip and a short extra, and that turns, and that's certainly the sharpest turn we've seen. But Renshaw saw it early and had nothing to do with it, realised the ball was no threat to him, left it alone, maiden over. So it's 1 for 28 from 12 for Harmer, and Renshaw there on 39, and Lammonby on Lammonby out for 17. Abel is with Renshaw on 28, and after that maiden, it's still 103 for 1.
Yes, it's been a slow start for Somerset. And that's down to the accuracy of the bowling, as much as to, rather than any lack of aggressive intent on the part of the two batsmen, who will take whatever opportunities arise, but there haven't been very many so far. Both Porter and Harmer right on the money. Here's Porter again to Abel, who drives pleasantly, but only as far as mid-off. Jamie Porter's got a good record against Somerset. He has taken against them 36 wickets at 19.7 apiece, which is pretty good going. So he's a force to be reckoned with. Best of 7 for 55. Here he comes again. He's there, bowls, and Abel plays this to Snater in his sun hat at backward point. Still got the 3 slips. Backward point, extra cover. Tom Wesley, the skipper, at mid-off. Nick Brown at mid-on. And Paul Walter at mid-wicket. And there is a long leg as well. Will Buttleman keeping wicket in place of Adam Rossington, who's hurt his finger. Porter bowls, and Abel again defends.
Yeah, quiet start, as you say, Anthony, but I think Somerset doing the right thing, just getting themselves reacquainted with the pitch. As you say, realistically, Somerset can't win this game. I don't see a situation. I mean, in a way, Essex have to win to have any remote chance of, getting close to Surrey and Hampshire. But as you say, I don't think they're going to be looking to set Somerset some sort of a target on this.
No. Porter into Abel, who again plays a textbook forward defensive shot. He's a very good-looking player, is Tom Abel, in the classical mould. Plays very straight. He's just altered his stance a little bit this season, so he's slightly more square on to the bowler. He's opened up his stance. Critics say that he still gives he offers the bowler the outside edge a bit by playing slightly from third slip, but that's pushed away through the offside. Snater's going to field it, the return comes in, but they've completed 2 runs safely enough. 105 for 1. It's just a little technical flaw, but he's been batting well this season, as Tom Abel has got 116 against Yorkshire in the first innings down at Taunton last week, and 623 runs to his name before this game here today, and he's added 30 to that total so far, out of Somerset's 105 for 1. 30 in 66 deliveries. Porter bowls, and this is turned into the onside. And that concludes the over, which was the 4th over of the morning, or even the 6th over of the morning. And Somerset at the end of it 105 for 1. And
they've basically got a run for each over. Some of them have been maidens, but overall, if you put it all together, they've gone from 99 to 105. So it's a date start. And so my memories of that Hampshire match was everything happened very quickly. The runs were scored quite quickly. There was all sorts of things going on. Obviously, Harmer got lots and lots of wickets. There were strokes being played. That runs down the order for Essex and indeed for Hampshire as well, particularly in the second innings. And this is all a bit of a contrast so far as Harmer bowls, and that's lofted away down the ground, and that's calculated aggression from Renshaw. That's going to be 4 to a long on boundary. He picked that early and went through with the shot pretty much straight over Harmer's head and away down to the boundary in front of us for 4. 109 for 1.
Yeah, nice shot from Renshaw. He doesn't like being tied down. He likes to assert himself against the bowlers.
And if Harmer gives him any opportunity that allows him to play a shot with calculated aggression where he's got no fear of adverse consequences, then he'll go for it. As here, this is played defensively up into the onside and goes to Westley at mid-on. Now, a lot depends, therefore, as to how much Harmer's doing with the ball and whether there's any risk involved in these shots with the ball going straight on or extra turn. Here he goes into a nice drive and sends it just past Lawrence at short extra, who gets a hand to it, and Beard moving across at a deeper cover will prevent any chance of a run. It'll remain at 109 for 1. The scoreboard says 109. It doesn't say the 1, which Somerset would be quite pleased about, but there is actually 1 down. As there is turn there, and that certainly was a fizzing delivery, which was left alone by Renshaw on line and length, but it's turned appreciably. 109 for 1. Renshaw 43. Good partnership building here as he comes forward. Oh, slightly awkward, but just plays it up into the offside, and there is no run.
I fancy that Matt Renshaw's taken a lot more of Simon Harmer than Tom Abel.
You're right. I think Abel,
which is the wrong way round, really. It ought to be Abel who's taking the
as this is played from the crease again, a little bit of bounce there for Harmer, but not getting a lot on this pitch, and it's an indication it's going to be quite hard for work for him. 505 for 9, Essex 109 for 1, Somerset. And good morning to Dean, who says, with no realistic chance of winning the title, do you think Essex will bother going for an overseas for the expected 2 championship games? Harmer will miss a couple of games, of course, and personally you hope not, and it will give Aaron Nijar a chance if conditions suit. Yeah, I tend to think, Dean, that that defeat against Surrey, realistically, the problem you've got is even if you win a lot of games as Essex, are Surrey going to lose games? 8 points for a draw is so significant, and you just don't see Surrey losing games. I mean, you've got to put Hampshire in, who just at the moment keep winning, and Lancashire into the equation. So, yeah, you're right, and I think I think basically they've got enough seam bowling resource, and they've got Critchley plus Nijar as an option there.
Here's Jamie Porter for another over to Tom Abel, and that finds a thick edge, but as with, well, at least half a dozen outside edges yesterday, both in the Essex innings and the Somerset innings, it did not carry to Matt Critchley at third slip.
8 points for a draw, too many for you, Anthony, or are you happy with 8?
No, I think it encourages too much negative cricket. And at the time when County Championship is under threat, as Porter is in and bowls and Abel plays that firmly into the offside, County Championship needs to be producing attractive cricket, not attritional cricket, which I think the 8 points for the draw tends to encourage. It's not all about producing players for England, it's also an entertainment in its own right.
This is why
needs to be entertaining.
Yeah, this is why the Hampshire game here, which sort of went through most of 3 days, was very entertaining. There were shots played, but lots and lots of wickets, and there was things happening all the time.
Porter to Abel. Abel, I'm not sure he was thinking about a single, but Renshaw sent him back with a great roar of no. Morning to Colin Golland, who says, morning from Weston-super-Mare, hoping Somerset can build on where they started yesterday. And a nice comment from Stephen at Burkamp, says, yesterday was my first visit to Chelmsford. Tight little ground, isn't it? I did admire their big scoreboard, which is admirably clear. Secondary one close to the gate, mostly hidden. The view of the river end is the best, with the pleasant screen of trees behind. It's very fair, as that's defended by Tom Abel. And Stephen says he listened to the BBC commentary on day one, and the bias with generosity from all the commentators was clear. Well, that's good.
Well, I can be exempt from that because I wasn't here on day one. But
Don Topley wasn't here either. So.
No. Never has there been a greater spokesman in the Somerset cause.
Good old Tom. I hope he's recovering from his badly damaged foot, as that's played into the offside by Tom Abel.
Yeah, I mean, enjoyed my day at Taunton. It was a T20 match at the back end of May. One of the last times I've seen serious rain. Remember, it rained for a bit in that game.
It did.
And
right. Yeah.
Hasn't been a lot since. Although it did rain in my neck of the woods on Monday morning, which was very welcome.
Somerset had the better of Essex in the Vitality Blast this year, which hasn't always been the case.
Yeah.
Here's Porter to Abel, and Abel won't get a single as it goes into the onside, and that's another maiden. Was it a maiden over? Yes, it was. 10 overs, 3 maidens, none for 24, and the score remains on 109 for 1, 43 to Renshaw and 30 to Tom Abel.
Essex.cricket at bbc.co.uk, and Michael's been in touch. Morning, Michael. And you say you're reading an article regarding Wasim Akram, who said it was time to get rid of ODIs as they no longer draw the crowds. Stokes has retired from ODIs, so it's possible that the ICC might drop that, and the ECB would follow suit, which would make plenty of room in the calendar. You thought it was all a bit turgid yesterday, and you fell asleep, and I think that sums up your view as well, Anthony, I think. But you're hoping for more action today. Yeah, it's always interesting with Harmer bowling, and someone like Renshaw looking to take the attack to him. And I think if Renshaw can stay in, I think it will be quite an interesting battle. So, Michael, but come back to your point about 50-over cricket. Certainly, it is under a bit of threat, but it is still, I think, an important part of the game, because it's almost like a white ball test match now these days, as it's played defensively up into the offside and there's no run, and that you still to a certain extent got to pace your innings to bat through the 50 overs. So there are different skills involved in just T20. There's a thought it's like almost like becoming like an extended T20 game, isn't it?
Yeah.
As Harmer bowls, and, that's a useful one, with a little bit of turn there, but Renshaw just gets inside the line and plays it comfortably enough back down the pitch.
Yes, I'm not sure how long 50-over international cricket is for this world. It's,
I think World Cups will
Ben
continue.
Stokes' decision, I think, is really quite significant.
Harmer bowls, and this is played up into the offside, and there's no run. I mean, one very strong view I had, Anthony, is that plonking that extra test match against India into the middle of the schedule and compressing everything else was always going to have some harmful effects on sort of player welfare, and that just might have been a tipping point, because you get no sort of rest at all as an international player as Harmer bowls, and that's played defensively up towards Lawrence at short extra. And it's not just the domestic schedule, it's the international schedule that people need to be
money
concerned
talks,
about.
I'm afraid.
Yeah,
money talks.
109 for 1.
Money.
As here, this is played defensively up into the offside. Michael Atherton, perhaps optimistically, said in a Sky discussion the other day that he thought one good thing that might happen is if money wasn't the predominant factor in every decision, which here to that. It would be much better if it wasn't. Here's Harmer again. Bowlers just played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. The end of Harmer's over. Another maiden, 109 for 1, just 10 runs added this morning, 43 Renshaw and 30 to Abel. Yes, certainly it'd be interesting to see what the ECB do about 50-over cricket. Will they leave it as the undercard to the 100, or will they do what certainly both me and Anthony would like to happen, is to go back to an old B&H format? If you remember that was basically 4 groups of 5. You play a sort of a group of games probably in May, and then you'd have knockouts leading to a final at Lord's in midsummer, and that for me is the ideal format.
Yeah, I think that would be a real step forward, and it would free up some days in the calendar, which might mean that we could stay with 14 games in the county championship, but we will see. Here comes Jamie Porter to bowl to Tom Abel. An Abel defends. I don't think Porter's bowled to Matt Renshaw this morning, has he? Don't remember. Oh, he must have done. Yes, I'm just sort of. Yes,
I'm just trying to think of when the single was in the first over that brought up the 100.
Right, yeah.
It wasn't off the last ball, I don't think.
When I identified the slips, they were
Yes.
on the left-hander's side. 3 of them there are. Sir Alistair Cook, Simon Harmer, and Matt Critchley. I think Critchley might have a part to play here today. Bowled very nicely, just 2 overs last night. Porter's in and bowls to Abel, who again is just slightly turned round, a hint of a leading edge about that, but all along the ground.
We're hoping to have...
out into the offside.
Oh, sorry, Anthony. We're hoping to have John Stevenson, the Essex Chief Executive, with us either today or tomorrow. I think it's pretty likely the game will go into a 4th day. And also, assuming it's still fairly quiet in about half an hour, a special countdown of the 20 players who've made the most runs in all formats. And we're not just doing it for the sake of it today. There is a reason, which we'll explain later. But hopefully we'll be doing that between 12 and 12:30.
Porter to Abel, who comes decisively forward, plays a firm defensive shot out into the offside. Aaron Beard fields. Porter in his 11th over, none for 24, and he's bowled much better this morning, I think it would be fair to say, than he did at the start of the Somerset innings. Admittedly, he was very unlucky to have Renshaw dropped.
Yes.
Straightforward chance to wicketkeeper Rossington, but 1 or 2 loose balls thereafter. He's in bowls to Abel, who's half forward this time, playing it out into the onside.
I shall bring Paul in, Anthony, and see you in a little while.
I've had a tweet from Dari, who says, "You've rightly highlighted the poor shot selection of Somerset batters and their poor averages this season. At what point do Somerset coaches have to be held to account?" I think there's been a gradual decline since Matt Maynard left us. Well, Somerset have got a new batting coach, and I have put this to Jason Kerr as Porter's in and bowls, and that doesn't miss the off stump by very much, but miss it does. Porter still with his hands in the air. Lachlan Stevens is the batting coach, and Jason Kerr the head coach. I think both of them feel that Somerset batsmen are finding their feet now, and that things will improve. Although it was good to see Lewis Goldsworthy getting his maiden century up at Southport. James Rue making 70 on his Somerset debut. George Bartlett batted very well in the 2nd innings against Yorkshire last week. Porter's in and bowls outside the off stump. No shot this time from Tom Abel. The one batsman about whom I think there should be concern is Tom Lammonby, who yet again yesterday evening flattered to deceive, batted really nicely for his 17, and then went back to a ball from Simon Harbour to try and run it down to 3rd man. Missed it and was clean bowled. It wasn't a great shot under the circumstances, and that sort of thing has happened really rather too often to Tom Lammonby, who is a very, very talented young batsman, as he showed back in 2020 when he scored 3 centuries in the Bob Willis.
Yeah, no, I think he's a good player, so it's sad to hear he's not in the best of form as Harmer's in bowls, and this ball is nicely played into the offside. Takes a horrible little kick there on the edge of the square just as Shane Snater was descending on it, and what should have been a dot ball is a single, but I wouldn't blame the fieldsman there. That just suddenly, having travelled smoothly along the ground, suddenly leapt up, and he'd already started the dive. So 110 for 1 are Somerset, and Renshaw up to 44, and Tom Abel comes into strike on 30.
Yeah, I think it kicked off the one of the practice pitches where there are plenty of bowlers' footmarks being left.
Harmer bowls, and this ball is swept to Shane Snater, a deep backward square leg. And
interesting shot selection from Tom Abel.
Yeah, gets a single. 111 for 1. Nelson for 1. 31 to Abel. Just to clarify a point Nick was making a moment or two ago, John Stevenson will indeed be joining us between 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock this afternoon. Essex Chief Executive and Acting Chairman. This ball goes through outside off stump.
That's the one that doesn't turn.
Yep.
Matt Renshaw was talking about.
Left it, and lives to tell the tale, but that's absolutely right. People tend to think that Harmer, for his wickets, turns the ball right angles. It isn't actually the case. And here's a ball that does turn very slightly and played watchfully off the back foot by Renshaw. But as you rightly say, Anthony, it's the straight-on ball that often does the damage, doesn't turn at all. As Harmer's in, bowls, and this ball just deflected to backward point. And I remember when England were last in India a couple of winters ago, Akshar, the slow left arm,
Akshar Patel, yeah.
He turned the ball right angles, just come back to that, and Harmer bowls. Oh, an appeal for LBW is going to be given not out. Nick Cook immediately said no. It might have just fractionally pitched outside leg. There was a bit of turn there. But just going back to the Akshar Patel incident, he took loads of wickets. And
Just outside leg.
yeah, they had Sonny Gavaskar on, who knows a thing or two about playing the turning ball on Indian pitches. And he said, I'm afraid England's technique is all wrong against him. He said it's not the one that turns that's the problem. If it turns a right angle, it's neither going to get you out or LBW, a quarter LBW. It's the one that goes straight on. And apparently the point was lost on the English batsman out there, which does put a huge question mark on the coaching.
Well, that's because they don't get enough practice
yep,
against spin.
that's
Because
true.
the ECB penalises counties that produce spinning pitches.
Here. And actually, I know that, there's conspiracy theory between the two counties when they go to each other's grounds, but actually, you won't hear me grumble about it because I'm all for spin, and we don't get enough practice on it, and Taunton and Chelmsford are two of the few places where you might actually see the ball turn on day one.
You won't see it at Taunton at the moment. No.
No.
Pitches are pretty flat.
Well, I'm afraid it's getting that way here, probably.
Shane Snater is going to come into the attack from the Hayes close end. He bowled 4 overs last evening for 15. He's bowling to the right-handed Tom Abel, who cuts that into the offside, but can't get it past short extra cover. Aaron Beard is the fieldsman there.
Yes, I think he missed out a bit there, Tom Abel. It was a bit of a half-tracker, and he just picked out the one man who could have stopped it going to the boundary.
Well, I think probably Tom Abel's mindset is a bit defensive at the moment. These two have set out their stall to get through this first session, wear the bowlers down. Snater's in and bowls, and this comes off a thick edge, but it will be fielded by Dan Lawrence, moving to his left at backward point, so there's no run. And of course the ball will get softer. This is the 39th over with it, so it's reaching the halfway stage in its life. Always assuming that is that it lasts the full 80 overs. Although we haven't had so many ball changes in this game as in some this season. They were being changed almost every 20 overs against Yorkshire down at Taunton last week. And this time Abel strokes that beautifully through the offside. Just gave himself a little bit of room, and it was short and wide from Snater, and fully deserved to be stroked through the offside for 4 runs. 115 for 1, Abel on to 35.
Yeah, I mean, basically Snater's bowled in virtually the same ball twice, missed out on the first one, and learnt the lesson and got this perfectly placed. Lovely shot, but rather a poor delivery.
Yes, he timed it well on this slow, well, let's call it easy-paced pitch. Snater bowls, and Abel plays that into the offside. It's missed by Dan Lawrence, but cleaned up by Aaron Beard. I wouldn't have thought that this is the sort of pitch that Shane Snater would enjoy bowling on very much.
No, you're quite right.
He's a skiddy sort of bowler, isn't he?
Yep.
And
he wants a pitch with a bit of life in it.
yeah.
Same might be said, I suspect, for Somerset bowlers as well. It was pretty hard work for achieving very little.
Here is Snater to Abel outside the off stump, and good tumbling take by Will Buttleman. Somebody on Twitter asked me who the substitute wicketkeeper for Adam Rossington is, and it is indeed Will Buttleman.
Yes, and he is a stylish keeper.
Bottleman might keep the gloves and they play Adam Rossington purely as a batsman?
I think it's possible. Obviously, I wouldn't say definitely, and I suspect Essex are a side who like to stick to their guns. You know, they don't make many changes, and people say, why is, for instance, why is Nick Brown still in the side? It's a long time since he made serious runs. So he comes out and, of course, gets 234 not out here. And that will probably guarantee him his place for some time to come, and fair enough.
Well, so it should.
Yeah, he's got big runs on the board. So, but what I'm saying is, as he would realise, is that some counties might change things round fairly regularly. If someone's not in form, you know, they'll have a spell in the second 11. Essex are more likely to stick with their players and keep faith with them, and usually they do come good before all that much longer, as Renshaw plays the first ball of a new over from Simon Harmer, coming round the wicket to the left-hander from the river end, just defensively into the onside. There's no run. 115 for 1 on the board, and Harmer's in again and bowls, and Renshaw back to the bowler, and scoreboard away to our right, which wasn't working at all earlier, is working in bits, so they can't put the one up for the wicket column at the moment, and there are one or two other omissions, but at least they've got the actual total on the board as Renshaw plays the ball into the onside. No such problem with the main scoreboard, which is actually a very good one away to our left, and the one to our left is very quick to update.
One of the quickest in the country,
yeah,
if not the quickest.
The one to the right is one of the slowest. Here is Harmer in and bowls, and the ball is played to mid-wicket, and there's no run there. So 115 for 1, just to repeat that the Essex Chief Executive and Acting Chairman, John Stevenson, will be with us from 2 o'clock this afternoon. Here for BBC Essex, BBC Radio Somerset. The ball is played into the offside, and there's no run. Darren Lawrence fields, and pretty much it's not going to be a case of talking just from an Essex point of view. It is the overall issue of the proposed changes from the ECB that we shall be talking about, as Renshaw plays the ball to mid-wicket. There's no run there. So at the end of a maiden over played by Renshaw, 44 to him, 35 to Abel. Somerset are 390 behind. Essex is 505 for 9 declared at 115 for 1 in 40 overs. Emails to essex.sport, start again, Essex Cricket at bbc. Sorry, I have to think about it. My mind's gone a complete blank. Shouldn't have started it. At Ant Gibb, I can give you
the one.
Twitter feed. I've remembered that one. Yes, it's BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com for Essex listeners. It was lovely yesterday, actually, to hear plenty of emails from both sets of supporters.
Snater is bowling to Abel, who doesn't time a cut into the offside. They're going to take a single in any case. His beard has to move a few yards to his left, ends up on one of those practice pitches, which must be pretty abrasive, and he's just flexing his right knee.
Yes, Aaron Beard there just fell awkwardly as he went down for the ball.
Single is taken, 116 for 1, Abel on to 36. These two have added just 17 runs in 3/4 of an hour this morning.
Scoring rate was very good yesterday evening, but as you say, these two have set their stall out too.
I think the bowling's tightened up as well.
Yeah. Obviously, Harmer's, unless you really come down the pitch to him, is always going to be fairly economical.
Snater is in bowls to the left-handed Renshaw, who thinks about a single, but Paul Walter is quickly onto it from backward point. Just looking at some of the exchanges about Craig Overton. Craig Overton on the boundary moaning it's a Harmer pitch is among the day's highlights at Tim at the Seaside. Although Craig Overton's comment is fairly measured. Yes, you're a very good side and have performed well, just disappointing about the facilities, which I don't think is too derogatory, as this is played firmly into the offside by Overton, although I gather one or two of his exchanges with Essex supporters were a bit acidic. But from what I can gather, the facilities for the away team here at Chelmsford are not great at the moment.
Yep, as I say, until this game, the away team has changed in the rooms beneath us, which are very much ad hoc, all caused by the COVID issues.
Snater in his headband, he's there in bowls, outside the off stump, driven through the offside by Renshaw. He didn't really time it. A substitute fielder,
Luke Benkenstein, yeah,
goes after it, and they will come back for 3 runs.
I'll tell you what, that was a magnificent piece of fielding from Benkenstein there, because he haired after it very commendably and sent a throw from 80 yards smack over the bails.
Not bad for, what is he, 18?
Yeah, young lad. He might just be a year or two older than that, but yes, son of Dale Benkenstein, as we were saying yesterday. And so we know Buttleman has replaced Adam Rossington, who has a badly damaged finger. Someone else, obviously, for the moment is off.
It's Snater to Abel. Abel defends. It's 119 for 1. Renshaw with that 3 went on to 47.
Yes, it might be, just as a guess, Jamie Porter, who's off for him over 2.
He is 18. Is
oh, well done. Yep, spot on.
Born in Durban in South Africa. This is turned into the onside by Tom Abel. There are probably 2 runs there, as Nick Brown made slightly laboured progress from a backward point to do the fielding. 2 runs indeed were taken, 121 for 1, Abel on to 38. End of that over, Renshaw on 47.
Well, no piece for the wicket in Nick Brown's case, because not only did he bat throughout the Essex innings, and therefore he's been on the pitch for the entirety of the match so far, he's also done 2 interviews with BBC Essex at the close of play. One for his 129 not out on day 1, and the second one for his 234 not out by the end of the Essex innings on day 2. So he's entitled to be a little bit laboured in his movements. But a good start this for Somerset today. Not exciting maybe, but they've moved along without losing a wicket. 121 for no wicket, and if the draw was fairly long odds on before a ball was bowled today, it's getting extremely long odds on now. I think your bookmakers would not be offering you much better than 4 or 5 to 1 on if you wanted to back this game to finish in a draw. And we've really had either definite result wickets from sort of the first over virtually here at Chelmsford this season, or definite draw wickets in 2 or 3 cases. This one goes through outside off stump. There is a little bit of turn there for Harmer, but nothing to worry the batsmen or particularly excite the fielders. We've got 2 short extras, a ploy that Somerset made use of in the Essex innings. Harmer bowls, and this ball's hit off the back foot, smack between the 2 short extras, and here comes Paul Walter in from deep cover. Doesn't pick it up cleanly, but doesn't send in any sort of good throw, but even so it was always going to be a single, and that takes the score to 122 for 1. So Renshaw has moved on to 48, and Abel on 38 to take strike. No short extras at all for Abel, but there is a shortish mid-wicket, and this ball is stylishly nudged through extra cover for a single. Tom Wesley runs round from mid-off to do the fielding. 123 for 1 and 39 to Abel.
Given a lot of air, that last delivery from Simon Harmer. But Tom Abel just played a firm push at it rather than going hell for leather for the full-blooded off-drive.
Harmer round the wicket to the left-hander. Again, there is turn, but it pitched outside off stump, and to the left-hander, the what we describe as an off-break bowler, which Harmer is, but to the left-hander it simply moves further away. And now the 2 short extras for the left-hander have moved closer together. but they're not relevant to the next delivery, which pitches just outside off and again turns away. Harmer's building up here to try and bowl the arm ball, see if he can catch Renshaw out. We've had two that have turned away here. Got a silly gully in. Oh, and this one takes a leading edge, but typically for this pitch it goes all along the ground out to point. So leading edge, yes. Moral victory for the bowler, yes. But anywhere close to getting a wicket, not on your Nelly. 123 for 1 at the end of the over. 48 to Renshaw, 39 to Abel.
And from what we've seen this morning, it seems to be rather easier for the right-handers or the right-hander in the case of Tom Abel, to play Simon Harmer than the left-hander. And the good news about that is that Somerset have only got amongst their top and middle order batsmen one left-hander, and that's James Rue. We've got George Bartlett, right hand, to come in next, then Lewis Goldsworthy, right hand next, then Rue, and then Gregory, Aldridge and Overton, all right-handers. So Simon Harmer may not be quite such a threat to the right-handers as to the left-handers. In the meantime, we've got Shane Snater from the Hayes close end to bowl to the right-handed Tom Abel with a slip in the gully. Oh, and that's playing a miss from Abel. He shouldn't really have played at it at all. He was just drawn into playing a nothing sort of shot at a ball outside the off stump, leaving him. He didn't need to play it in the first place, and instead of playing a proper, decisive, attacking shot at it, he just rather sort of waved his bat.
Yeah, hung the bat out at it, and it's good delivery from Snater, but as you say, poor shot, and that really is the closest we've come to seeing a wicket go down today.
Momentary lapse of concentration as Snater is in bowls outside the off stump, and once bitten, twice shy before Tom Abel lifts his bat well out of the way of that one.
Learnt from his earlier error. We've heard from Nick Warner at BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com, and he says, I'd like to see two divisions, and similar to American football, you play games against both divisions. If you're playing a team in your division, it's a 4-day game. If in a different division, it's a 3-day game, giving the Division 2 side an incentive not to lose.
Well, interesting idea. Snater bowls and Abel defends, and Buttleman applauds, runs up to the stumps.
And he continues, this could also accommodate festival weeks, which were always very lucrative and bring cricket to other areas in the county, as you could fit 2 3-day games into a festival week. As to the new proposals, I'm reminded of that excellent book by Michael Henderson, That Will Be England Gone, quoting Ted Hughes, of course. I've read that book, and there aren't many books I've ever read, so I enjoyed it. A very good book indeed. Glad you mentioned it, Nick.
Snater bowls outside the off stump, long way outside the off stump, and no shot from Tom Abel.
Nick signs himself off listening to the great commentary in Portsmouth. Glad you're enjoying it, Nick, and as I say, Michael Henderson, who has done a feature on outgrounds in the Times over several seasons now, and I last met him at Chesterfield, the most wonderful outground, and that was back in 2014. I haven't actually bumped into him since, sadly, but I agree with you, it's well worth the read. That Will Be England Gone.
It's Snater to Abel, and Abel defends. Yeah, I think there is a bit too much pessimism around at the moment, particularly amongst fans of county championship cricket. You know, I think there was a correspondent earlier on this morning that Nick was quoting, who said that the 100 is going to be the death of English cricket, and there'll be no future for proper cricket in 10 years' time. I mean, I think we've just got to learn to live with 100. It clearly is going to be around at least until 2028.
Yes, it's like COVID. It's like COVID.
It's outside the off stump from Snater. You know, proper cricket, if you want to call it that, it's just got to work around the 100, because the ECB are committed to it. Sky Television have paid goodness knows how many hundreds of millions of pounds to broadcast it up to 2028.
Yeah, I mean, I would actually happily, same for all counties, well, I suppose it isn't, but nevertheless I would play a couple of championship games, you know, while the 100's going on.
Wouldn't do for Somerset. We lose 9 players to that.
Yeah, I mean, I think, it would give a bit of a chance, though, to some who weren't going to get it otherwise, to be brought
Well, he's
into the
certainly
team.
done that in the 50 over
Yeah. And
competition being played.
The lovely thing is when some of those players actually played very well. And last year, Essex had a couple of lads who really starred in the 50 over competition. Josh Reimer and Feroz Kouchi. Harmer begins a new over from the River End and bowls just outside off stump. Renshaw leaves 123 for 1.
Be interesting to know what proportion of Simon Harmer's deliveries have been bowled at Matt Renshaw as opposed to Tom Abel.
Yeah, good point, because it's certainly quite a big percentage. As the next one, now that one actually does leap up. It's beautifully taken by Buttleman, who I have to say is doing a good job out there replacing the injured Adam Rossington. 123 for 1 on the board.
I'd guess it was at least 75%.
I think you're bound to be right, as Harmer's in again. Gives us plenty of air not to be tempted. Renshaw plays it out to Brown in the covers. We've heard from Herbert Chinnery, who says good morning from Rainham in Essex. Enjoying the stream and informative commentary today. Thank you. Best wishes, Len. Thank you very much indeed. In fact, Len Chinnery signs himself. The next ball is played out to wide long off, and Matt Critchley is down there to keep it to a single. 124 for 1.
Don't see that very often, a full toss from Simon Harmer.
No, it's true. 49 now to Matt Renshaw, who was put down. I can't remember if he just got off the mark at the time or not. May well have been on naught, because I think it was about the third ball of the innings.
Was,
yeah. And Anthony was able to confirm that he interviewed Matt at close of play yesterday. He did confirm he had nicked it. Harmer's in bowls, and that's very well bowled, but very well played by Tom Abel, because it was beautifully flighted to try and do the batsman in the flight, but Abel, who was coming forward out of his crease, got everything behind it, kept his eye on the ball. He's playing Harmer well. Thank you very much to Dick Davis for bringing me a cup of tea. And this next ball is played into the offside for no run, and another Harmer over goes by in the blink of an eye. And 124 for 1. So Dick, who was with us for the first 2 days on commentary, is now officially our tea boy.
Yes, nicely played those last 2 deliveries. Toss right up to Tom Abel. He has played a couple of sweeps to Simon Harmer, perfectly successfully, but I just wonder about that technique on a pitch where there is some variation in bounce, not wildly, but certainly some of Simon Harmer's deliveries have bounced quite sharply, more outside the left-handers off stump than the right-handers. But it's a risky shot when there is variation in bounce. The sweep brings the top edge into play, or even the bottom edge back down onto the stumps.
Had an email from Gillian Price, a Somerset supporter. Great to hear from you, Gillian. We'll come to your points after this ball.
Snater to Renshaw. And this is tucked away down to long leg, where young Benkenstein does the fielding, and that's Matt Renshaw's 50. 50 from 139 deliveries with 7 fours. And not by any means a typical Matt Renshaw innings. He's quite a swashbuckling opening batsman. It's his second 50 of the season, to go with the century that he made earlier in the season against Warwickshire. Snater's in and bowls to Abel, who, not sure if he just withdrew his bat at the last moment from that. It was probably the best ball that Snater has bowled. Just leaving Abel outside the off stump, watching the replay. I think he just played inside the line deliberately, but that's the second moment of uncertainty that Abel has had against Snater in the last couple of overs.
Gillian says, I've been muttering for some time about the first innings of championship matches being limited to, say, 100 overs, points to be gathered by then. What are your thoughts on that?
Here is Snater in and bowls, and Abel cuts this away through the offside for 4 runs. That is Snater's weakness. That's the third time he's dragged one down, and the second time that Tom Abel has taken full toll and whacked it through the offside for 4, moves on to 43, 129 for 1. Well, we did have a period when first innings were limited to 110 overs, I think, wasn't it?
Well, it is now, and
no, the actual.
Oh, right, the innings altogether.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the innings altogether.
Yes.
I looked to Nick Gledhill for confirmation.
Yes, sorry, that is Julian's point. Yes, fair enough, my mistake.
We have tried that in the past. Snater bowls. Abel pushes this into a gap on the offside and will pick up a single, as Benkenstein, the substitute fielder, has to move to his right to do the fielding. 130 for 1, 44 now to Abel. These two have added 90 for the second wicket.
Yes, I mean, I wouldn't object to that at all, but I think the powers that be probably would, because they'd say they're trying to make test match players and they would want them to bat for a day and a half if they could.
Absolutely. Snater from the Hayes Close end in his headband. And Renshaw just coming across his crease and playing that into the onside.
Had an email from Howard Bishop who says, "Dear all, love listening to the commentary, love how you talk about all things cricket and other subjects as well. Keep it up." Thank you very much. Howard from sunny Clacton, glad you're enjoying the commentary. Thank you for emailing in. 130 for 1 on the board, and Snater has beaten Abel a couple of times, but only rarely has a wicket looked likely.
Snater to Renshaw, drives on the bounce, and it's not taken cleanly by Matt Critchley. It's short mid-wicket, but there's no run. It's the end of the over. It's 130 for 1. Time for me to make way for Nick Gledhill. That will be after a few words from Paul Newton.
Many thanks to Anthony Gibson for the time being. He'll return in half an hour, and Nick Gledhill is making his way to take over from Anthony. And Simon Harmer will continue, doubtless, from the river end. Thank you for all of you emailing. Keep them coming. John and Margaret Parsons say from their home in Suffolk, while Adam Rossington is the number 1 keeper, who do you rate as number 2, Buttleman or Pepper? Presumably Adam Wheater has completely finished. Well, I think you're right in thinking that we probably shan't see Adam Wheater again. And it's pretty close, I would think, between Michael Pepper and Will Buttleman. I wouldn't like to say, really, I haven't seen enough of either of them wicket-keeping to be able to say one is better than the other. Michael Pepper certainly is potentially a terrific batsman. Some of his innings in the T20 this year were outstanding, and it's not as if he can't play red ball cricket. He made either 100 or 90 odd up at Chester Street a couple of years ago. Nick was there to see it, so he'll be able to tell me. I think he might just have fallen short of 100.
Yeah, he did. It was sad he got a chance against Hampshire on the most difficult pitch against one of the stronger attacks of the season. I think he got 0-1 in the game.
Yes, that was a pity. Harmer's in. Bowls, and this ball's nicely played through the covers here by Tom Abel. It might just be hauled short of the boundary. Tom Wesley is herring after it. He'll knock it back and they'll come back for 3. And that takes the score to 133 for 1, and Abel moves up to 47.
Gillian's point about the 100 over limit, yeah, that used to be the way, certainly in the 70s and 80s, I remember. If you were to do that now, you might as well have 10:30 starts and play 3-day games, because of course we did have 3-day cricket at that particular point. Since we've gone to 4 days, apart from the Bob Willis Trophy, which was a special situation to protect weak bowling attacks, it's been unlimited, I think, in terms of duration of the first innings since the 4 days started.
Yeah. This next ball is well played by Renshaw from Harmer. There's no run there, and just to finish the point on the wicket-keeping issue, Buttleman has looked very stylish out there today, as Harmer is in and bowls, and Renshaw has hit this into the ground, and it bounces up. The crowd catch, as it were, and Dan Lawrence takes it. Doesn't actually throw it up, but hints to the crowd, was it a catch, as the next ball is played back to the bowler.
Well, interesting to see he'll keep in the 50 overs if Washington isn't fit. And I suspect they'll want Pepper playing in that, given his strength. It could be they both play.
Yeah, that would be nice, because They're two good young prospects. Harmer to Renshaw. All defence, back to the bowler. And we've heard from Simon Adby. He says, good morning, gentlemen. A first-time emailer, but long-time listener to your excellent commentary and viewer of the live stream. Thank you for your comments, Simon. You've quite a bit more to say as the next ball is turned to mid-wicket. No run, 133 for one, and just while we wait for the overs to change over, he goes on, apologies if you've already covered this. Has Adam Wheater actually left the club, or is he still around? Well, I think he's vaguely still around, but effectively I don't expect to see him play again. This is no reflection of his ability at all, but Essex don't seem to have missed him this year. Rossington has been a great signing, who has made contributions in all formats, a fantastic piece of late pre-season business. It would be nice if Wheater got an opportunity to say goodbye to the Chelmsford faithful. Perhaps appearances in the Royal London Cup are in the offing, question mark. Wicketkeeper has not been a position Essex have been found wanting in for a number of years. The future appears to be in safe hands, courtesy of Buttleman and Pepper. I'm interested to hear your thoughts. Keep up the great work. Yes, thank you very much, Simon. And as you say, Essex not short of wicket-keeping options, and we're going to see a rare incursion into the attack of the left-arm over-bowling of Paul Walter.
Who I don't think bowled much at all at the Oval.
No.
So that's interesting that he's coming on now. Obviously an indication there's not a lot in it for the other bowlers.
No, I mean, I don't think we've seen much of him at all season, to be honest.
I shall have a look. Sort of only been a sort of handful of overs here and there. He hasn't really bowled enough to qualify as a four-seamer, and so it's one of my hobby horses of this season. When you look at why Essex aren't challenging, they're 60-70 points adrift at the top, there's a couple of reasons. Obviously the nature of the pitches here, take out the Hampshire match, and obviously they won easily against Gloucestershire, but this pitch looks quite similar to the first three, where 69 wickets fell in 3 days, as Walter ups the wicket bowls, and that's just flicked away past square leg, and a single for Abel. These two approaching the 100 stand now, looking very good indeed. 134 for one in the 47th over. I think they came together at 40, didn't they, from
yes,
memory, Paul?
Correct.
So, yes, it's been a very good stand, and it's just indication really that although Harmer's bowled well, there's not been enough in it for the seamers really to be much of a constant threat, and these two have settled in very well. At the moment, Somerset are nicely on course to save the follow-on, which probably will be enough to save the game for them.
Yes, going back to the Oval, so much depended on that game, and at 112 for 7, had a catch been taken off Will Jacks, they would be 32 points behind Surrey instead of the current 64.
Yes, I agree. It's outside the off stump, and there is no run, left alone by Renshaw. And the other thing that's happening, look at the two innings that have made the difference in away defeats. A lot of similarity for me between the Burgess innings, I think it was 170 odd, and Jack's 150. In both cases, they sort of saw off the three-man seam attack and were able to attack the spinners on a pitch offering them very little.
Burgess, that refers to the Warwickshire game at Edgbaston in April.
Yes, there's Walter bowls, and this is played up at just a gentle little shot for a single, a push into the offside for a single by Renshaw. 135 for one, Stanworth 95, Essex made 505 for 9 declared.
Yeah, just on that business of the Oval, what I found very disappointing, Surrey are the better side at the moment, but Wesley, Brown and Lawrence had batted England into a position, not England, Essex into a position where if they got their heads down and played the same way, there could have been a different result. There was all the time in the world, but the next 4 batsmen went in as if they were still in T20 mode.
Yes, Walter left arm over the wicket bowls, and that's too much leg stump there. It's off on the pads and just flicked away for a single with no problem at all for Abel. 136 for 1, and Somerset well placed here to bat for quite a long time, you feel. Well, let's see what their strategy is if they do get up to around about 400.
Paul Walter, who has been batting commendably in the red ball games this season, but for some reason in that second in at the Oval, he was taking the short pitch stuff on and shouldn't have done really, threw his wicket away.
Walter bowls again, and that's a little push drive just in front of square on the offside, and scoring fairly comfortably off Walter in this over. Another single there as it goes out to Aaron Beard at deep cover.
And Critchley, 2 boundaries and out. Then we had Rossington, who played superbly in the first innings, really got his head down and mixed defence with aggression, but in the second innings was out to a shot that Dick, who was on commentary at the time, said immediately he wouldn't want to see the replay of that very often. And Snater, well, I suppose he only plays the one way, but, you know, if they'd all dug in the way that the top order batsmen had done, Essex could have made a much closer fight of it.
Walter up to the wicket, bowls, and played again. Little push and a run. Nice placement. The run's there. Abel just pushing it away with no power up towards mid-on, comfortably through for a single. We've got some Somerset fans down in front of us, and very happy that Abel has got to his 50 from 105 balls with 7 fours, and the partnership is worth 98. It has power to add as well. 138 for 152 to Renshaw. And Simon's point about players getting a chance to say goodbye, it doesn't tend to happen, Paul, as a rule of thumb, does it?
No,
farewell games.
It doesn't. You're quite right. Gives me the chance to say as well that Graham Gooch, BBC Essex, are running an hour's programme later this evening from 6 o'clock to 7 o'clock, commemorating 25 years since the great man that played his final innings here, bowled up by Alamgir Sheriar for 11, I think it was, in 1997. And all sorts of guests are on the programme, which Victoria Polly will host, and put together by Paul Jocelyn. We'll hear from Graham Gooch himself. So do be listening to that 6 o'clock tonight on BBC Essex. Matt Critchley coming into the attack at the river end to replace Simon Harmer. 138 for 1, as you say, Somerset with power to add. But yes, I don't think there will be a sort of one-off send-off for Adam Wheater, because it's simply not the way things are done here.
No, I'm trying to remember if Tender Scarter ended up having a farewell game, or maybe he chose not to, from my memory. It might have been he didn't want to, because it, deprive other players of a chance. I think that was the thinking at the time.
Critchley to bowl his first ball of the morning. Tosses this right up, and it's played into the onside for a single by Abel, who moves to 51, 139 for 1. Tender Scarter did have, however, very unusually, and rightly so, let me hasten to add, one lunchtime in the final game of the season. All the players on the Essex staff lined up in a guard of honour for him, and he made quite an emotional speech for about 15 minutes. And in the end, the whole lunch hour was taken up as a tribute to him, and as I say, that was a very, very nice send-off.
Yes, it's always nice to see that.
But James Foster, on the other hand, who was a great servant to Essex, didn't really get much of a send-off at all. Critchley to bowl to Renshaw. Reverse sweep, and herring round the boundary. Shane Snater keeps it down to a single. 53 to Renshaw, 140 for 1.
Interesting that Anthony's saying that Somerset, obviously now in a position, having conceded 500, is basically a must-not-lose situation, and if the 100 stand comes up, so they'll be happy to bat for as long as they can, I think.
Yep, 100 stand, well spotted, Nick, and the next ball is played back to the bowler. We heard from Nick Hutton, who says, I found it interesting to listen to the comments and ideas from listeners yesterday on the subject of the ECB's plans. This is my 2 pennyworth. In the interest of brevity, I will not go too deeply into the thinking behind it, as this next ball is tossed up, well fielded at short extra by Simon Harmer. There's no run there. He says perhaps cricket has reached a point where it should structure like rugby, with the full game of 15s and the 7s. Critchley bowls again. This ball played straight to Lawrence at mid-wicket, no run. Especially at the top level, the two are treated separately and require different skills and disciplines. So for cricket, especially at the top level, you will require players to specialise in either red ball or T20 and the 100. They choose one or the other. I'm open-minded as to whether you put 50 overs into the red ball side or the T20 100 in terms of players being available and match scheduling. And there will be a run here as Abel plays it gracefully out to deep cover. And they get 1 run. Aaron Beard does the fielding, 141 for 1 at the end of that over. Just finishing your points. In practice then, you say to someone like Johnny Bairstow, you can go off and earn your millions playing the IPL and elsewhere, but you'll never play in the Ashes. Of course, this idea carried more weight before Bairstow's innings in the tests against New Zealand, but I still stand by the idea as worth exploring. It would mean county and test matches could be scheduled without having to compete with T20, etc. for players. I could expand on this idea, but I'll leave it there. Now back to the proper cricket you are describing today. Yes, I favour the red ball game and do not bother with anything below 50 overs. Mickey Mouse stuff. Thank you to Nick in Stowmarket.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose the premise behind that idea is you could end up scheduling, tests alongside or at the same time as white ball games, but TV wouldn't like that. I know that happened to a certain extent with the Netherlands one-day internationals, which almost just about coincided with a test match, but be a very hard sell for television. That Walter bowls, and that's just played with a stretch of the bat from Abel just into the offside. There's no run. These two put on 141 for 1 in reply to the Essex 505 for 9 declared. So, and I think most young players, their main ambition when they start is to play Test cricket for their country, and then perhaps as they develop their career, perhaps then to go on and specialise, as Owen Morgan did, for example, in white ball. As this is clipped away around the just in front of square, nice stroke away out towards deep mid wicket. Think of a second, it's not there, but runs coming very comfortably, and to be honest, a wicket would be against the run of play at this stage. 142 for 1.
And we've heard from Anne, who answers the question asked a few moments ago. She says, I think you were just talking about Michael Pepper playing in the 50-over comp this year and whether he or Will Buttleman will be keeping wicket. You may have missed the news that Michael Pepper has been drafted into the 100 team for the Yorkshire Durham
of course.
team.
Well spotted, Anne.
Yeah, and she said, which is being coached by a certain James Foster, one to this parish.
That was a very good spot, that, Anne. I've forgotten about that. That's clipped away round the corner by Renshaw. Again, slightly shorter ball from Walter, just dug in, but he had all the time in the world on his slow pitch just to play it away out towards square leg, and another single. These two looking very comfortable, 143 for 1.
And she concludes, so he won't be available for Essex, but will probably just be running around with drinks and towels instead.
That would be the annoying thing, but the great thing is, from Michael Pepper's point of view, with his performances in the T20 have basically given him a platform to play in the 100, and for that's something I'm sure which will be very good if he gets a chance, as this is played on the bounce towards short mid wicket by Abel, and there's no run, and we wish him well. Mark in touch about the format for the championship. Mark Smith, nice to hear from you. Says, why can't the ECB promote 2 minor counties to become full counties and then have 20 counties, which would mean to have 2 leagues of 10, and then you'd be able to play each county home and away. And you say it's not fair, some counties playing once and some twice. That's a very good point, actually, that last point, as this is again easily flicked away just in front of square, nice single, no risk in the shot out towards deep mid wicket, and one more goes to the totals. It goes out towards Jamie Porter, 144 for 1. I suspect, Mark, we're not likely to get that they want fewer counties, not more, the ECB, but your point about sides playing each other once, but 3 leading sides in the top division this year, Surrey, Lancashire and Hampshire, all play each other only once. That might explain why they're all doing so well, as this is played just wide of Gully, goes down towards the third man boundary, which is untenanted from Renshaw. I'm not sure it's exactly what he was intending, but it's going to eventually go for 4. It went past Harmer in the Gully, and there was nobody down on the third man boundary, so the innings continues with a 4, and Somerset moving along very nicely indeed. 148 for 1, Renshaw 58 and Abel 54. Essex making 505 for 9 declared. So yeah, I think it is an oddity of the current. There's too much of some sides playing each other once and some twice, Mark, for it to be a fair division. And you also say, how do counties become full members like Durham did back in 1992? Probably with great difficulty these days, I suspect, Mark, because they do probably want fewer counties rather than more.
Definitely right, and It's not, we don't like your idea, it's just the likelihood of the current leadership of the ECB going along with that zero, I'm afraid, as Critchley's in bowls. And it's a good delivery, but nicely played into the covers for a single. Played it very late, Tom Abel, and just for a moment I thought Critchley might be in there, but not so. That posts the 50th run of the morning, resuming at 99 for 1. The score has now gone along to 149 for 1, with Renshaw on 58, Abel on 54. For some reason they haven't put that latest single up on the board yet. Critchley's in, around the wicket to the left-handed Renshaw. Critchley leg spin, played to Simon Harmer, who has been given a very rare rest here. It's a bit of a comment on the lack of any help from him at all from this pitch. Same applying to all bowlers alike, and this ball is smashed down for 4 runs back over the bowler's head, and Renshaw moves along to 62 and score to 153 for 1. Again, the board yet to put those runs up, but can reassure Somerset supporters you're not being robbed of them, they will be added.
Both Surrey and Hampshire have taken a couple of wickets this morning, both in pretty strong positions. Warwickshire 39 for 2, still 24 behind, and Yorkshire 66 for 3, only 7 ahead of Hampshire.
Critchley to bowl to Renshaw, reverse sweep, paddle perhaps rather than sweep, a reverse paddle. Goes down to the besun-hatted Shane Snater at deep backward square leg in terms of his position to a right-hander, deep backward point with the left-hander playing the reverse sweep right-handed, and it's 154 for 1. Board now back up to date. Renshaw to 63, dropped on naught, remember, and this ball's played in the offside. And having seen Essex bat for 160 odd overs, Nick, when that catch went down in the first over, you kind of knew that there weren't going to be many similar chances for Essex or for whoever might have been playing. There's an appeal for LBW from Matt Critchley, but given not out, I thought there was a bit of bat in that as well as pad, and the over ends with 50 overs bowled in the innings, and Somerset finding it just as easy as Essex did before them. It's one of these what I call dratted one innings matches, that is to say where each side bats for the better part of 2 days, and you know there's very little else. Essex 505 for 9 declared, Somerset 154 for 1, but the further evil is that because it's a slow pitch, actually scoring runs quickly and attractively isn't easy. 63 to Matt Renshaw and 55 to Tom Abel.
Just interesting of note, the game at Cheltenham, which certainly isn't affecting the top of the table. Gloucestershire, who've been at rock bottom this season, 317. Northants 407 for 8. But I note that David Sales' son, James Sales, I think this is just his 3rd first-class game, is 50 not out. So well done to him. As this is played off the back foot from Walter. Again, so much time to play the stroke, Renshaw, and down towards the 3rd man boundary. It's not quite going to be cut off, I don't think. No, good attempt down there, but 4 more runs. And I say the ball is just coming onto the bat very nicely from Walter at the moment. The batsmen have got so much time to play, and this really is a very slow and rather unforgiving pitch, particularly if you drop an important catch, as you say, Paul. 154 for 1, Renshaw 67, Abel 55.
No, perfectly put. It really is, as I say, from a very early stage, I think we suspected that this game had all the hallmarks of being a draw, because we've unfortunately more recently seen this type of pitch become, you know, not all the time, but fairly regular here at Chelmsford.
And here's the next one. It's a good delivery from Walter, to his credit, because there's not much in it for him out there, but actually he got the batsman Renshaw turned around there by one that just left him, and that was a nice piece of bowling, and not too many instances of the ball beating the batsman outside the off stump.
No, it was a fine piece of bowling, but you know, the curse of the slowness and lowness of this pitch was almost seen there, because had he just got the edge, it's a moot point whether it would have carried to the keeper, who did actually take it very nicely indeed.
Indeed, as this is slightly short, but actually the ball takes a while to get to Renshaw, and that disturbs his timing. In the end, he just clubs it with no timing up towards mid-wicket. That's because the ball took more time to get to him than he was expecting on as he went through with a pull shot. No run.
But when Essex were batting, there were 5 occasions when the ball took the edge and didn't quite carry. And so we had the sight of a second slip donning the helmet and standing 2 yards further forward than the other slips, and still the ball struggled to carry, and that can't be good.
No. And here is Walter bowling it well pitched up and played up into the covers, and there's no run. Shy comes in at the stumps and misses, and they actually get through for an overthrow. So one of those days there's not a lot happening for the fielding side, and Porter through there but missed the stumps, and they were able to get through for an extra. So 159 for 1. And say not a lot happening for Essex in the field at the moment. Now, it's almost rare to see Harmer not bowling continuously for a session.
Yes, you're quite right about that. And Porter absolutely right to shy at the stumps. There are very few opportunities to take a wicket out there. Had it hit, it would have been very, very close. Not convinced that Renshaw would actually have got his bat down in time.
As Walter up to the wicket from the Hayes close end bowls, and again plenty of time for Abel just to play the ball down into the crease to where short leg would be, up towards square leg for another single. 160 for 1. Yes, for me, Paul, obviously these Chelmsford pitches, the Hampshire game was so refreshing. People were saying, oh, the pitch, terrible spinning on the first day, but it produced fabulous cricket in the sense that there was ability to play strokes as well, and a 12-run victory in the end. Great for the spectators. Real tension on the last day as Hampshire showed what they were about this season. As here comes Walter again, bowls, and that's a bouncer which goes through to Battleman with no shot offered. Obviously the Gloucestershire pitch was quite like the Hampshire one, but clearly there's a gulf between the sides, which there probably wasn't in the Essex-Hampshire game, and therefore it was, and obviously Alistair Cook was a gulf in himself, and that partnership between Cook and Wesley effectively settled the game, albeit Essex rather fell away disappointingly, certainly as far as Anthony McGrath was concerned, after that partnership was broken. But the 3 pitches at the start of the season and this one, yes, 8 points for a draw is all well and good, but you've got to win a percentage of your home games. And the other point I would say, Paul, I've talked about the Jacks and Burgess. When Essex have pitches away from home that they know don't suit Harmer, they do have an options in the squad, but they need to back Harmer at 7 and play 4 seamers, I think, because it just keeps the pressure on, particularly if you've got, I think it was grass on that pitch at the Oval, and there were wickets obviously with the new ball in both innings. It just allows to keep the pressure on a bit longer.
Yep, good point. I agree. As this next ball is played into the offside, beautiful piece of fielding, but throwing off balance. Aaron Beard wasn't able to throw it quite hard enough to raise the prospect of a run out as the ball was played into the offside. They get the single, 161 for 1, with Abel on 57 and Renshaw on 68, and Critchley prepares to bowl to the left-handed Renshaw with the slip and a bat pad. Ball, a little bit of turn there, and goes to backward square leg. Again, there will be no run. Jamie Porter doing the fielding, and 161 for 1 remains the score. Very overcast here at Chelmsford this morning. Next ball is played back down the pitch to the bowler. The forecast at the moment have got it right, saying that there was only a small chance of a shower at any point in the day, but that it would be very cloudy. As Critchley's in again, bowls and reverse sweep here, brings Shane Snater in off the long leg boundary or deep backward square leg boundary. It's a nice take there from a poor throw by Buttleman, substituting for the injured Adam Rossington, who's snagged a finger, and he's exacerbated it. It's an injury going back certainly to the Oval and possibly even further than that. 162 for 1 up on the board, and Renshaw moves along to 69, and was always likely, having been dropped on 0, that Essex would pay for that. They did the same with Will Jacks, dropped on 9 at the Oval. He went on to be 150 not out, and it turned the whole match around. Abel plays the next ball defensively into the offside for no run. 162 for 1, and Critchley is in once more and bowls. This ball is played to, again, Shane Snater off the square leg boundary. Another single Somerset milking the attack very easily indeed. 163 for 1, Abel 58, Renshaw 69.
And just to confirm our email address, because I think I gave you an old one earlier on. It was bbcessexcricket@gmail.com if you'd like to get in touch. And thanks for the emails we've had so far this morning. Don't forget, got John Stevenson, Essex Chief Executive, coming into the box during the afternoon. And also
2 o'clock to 3 o'clock he'll be here.
And also, sort of either side of that probably, we're going to do a little countdown of the 20 players who've made the most runs in all formats. Now obviously T20 doesn't have a lot of impact because obviously you don't tend to get a lot of runs in that. To a certain extent, ODIs and limited overs games and county level do have quite a big impact, but 16 of those 20 players are English, and there's no surprise about that because English players play a lot more cricket than overseas players.
Does this cover all the
Yes, it covers everything. It's the most runs basically. Here is Walter, and that's clipped away round the corner down towards fine leg for a single, and with things fairly quiet we might make a little bit of a start on that, but we'll just run through it through the afternoon. 164 for 1, Renshaw 69 and Abel 59. These two are put on 124 for the second wicket. Somerset needs 356 in order to avoid the follow-on. The one Division 1 game we haven't yet mentioned this morning, Lancashire, who made a bit of a mess of things really in the first couple of days of the game. They're 68 for 1, 57 behind Kent. Lancashire in third place, needing to win that game to stay really in big contention, as this is run down off the open face past Harmer. Going to be a couple more down towards deep backward point. 2 more go to a total, but as I say, if a wicket falls, Paul, it will be against the run of play as Aaron Beard completes the fielding. 166 for 1.
So much so that you perhaps normally would have run out at quite a long price in your what are the odds against the manner of dismissal when the next wicket falls. I remember the bookmakers always used to give about 6 to 1 against a run out, which was pretty mean anyway, but it was one of the outsiders, might be one of the favourites here.
As Walter bowls, that's one that's just a bit slower. I think it almost bounces twice before it gets through to Battleman there. That certainly indicated the pace of the pitch. It was left alone by Renshaw, who knows that basically, like Abel, there's a very big total to be had out there if he just keeps his concentration, because there's not a lot in it for the bowlers. 166 for 1.
Yeah, indeed, it did bounce twice, and the second bounce was right in front of him, and he very wisely just let it hit his body rather than try and get the gloves in the way.
So here's Walter again. It's a bouncer. Let's put a lot of effort in to get that to bounce as it did, but Renshaw spotted it and had no problem just leaving it alone, and say very, very little threat. This pitch to me, I think some of the Somerset players were thinking that this is a Harmer pitch early on, understandably, but this is a different pitch to the Hampshire pitch and the Gloucestershire pitch, Paul.
Yep. Certainly is. I've been impressed with Buttleman's wicket keeping. His only previous appearances have been in T20 games where he opened the batting and never gave himself a chance to play himself in.
This is run down towards backward point, Harmer, for a single, and again very comfortable addition to the score. 167 for 1. Somerset, of course, potentially threatened by relegation, although if we do have a 12-team top division divided into 2, see, for me, Paul, as long as all the games are played in England, I can just about live with that, as long as they're semi-finals, so you've got a chance of the top sides playing each other.
Just to say, we'll have Anthony back at the end of this over, which is just coming up.
Walter bowls, and this is driven away into the covers up towards Lawrence, and there's no run. So John Stevenson at 2 o'clock, and also this list of the 20 players who've made the most runs in basically first class, list day and T20. 16 Englishmen and 4 overseas players, and we'll go through that also during the afternoon. The reason for doing that today, Paul's already alluded to it as a clue, but we will be having a look at that during the course of the proceedings, probably during the afternoon, maybe in the final session. Mark says that you'd like to see the 50-over competition turned back into a knockout event like the old NatWest. There's too much white ball cricket, and it would be nice to bring back a knockout event which would create the odds shock and help the minor counties generate some extra cash for their clubs. Yes, of course, we do have the minor counties involved on Sunday, actually, in these sort of friendly games, almost for no apparent reason other than the fact that they're there, because they're not competitive games, like in the old days when it was a humiliation for the first-class county if you lost to the minor county. What was it, in the first round of the Gillette Cup, wasn't it, if I remember rightly? Over to you.
Harmer is in and bowls just short of a length to Renshaw, who turns it into the onside, and they set off for another single. They're rotating the strike well, these two. It's a hallmark of, one of the hallmarks of Tom Abell's batting, and particularly important, obviously, if you've got a left and right hand combination. 168 for 1. I overheard someone in the crowd, and I was watching just by the sight screen. Come back to that in a moment. As Harmer bowls to Abel, is back on his stumps, turning that into the onside. Thinks about a single, it's not there. As Lawrence is quickly around, he said, "This game isn't going anywhere."
It's a very accurate prediction. I wouldn't disagree with it.
And,
not that we're encouraging you not to stay with us, of course.
Well, Essex need to pick up a couple of wickets before lunch, as this is turned into a gap on the onside this time by Tom Abel. Moves on to 60. Renshaw, who's certainly in the last 3 or 4 overs looked the more aggressive of the two. He's on 73. It's 169 for 1. And Simon Harmer has had his break, and he's back now in his 20th over, bowling to Renshaw, and that was the one that went on with the arm and turned into the onside by Renshaw for a single. Renshaw having a chat with every Essex cricketer he comes within 5 yards of. he had a good old conflab with Paul Walter in the previous over. Here's Harmer, and Abel coming down the pitch, and Harmer saw him coming, dropped it in short, but Abel adjusted well and turned it into the onside for another single. 171 for 1. Abel moves on to 61. There is turn for Simon Harmer, but it's quite slow turn.
Yeah, not a lot of bounce compared to some pitches he's had this season.
He's there again, bowls to Renshaw. That one again goes on with the arm. Renshaw deals with it comfortably enough. That's the end of another over, the 54th of the innings. It's 171 for 1, 74 to Renshaw and 61 to Abel.
Yes, Mark, certainly. I think both Anthony and myself have got sort of fond memories of that old straight knockout competition, Gillette Cup, followed by the NatWest Trophy, which sort of ran in the second half of the season with the Benson Hedges Cup in the first half. But more likely, I think, to revert to sort of Benson Hedges Cup type format, which is where you could potentially have an extra team. It used to be things like combined universities or minor counties, east and west, to make up 4 groups of 5, and then you go into a knockout stage after that. I don't think there's much chance of a straight knockout competition of a sort that you would like, but I can't rule anything out. But let's see what happens to 50 over cricket next season. Indeed, in a couple of years' time, will they still leave it as an undercard of the 100 because they can't think of anything else for the counties to do during the 100?
Well, I mean, if it's early season, another advantage of it is that apart from the players who'll be involved in the IPL,
yes,
counties should have their full strength to choose from.
And with England defending a World Cup as well, as a point, it's. I just think that's something they need to do, but as I say, not 8 group games because that will take too long, and you won't be able to play championship cricket. I think, there's a way of playing, putting that in early season and playing. You've still got room for 12 championship games, and you could possibly move the T20 back into the old 3 groups of 6 if you wanted just to trim it down a little bit further, because you can get through that a bit quicker. And I think what I'd do, Anthony, is I'd have in that where the T20 is going on, because counties like to have their T20 games Friday, Sunday. You use your Tuesdays for the knockout rounds of the of the 50 over competition. That would lead to a final at Lords in midsummer.
And counties could sell them.
And have
packages.
Absolutely, have a little bit of lead-in time. So here's first ball of a new over. This is from Beard, and flick round the corner down towards fine leg, and Porter is there. First appearance from Beard this morning, 172 for 1, and it's his 7th over, 6 overs and 1 ball's number 27. Renshaw 74 and Abel 62. So we've seen a rotation of the seamers at that far end with Snater. We had Porter first up, bit of Walter and Beard, and it's been Harmer and Critchley from the river end.
So Essex using all their options, but no one's been successful this morning. 172 for one. Renshaw on strike with 74. Here's Beard, straight approach up to the wicket from the Hayes close end. Bowled on the pads of Renshaw and worked away nicely down towards deep backward square leg. They've got one. There'll be a second there because the fielder's got some way to move around the boundary. Comes back for the second, and there is 2 to the total. 174 for one. And this is put into context from Somerset's point of view. The 505 for 9 that Essex scored in the first 2 days. Anthony.
It has indeed. I described the Essex 505 as worthy but a bit dull, and I think the same could be said for Somerset this morning, just to even things up. These two just beginning to put their foot on the accelerator, because batting points are a big factor for Somerset. They need every point they can get.
Yep, and that will be a key factor here, as this is played off the back foot and nicely by Renshaw. Full length delivery from Beard, just controlled stroke up into the offside, up towards mid-off, and gets through for a single. 175 for one.
I think you're very generous there. It was
yeah,
full length,
full toss, yeah.
Toss.
Yeah, got him on the full and played pretty comfortably. Just perhaps a slipping out of the hand of Beard, that one. A slip and a wideish gully. And we've got two, actually, almost two fielders standing at the moment behind each other, it seems. We've got a short extra cover and then a squarer, more orthodox cover. Just walking back into position now. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. And here's Stevenson again. And that's a run down between the slip and that very wide gully for 4. And
not sure, having to do some running.
Yeah, absolutely.
And breaking into a trot.
As well, that's certainly the first time he's had to do any sort of meaningful fielding today, I think. And yeah, as that one went between him and Harmer, through where a sort of second slip would have been, and Abel there, I think.
I don't think it
no,
it's only to a second slip, even then. You know,
no, it was that certainly. It wasn't where Abel was, I think, expecting to play it, but basically it was an edge, but it went, it went low, didn't it? So we've got this short extra in, so wide gully, big gap between the gully and the slip. And this is, again, hit back of the square on the offside, but more controlled by Abel. This one runs down towards deep backward point, and there is a single. So the score has moved along to 179 for one, 180 for one. Somerset have not lost a wicket this morning, and these two have batted very comfortably. I'm going back to the point we raised earlier about the infrastructure, if you like, here at Chelmsford, for want of a better word. Anthony, Michael says, yes, plenty of questions for John Stevenson, but listening to many people on the computer, perhaps questions about the infrastructure in terms of changing facilities at Chelmsford. Is there budget for improvements? We'll see, as this is delivery going down the leg side, and Renshaw just gets inside the line as it goes through. The Buttleman is a sub-keeper for Adam Rossington. And can water be taken from the River Cann with a licence to help the playing field? Because down at this end, the outfield is looking in poor condition. How's Taunton looking outfield-wise, Anthony, with the weather?
Like a billiard table.
Oh, excellent. Pleased to hear that. That is, if you were playing billiards out there at the River End.
I've never seen the outfield look better, and that's not, because we're here and it is a bit ropey. But it is absolutely immaculate at Taunton.
Absolutely, yeah. It's almost worth taking a photograph of it, and because I have to say that particularly at the River End, it's looking as though basically you could see everything that's underneath, and there's as much grass as there is almost just earth there at the moment. But a bit of rain will help. 180 for one. Renshaw 77, Abel 67, stand of 140.
Harmer to Abel. Abel defends into the onside. It's making it difficult for fielders as well. I've noticed Aaron Beard, when he dived to try and stave a forward down at third man to the left-hander, he got up and was rubbing his arm because it's very abrasive, the surface. This is tossed right up to Abel, who defends, and a number of the fielders have been left rubbing knees and elbows and wrists as they go down to make the stops. Hard work for bowlers and fielders at the moment. Abel is on the back foot to one that maybe just dipped a little bit on him. He was late on the shot in the end, was Abel. Made room for himself to cut, and the ball seemed to be eminently cuttable. But it just dipped at the last moment. Might have been an over spinner. And this time Abel's back on his stumps and will pick up a single into a gap on the offside. Takes him on to 68, 181 for 1. 356 is the initial Somerset target to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on. And I think if they can reach 356, then they'll have just about made this game safe. Harmer bowls to Renshaw, gets one that goes on with the arm, the one that he's most wary of. I asked him what his game plan was to play Simon Harmer last night, and he said, "I'm not telling you that, mate." Just in case anyone from Essex might be listening. This is outside the off stump. I like the way Harmer, when he's running in, just sort of veers in towards the stumps and then comes out again. It's not a straight run in like Jack Leach's. End of that over.
If Somerset,
1 for 1.
if Somerset think the pitch isn't going to deteriorate, Anthony, is there any thought that once Somerset have got all the batting points available to them, and once they've got past the follow-on mark, so we're talking somewhere between 350 and 400, that they pull out and say to Essex, well, look, if you're serious about getting close to Surrey, you need to set us a target, on the basis that Somerset will feel that they shouldn't get bowled out.
I'd love to think that that might be possible, but
I'm thinking old style games, aren't I? I'm thinking about how it used to be. We had a lot of that.
No, it's, I think almost every county now, the motto is safety first.
Yeah, 8 points for a draw.
Yeah.
181 for one. How many points would you have as a matter of interest? I was thinking no more than 6 for a draw.
Yeah, 6 I think would be sensible.
Yeah.
It used to be 6, didn't it?
Yeah, I think so. 3, I think, for a while, and that was probably too few. But yes, a history of draw points. If anybody's got that, let us know. But there was a time when draws had very little value at all to sides. You looked, it was all about winning and not much else. Slip under wide gully and a short extra, and that's on the pads from Beard, and Abel will just tuck it away for a single down towards fine leg. Tremendous partnership this, and of course we've had a period of super huge partnerships in recent games, usually involving Leicestershire, one way or the other. But this one's taking shape quite impressively. 182 for 1, but on 142 so far. And actually, they could extend it, as long as they don't make a mistake, they can extend it more as long as they want to, I suspect. 182 for 1. Just a slip in now for Renshaw. So leg gully, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. Wide-ish cover, backward point. As this is way down the leg side from Beard, ill-directed, and he just gets inside the line and leaves it alone.
Not a bad line of attack that. He just needs to get it a little bit closer. To leg stump and get Renshaw fencing at it and bring the leg gully into play.
Neil Hornsby, hello Neil, on bbc6cricket@gmail.com. Thanks for the informative commentary. Your issue is a large scoreboard, which is away to our left. It's often slow and incorrect in putting up the latest information, particularly at faster games than we have today at T20. So it always is too far outside the leg stump to be of any interest to Renshaw. I remember actually in the game against Glamorgan, where Essex made 254. Not quite as many as Somerset got against Derbyshire, but 254. The scoreboard was trying to keep up, but it was a tough ask because there was an awful lot going on. And you say it contains relatively little information, and it doesn't give fall of wicket except fleetingly or last wicket information. So could a batter's number be added after the name? You say. So that's played defensively up into the onside by Renshaw. So it's basically got the current scores for the two batsmen: Renshaw 77, Abel 69. Their strike rates, the current bowlers, and their current figures, the run rate, how this over is proceeding, and then we've got how many overs bowled, how many are remaining, the over rate currently +2, bonus points, and the deficit at 3:23, and the current time, which is 12 minutes to lunch. So that's what we get on the main scoreboard here. The other scoreboard, away to our right, still has Somerset with no wickets down, but that's outside the off stump and left alone. And if you have just come to the game today, you could be forgiven for thinking that was more like anything else to be the case, because the wicket does not look like falling, but it is actually 182 for 1 rather than the none that's being shown on the scoreboard away to our right at the moment.
There was that LBW appeal against Renshaw, wasn't
Yes, that was a confident shout, wasn't it?
Yeah,
It was a Harmer, wasn't it? Yeah.
it? Yeah. Harmer just pitched outside leg stump. Yes, pitched outside leg stump.
So Beard, straight approach outside the off stump, and that's left alone. A little bit too much variation in line there from Beard to really cause Renshaw too many difficulties. 77 to Renshaw and Abel 69. 100, just a 1 run from the over, but that was more down to the ball occasionally being rather wide. 142 for stand. Somerset have not lost a wicket this morning. Their follow-on target is 356. They're 182 for 1.
It's been a good over rate this morning as well. We've had 30 overs so far. Still got 10 minutes or so to go before the lunch break. And Somerset have added 83 so far to their overnight. 99 for 1.
I have to say,
it's being exchanged there as Nick Brown puts his on, and Alistair Cook has 2 in hand.
yes.
Placed behind the wicketkeeper.
Would have been fun to have a spinning pitch.
It would the one close. No, 2 close catches.
Saying Anthony, would have been fun to have a spinning pitch, Leach against Harmer, a real spinning pitch here, but
it's turned into a bit of a non-event.
Yes.
The battle of the spinners, hasn't it? Jack Leach not picking up a wicket at all in 39 overs, and Simon Harmer he's got 1. He got Tom Lammonby. He's in bowling now to Abel, and that comes off the outside edge, but went down pretty quickly. If there'd been a silly gully, I'm not sure if there is such a fielding position as a silly gully, but he might have been in business. That's the sort of area in which that involuntary edge from Tom Abel flew. Harmer bowls, tosses this one right up, and Abel not to be tempted. Comes forward with his nose over the pitch of the ball, bat angled down. Nick Brown under the helmet at short leg. Alistair Cook with his blue sunglasses perched on the peak of his Essex cap at slip. And this is off Abel's pad. You've probably heard the optimistic shouts of catch it. Catch it. Nick Brown did, but there was no appeal. That one again just bounced a little bit from Simon Harmer. He's not to be taken lightly. And this one turns into Tom Abel, who plays it off the pitch, right back on his stumps. Trouble for Harmer is there just isn't enough pace in this pitch, so it is possible to do as Tom Abel did then and play a good length ball off the pitch, as that's turned into the onside for a single. 183 for 1. Harmer in his 22nd over, 1 for 41, so he's certainly been economical. Been treated, as I said earlier, with great respect by these 2 Somerset batsmen. And it's a more attacking field, or perhaps a less defensive one, than with the spinners. That's too far outside the off stump, and Matt Renshaw has nothing whatever to do with it. 183 for 1 at the end of that over, which was the 58th of the innings. And Somerset are just over halfway towards their target of 356.
Getting close to lunch now, and Dave Walker's been in touch, saying that he favours the idea of 2 minor counties, and then says sort of basically 2 division cricket, but with relegation and promotion from both, so basically going down into the minor county system. And 50 over knockout, a great idea. Again, incorporating the minor counties, giving exposure to minor counties and grassroots players akin to a league pyramid in football. So basically all based on a league period where you can go as high as you want, depending on your merit. And you say about the pitch, Dave, in this game, but it doesn't do anyone any favours, that such boring flat pitches should be unacceptable in this day and age, and sides should be docked points, as happens with slow over rates. So poor old Essex, of course, the last couple of pitches, particularly the Hampshire one, was potentially deemed to be too bowler friendly, and now of course you never get into trouble with a pitch like this, though, do you, Anthony? And by the way,
was the Hampshire pitch reported?
No, I don't believe there was certainly any feedback, but it was it produced a thoroughly entertaining spectacle. You know, Essex won by 12 runs. I mean, it was thoroughly absorbing stuff. But obviously, you did get quite a lot of turn on the first day. Keep up the good work, especially Mr. Gibson, the doyen of commentators. So there you go. There's a nice compliment on the stroke of lunch for you, Anthony.
I'm sure that's true, but it's very kind of that was.
So both batsmen in the 70s. It's going to be able to bowl. So Dave, thanks very much for that. So your idea, basically a pyramid structure, and it's always nice to have these ideas. But we'll see what the powers that be, namely Mr. Strauss's committee, come up with in September. I understand it's going to be as Beard with a slip and a gully bowls. And this is again down the leg side. He's just not got his line right at all, really, in this spell. Eight overs and 1 ball, number 36, 183 for 143 for Stan for the second wicket.
Again, it's not a bad line of attack against Tom Abel, who nicks off down the leg side more often than he should. I think he would be the first to admit that.
And your fan club piling in here on the stroke of lunch, Anthony, because Michael says, just wonder if Anthony would be content to discuss his services to agriculture, which have been duly recognised. You might have only got 5 minutes. Here is Beard bowled. Oh, that's wide again and cut away by Abel down towards backward point. There is a fielder on the boundary there, just the one run he had to reach for that. 184 for 1.
Well, I don't really know enough about Essex agriculture, although I do know Guy Smith, who farms at the driest farm in England, which is the other side of Clacton. Just trying to remember the name of the village, but from what I've seen of the crops in this part of the world, although a lot of them have been harvested now, despite the dry weather, they're looking pretty good.
At the moment, some rain apparently might be on the way in the next week or so as Beard bowls, and it's played up into the offside, and there's no runs.
Heavy clay soils of Essex is that they do hold moisture, so Essex is probably less affected by a spell of dry weather than, say, Norfolk.
And of course, we're sort of comparatively used to the dry weather here compared to sort of your way, and of course this place is
Brian
further
Rose
north.
always says it's part of the explanation as to why Somerset have never won the county championship, is that whatever rain is coming up from the Atlantic, we get a lot more of it than you do over here.
You get first use of it, yes. Beard bowls, and it's just again played from the crease comfortably by Renshaw. But the theme of the morning for me, Anthony, is the Somerset batsmen have had basically so much time to play everything, particularly the seamers, and there's not been enough really for Harmer to pose a constant threat.
No, if anything, the pitch has got slower.
Yes.
As the game has worn on.
So I think a question for John Stevenson this afternoon is, can Essex get this a happy medium between this sort of pitch and the one for the first 3 games where 69 wickets fell in 3 games? As this is just played away just wide of mid-wicket and a comfortable single for Renshaw. They think of a second it's not going to be there as it's picked up by Lawrence on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and 185 for 1. Can Essex somehow get a pitch like Old Trafford where they won, which is a pitch that suited them down to the ground because it offered turn and bounce for Harmer? The seamers bowled particularly well. They bowled Lancashire out, and that is the pitch they want. Can Essex win the title by playing all their home games at Old Trafford? I mean, it's a sort of semi-serious point, because that pitch was tailor-made for Essex, and other counties that they visited haven't produced pitches namely like that as Beard bowls, and this is played up towards mid-wicket and there's no run. So, for example, Edgbaston was a very non-Harmer friendly pitch. At the Oval they left grass on to obviously again negate Harmer, and that's what away grounds will tend to do. So with pitches like this at Chelmsford and with away grounds negating Harmer, it is going to, probably explains why Essex are 60-70 points off the pace.
Yeah, it's a bit surprising. I must say, like Craig Overton, I was expecting a very Harmer friendly pitch here, despite the presence of Jack Leach in the Somerset side. I think Essex would back Simon Harmer to out-bowl Jack Leach, and Simon Harmer with Matt Critchley as well to out-bowl Jack Leach and either Matt Renshaw or Lewis Goldsworthy. Especially given that you are so far adrift from the leaders. It's almost as if you sort of Essex have settled for, somewhere around 3rd, 4th, 5th in the First Division table.
We don't know is the communication behind the scenes between ECB pitch liaison and the club. I might ask John about that later.
Harmer's in and bowls. This is short of a length, but Renshaw is back on his stumps, not trying anything too aggressive. This will be the last over, I fancy, before lunch. Just looking at the clock on the pavilion, which is just coming up to 1 o'clock. Harmer to Renshaw, tosses this one right up, trying to tempt the tall Australian, tall Queenslander, tall Yorkshireman, born in Middlesbrough. Well, you wouldn't know it to speak to him now. I don't think the family lived in Middlesbrough for very long before they emigrated. Oh, and this beats the outside edge. He drew Renshaw forward on that occasion, and Renshaw, unsure as to whether that was the arm ball or the one that goes straight on or the one that turns, played at it, and it turned past the outside edge. That's as anxious a moment as Matt Renshaw has had all morning, as Harmer is in and bowls again. He's on the back foot this time, playing this away into the offside. It's a very good piece of fielding by Shane Snater. And Harmer just has a word with, or rather the other way around, Renshaw just has a word with Harmer. It's been played in a very good spirit, this game, I must say. Lots of smiles out there between batsmen and fielders and bowlers and umpires, Nick Cook especially. Harmer then to Abel. Abel's back on his stumps outside the off stump, playing that just in case it nipped back sharply out of the bowler's footmarks. Again, a little friendly exchange between Simon Harmer and Matt Renshaw, who is one of the greatest chatters in cricket. Last ball before lunch. Harmer is in and bowls, and Abel plays that off the pitch, and that concludes proceedings for the morning. Somerset have added 87 to their overnight 99 for 1 without losing a wicket. Matt Renshaw finishing on 79 from 188 deliveries. Tom Abel on 71. Simon Harmer has had a lot of bowling to do, and he'll probably have a lot more to do this afternoon. So far 23 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 42. But the real winner of this morning's cricket, I'd say, Nick, has been the pitch.
Absolutely, and it's looking like it might win the next 5 sessions as well. I'd certainly give it a favourite's chance at the moment, Anthony. Thank you very much for that. And, well, for those of us who were at the Hampshire match, this is a trifle disappointing in the sense of the entertainment value for the crowd, but as I say, this is very reminiscent of those first 3 pitches that we had at Chelmsford this season. Bowling figures at lunch, just to confirm them for you. Harmer 23 overs, 1 for 42. The other figures: Porter 11 overs, 4 maidens, none for 24. Snater 8 overs, none for 31. Beard 9 overs, none for 38. A little bit wide, didn't quite get his line right. Critchley 5 overs, none for 12, and Walter 4 overs, none for 22. 186 for 1, Somerset, in reply to the Essex 505 for 9 declared. We're going to do an update into the 1 o'clock news in just a moment. Then we're back at 1:40, and from around about 2 o'clock we'll be joined for a while by John Stevenson, the Essex Chief Executive. I'm sure we'll put in the question about the pitches during that period of time. In fact, 1 or 2 questions coming through. Thanks, Trevor, for the question you've just sent, and we'll just collate those and try and put some of those questions to John. So if you do want to ask John Stevenson a question, just get in touch with us between now and 2 o'clock, and we'll try and collate those. And then probably in the final session, we'll give you that list of the all-time leading run scores in all formats, with a deliberate reason for doing that today, which we'll allude to at the time. To give you a little bit of a clue, but we'll probably do that in the final session today. Just a quick look elsewhere. Adam Lythe is holding Hampshire up, 49 not out. Yorkshire 94 for 3, 35 ahead of Hampshire at the moment. And a disappointing morning for Essex, because this pitch offering very little to the bowlers, like the first three services of the season here at Chelmsford. Somerset have not lost a wicket, 186 for one, Renshaw 79 not out, and Abel 71 not out. They've had plenty of time to play the seamers. Simon Harmer has occasionally threatened, but there really isn't that much in this surface for him. Somerset need 356 in total to avoid being asked to follow on. They should get there quite comfortably. At lunch on day 3, they were 186 for one. And with that, we'll rejoin you at 1:40.
it is very difficult. If Simon Harmer can't extract any life from a pitch, then no one can really. And apart from getting some turn out of the bowler's footmarks, he's been rendered not innocuous, but he certainly had his teeth drawn by this pitch. Outside the off stump, with Aaron Beard going around the wicket to the left-handed Renshaw. Change of line of attack. He was bowling over the wicket to Renshaw this morning. Beard in his 10th over. None for 38. It's been, I'm guessing, I'll just check this, I'm going to say the least economical of the... no, Paul Walter has been the least economical. He's gone at 5.5. Aaron Beard's going at 4.2. Here he comes again. Smooth approach to Darren Bowles, and bouncer. One of the most innocuous bouncers I think I've seen in recent times.
Yes, it was. He puts his heart and soul into what he does, but his uncoming really is, while he does take useful wickets at times, not on this pitch, but then nor does anybody else significantly, but he does spray the ball around a little bit, and if you're just bowling 1 or 2 balls and over that can go to the boundary, you're going to prove expensive.
Here he comes again from the Hayes close end. Sun's trying to break through. He's in bowls, and Renshaw's hammering this away through the offside. That'll run away for 4 runs. First boundary of the afternoon, short and wide, and nicely timed. Hit hard into the ground by Matt Renshaw, but enough power behind it to give the fielders no chance. And that's the 150 partnership for Renshaw and Abel. It's come up in 306 balls and just 3 minutes over 3 hours. So a respectable rate of progress, but not, in all honesty, that much different from the Essex rate of progress, which finished off at just over 3 runs and over, and that's where Somerset are at the moment. Beard to Renshaw, and Renshaw doesn't play a very effective pull shot. The only thing to be said for it was that he kept it down, and they pick up a single. He rolled his wrists on it so as not to give a catch to deep backward square leg.
Yes, he's bowling too short in this over. Admittedly, we're just after lunch, but needs to pitch it up more. And of course, it's a fine line, because if you pitch it up a bit too much, you're likely to be driven to the boundary. But personally, I'd rather that than just bowl half trackers, which just make it so easy for the batsman. And on this of all pitches, I think you need to be searching to find somewhere close to a perfect length.
Well, we got Alistair Cook is standing at 4th slip, I think I would call that.
Yeah.
And he is the solitary close catcher. We've got backward point, shortish extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, short long leg, if you can have such a position. As this is pulled down towards the boundary. In fact, it'll go over the boundary as Tom Abel picked his spot there. Another short ball from Aaron Beard, and that takes Abel on to 75 and the score on to 195 for 1. Renshaw at the other end has 84. Not a good over for the first one after lunch.
Well, I'm afraid you're being kind. It was a terrible over, and I like Aaron Beard, so people will know that I'm not being critical for the sake of it. But I'm sorry, if you're a young player with aspirations, if I were back taking junior cricket, I'd be saying to him, you know, you've got to be able to put the ball down in the right places, because if you're going to be a professional and someone can stand at the side and say, I'm sorry, even the schoolboy's got to do better than that, you're in big trouble. And every ball but one in that over was demonstrably not just a little bit short, but well too short. And this is a totally unforgiving pitch. Even if you bowl well, you're quite likely either to have no reward. That's the best that can happen to you. The worst is that a good ball can disappear to the boundary. But if you bowl long hops, half trackers, then I'm afraid you've got no excuse. Here is Harmer from the river end, and even he's going to concede a run to his first ball as he goes out to Paul Walter at mid-wicket, about 40 yards from the bat. And Renshaw moves along to 85. 196 for 1, and Renshaw and Abel have kept perfect pace between each other. They've virtually been 10 runs apart right from the word go, and they still are. It's 85 plays 75, and that tends to suggest they've rotated the strike well. Harmer's in, bowls to Abel, and thick inside edge up to short mid-wicket, and there's no run there. 196 for 1.
Yeah, the challenge for these two batsmen is to maintain concentration, because if you lose it just for one delivery, it can prove fatal, and the longer you bat, the harder it becomes.
Harmer's in bowls. Now this one bounces far more than most, and there wouldn't have been an LBW because it would have been deemed to be going over the top. We couldn't say that for many deliveries, but that takes Abel on the thigh pad and just rolls harmlessly into the onside. 196 for 1. Abel, 75 not out. Comes forward, thick inside edge, no run there, and we've already got the microphone ready for John Stevenson when he arrives, and he's due to join us at 2 o'clock as Harmer's in. Bowls, and this ball is just played quietly into the onside. There's no run there. Paul Newton here with Anthony Gibson, and going online commentary for BBC Essex, BBC Radio Somerset. Emails to bbcessexcricket@gmail.com, including any points you'd like us to put to John Stevenson. Keep them brief though. Next ball is hit away and into the shin pads of Nick Brown at back pad. No run there. The Harmer over ends almost as soon as it began. Score 196 for 1. 85 plays 75 in the order of Renshaw to Abel, and at Ant Gibb is Twitter feed for Anthony Gibson.
And apart from the batting, the other saving grace of today's cricket so far has been the bowling of Simon Harmer.
Yes.
It's been wonderful to watch a craftsman at work, even on an unhelpful
That's so well put.
canvas.
It's exactly what he is. He's an intellectual in cricketing terms, and I think he is anyway, but usually the two would go together. If you're one, you probably, and you play cricket, you probably are both. Yeah, it is a pleasure to watch him bowl, and here comes Beard.
Beard to Renshaw, in and bowls, and Renshaw on his toes, playing that into the onside, won't get a run as Harmer fields at short mid-wicket. That last over was a miniature gem in the variation of flight and speed and line. 1 minute targeting the footmark outside the right-handers off stump, the next tossing it right up, getting it to dip on Tom Abel, and got in a bit of a tangle. It was on an unhelpful surface. He's still a master of his craft. Beard bowls and down the leg side, and Renshaw has a flick at it. Fortunately for him, doesn't get anything on it. It's nicely taken by Will Buttleman.
Yes, he's got away with it so far at Beard in this over, but again he continues to bowl too short, and that one was down leg side as well, and on a different day that might well have disappeared for 4.
I'm assuming we've got 2 men deep on the leg side, deep backward square leg and a long leg as Beard bowls, and this is punched through the offside by Renshaw, and there's no offside sweeper, but Jamie Porter will pull it in about 15 yards inside the boundary on the far side of the ground. It's just 2 runs, 198 for 1. Renshaw on to 87.
Yeah, Jamie Porter as ever, putting everything into his work. No one could accuse him of being half-hearted. Obviously he's not going to have had much of a match, because it's really a case of how many the batsmen want to make rather than any great wickets that are likely to be taken by the bowling brigade.
Here comes Beard to Renshaw, and lets that go through outside the off stump.
We've heard from Peter Lewington, who says, looks like we're heading for another bore draw at Chelmsford. Groundsmen don't seem to be able to get the balance right between producing a wicket that's a road or one where the match finishes within 8 sessions. By the way, what's up with Adam Rossington today? Peter, he dropped Renshaw early on yesterday before he'd scored, and it caught him on the end of an already very painful finger. He was in trouble even at the Oval. So that's why Buttleman has taken his place.
Beard to Renshaw, short, and Renshaw decides not to have a hook at it with, I think, 2 men out deep on the leg side. We've got a deep mid-wicket, and I can see the deep backward square leg. And if we count up the other fielders, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There must be a long leg as well. This is the third man. There must be 3 out there. Just obscured from my view by the Tom Pearce stand, which is immediately to our right. Beard bowls, and this time Renshaw just helps that down, and sure enough, Matt Critchley appears from beneath the Tom Pearce stand to do the fielding. It's just a single. Renshaw moves on to 88, and Somerset move on to 199 for 1. So these two have added exactly 100 so far today in the course of 36 overs.
So the sight of Harmer's variations apart, we're watching the inevitable take place here, just as was true on the first 2 days when Essex were batting. Just a matter that if you keep your concentration going, as Nick Brown did so outstandingly well to make 234 not out. Whether, though, the ECB sort of wanting pitches that go the full 4 days, and I don't think even they would actually want matches to be as batsman dominated as this one is, as Harmer begins a new over from the river end, gives us plenty of air, and turn. They go for a quick single here as it's played to the left of Matt Critchley, now to be found at mid-wicket to the left-hander, and the 200 up. And that is Somerset's first batting bonus point. It won't be their last. It comes up in the 64th over with Renshaw on to 88 and 75 to 89, I should have said, and 75 to this man, Tom Abel, who just surveys the field with a slip and a bat pad, the close catches, and pushed elegantly into the cover region. And there's nobody at extra cover, so Walter has to run round from mid-off. Regulation single, 201 for 1.
Yes, in terms of bonus points, Somerset are going to need to go some to get 5.
And a bit of a leading edge here is Harmer bowled to Renshaw, who pushed forward slightly nebulously, and it took the edge and goes to Shane Snater at backward point. And Tom Wesley beneath us is just trying to indicate to the cameraman that he's a little bit in the eye view of Matt Renshaw, so that's why we have a slight hold up. I think the matter will be resolved fairly quickly.
Woman.
Oh yes, indeed, the lady, the way to our left, and she's a good lady, but just in the line of vision here. Soon we should be able to get going again, but people, I'm sure, would agree that it's great to have the live stream. As Harmer now is ready to come in again, and more to the point, so is Matt Renshaw, and he just drops a dead bat on the next Harmer delivery, picks out Dan Lawrence at shortish extra.
Somerset need to go just over 4 runs and over, 4.3 to get to 400 in 110 overs.
Next ball is punched away into the onside. Paul Walter at deep mid-wicket, single, 202 for 1, as Renshaw moves to within 10 of 100, and Abel on 76 comes into strike.
Still making a fuss about the camera is Matt Renshaw. I can't imagine they've moved significantly during the lunch interval. Didn't have a problem this morning.
Harmer again. to Abel. Turns it just past back pad, Nick Brown, and retrieved by Aaron Beard at mid-wicket. And just checking here what Nick Cook is signifying. For a moment I thought he'd given the no ball, but not so. I think he's trying to indicate to camera lady where exactly she is in the batsman's eye line. So the over ends with Somerset 202 for 1. Essex made 505, so Somerset are 303 behind.
Yes, and still Nick Cook is unhappy, and camera is now being moved just slightly in our direction, so just slightly away from direct line between bowler's arm and left-handed batsman. Again, there's I see Battleman has taken his cap off, and he's another one of these Essex cricketers with a very fine head of hair. Here comes Aaron Beard. Lots of chatter in the stand in front of us. That's outside the off-stump no-shot. Chatter in the stand in front of us. But point that I just made is that Simon Harmer's been bowling at Matt Renshaw all morning without there being a problem with the position of the cameras. But
maybe she's just changed it a little bit during the lunch hour, I don't know, but it does seem strange. Battleman, I must say, has kept very tidily indeed.
Could do with a haircut, though.
Yes. He might not, however, agree.
It's Beard talking about hirsute Essex cricketers. But he doesn't actually have a beard, Aaron Beard, but he does have a fine head of hair. Not quite in the Shane Snater class.
Yes, a few Essex players have a good head of hair. Makes up for the fact, I think, that the grass no longer grows in these parts. Ben Anderson not playing in this game, but he's another one with a good head of hair.
His Beard in a bowls to Renshaw, who will pick up a single as he gets on top of the bounce and just fends it into the onside, where Harmer picks up 203 for 1. Renshaw into the 90s.
Just a slip of the tongue on my part. I said Ben Anderson. I should have said Ben Allison. My apologies to him.
Tom Abel will be on strike, and again we've got this Alistair Cook standing at. Oh, he's being sent into the outfield. Oh, Alistair.
Well, that for me.
You don't see that very often.
Renegue's on his contract there.
He's been sent down to third man, so no slips.
So rather like Harry Rue yesterday, all alone is he, meaning Battleman, Will Battleman. Nobody at all near him here. And you would think he must have failed to use his deodorant before coming out this morning.
Well, we got 5 saving 1, no close catches. Beard to Abel. Abel pulls this in the air for a time, but safely enough. As Nick Brown moves to his left from 2/3 of the way back position on the 45. So, I'm quite sure what. A very backward square leg, I suppose. He's now coming into a gully position for Beard to the left-handed Renshaw. Deepish gully.
And we're just about to welcome John Stevenson.
And then
yes, so John will join us at the end of this over. Do come and have a seat, John. And
here comes Beard to Renshaw. He's there in bowls. A bouncer, pretty ineffectual bouncer as well. As we've got 1 ball remaining in this, the 65th over.
It can be dangerous coming to join us here, as John has just very skillfully, may I say, negotiated the feast of wires that are blocking his path.
Aaron Beard in his 12th over, none for 52. Field spread far and wide as Beard is in and bowls and down the leg side, and just a hope that Renshaw might have got a nick on that, but he didn't. End of that over, and it's the end of my commentary spell. So after some words from Paul Newton, John Stevenson, the Essex Chief Executive and Acting Chairman, will come in alongside.
Thank you very much indeed, Anthony Gibson of BBC Radio Somerset, who join us later. And once I've managed to work the oracle here, I'll be able to hear from John, Chief Executive and Acting Chairman for Essex. If you'd like to put the headset on, John, apologies for noises off, that was my mistake. And John, very good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Paul. How are you?
Yeah, not at all bad, thank you. We'd have to say that the game, unfortunately, does look to be a foregone conclusion of a draw.
It does. I'm afraid to say we are in need of some wickets very quickly to change the momentum of this game. Renshaw and Abel are playing magnificently, I have to say.
Well, that's a good delivery from Simon Harmer, who is easily Essex's chief threat, even on a pitch that's offering little to him. There was a bit of turn there, and Abel was slightly nonplussed, but in the end it goes safely through into the gloves of the wicketkeeper as Harmer gets through his over very, very quickly. Slip and a back pad. This ball is tossed up and driven into the offside without timing to Walter at mid-off. 204 for 1 is the score. We'll have more time to bring John in at the end of this over with pace bowling from the other end. Harmer bowls the next delivery and stoutly defended by Abel. So, well, Essex sadly lost the game at the Oval, John, and perhaps it makes it slightly less galling that a draw is probably going to be the outcome here.
Yeah, that result at the Oval was a bit of a killer blow for us. Going into that match, we were looking at the Oval and this match as must-win games.
Yes.
And it would have put us in a great position in the Championship, but it's funny old game, cricket. You know, we are struggling in this match, and it looks as though we're going to have to settle for a draw, but there's still a lot of time in the game and anything could happen.
Yep, we've had a couple of deliveries, one played to mid-off for no run and the other just dropped in front of him by Abel for no run, so score still 204 for 1 with 91 to Matt Renshaw and 77 to this man Tom Abel, the Somerset skipper, who's pretty good at facing Harmer's bowling and just drops this ball out in front of him. The over ends at 204 for 1. Moving on, if we may, we bumped into each other yesterday. Obviously, a lot of the talk at the moment is the speculation and suggestion from the ECB as how they want, under the new leadership of Andrew Strauss and Rob Key, to realign the county championship for next season. We have a situation where Somerset are currently in the bottom two, but don't even know whether if they stay in the bottom two, they will be relegated, and surely that can't be a very satisfactory situation.
It's not satisfactory. I don't think anyone really knows what's going on. We've got a meeting next week at the Oval. We've been summoned, all the CEOs, to have a discussion about the high performance review. Hopefully they'll shed a bit more light on what next season holds for us. But it is a big worry that we don't know what's happening.
Beard bowls and Renshaw pulls, and that's going out towards the square leg boundary, but Shane Snater is there, keeping up the generally high standard of the Essex fielding and keeps it down to a single. 205 for 1, Renshaw to within 8 of 100 and able into strike on 77. Sorry, you were saying.
Yes, so this meeting next week with the ECB, hopefully we'll have a good debate about the high performance review, and we'll all be able to have our voice in the debate and the discussion. And we had a meeting of Category C CEOs last week to try and find some common ground, and hopefully we'll be given a chance to express our opinions.
This ball goes through outside off stump from Beard, through to the wicket-keeper, 205 for 1. If we could touch on two things that worry myself and a lot of the supporters who email into us, and we'll take some of their emails in the course of your hour with us. But two things. First of all, this seemingly top of their agenda is to play fewer county championship matches, and that certainly, I think, must be of concern to the members, for example, people who love their county cricket, as Beard is in and bowls, and this ball is pulled by Abel, and that is going down just out of my sight to fine leg. They take a single, 206 for 1.
One thing there's been is a lot of speculation as to the future, and Andrew Strauss has actually said on many occasions that everything he reads in the press is irrelevant at the moment. Everything's up for grabs. It's a bit of a blank canvas. They're looking for something radical, which I completely understand, but they've really got to take into consideration the structure of county cricket, the members, etc., what you're talking about. Everything needs to be considered.
As Beard bowls and just played to mid-wicket, there's no run there.
Yeah, not least the commercial considerations of reducing county championship cricket, potentially reducing the amount of blast matches we stage at home, and maybe a reduction in 50 over cricket. But as I say, that's all speculation at the moment. And even playing matches abroad, I don't think that's going to happen, honestly. So I think that they're doing it with the best of intentions, but I think they need to be very cognizant of county cricket and the impact of less cricket.
Yes, indeed. This ball is just played by Renshaw down to Brown at mid-off. There's no run, 206 for 1. Yes, as I was saying to you yesterday, roughly speaking, we're talking about 400 cricketers on the first class county circuit, only 20 of whom are going to be playing test cricket. We understand that we want a successful test team, but you can't just ignore the 380 players, that's 95% of the workforce, and regard them as being fairly irrelevant. These are people whose profession it is just as much as those who may be going to play test cricket. Bring you right in on that after Beard bowls to Renshaw. Renshaw pulls, it's going down to deep backward square leg. Simon Harmer's there, and a good bit of fielding, nice pick up and throw. Single, 207 for 1.
I agree, and I think the volume of cricket obviously will be up for discussion. I personally don't believe that playing less red ball cricket makes you a better cricketer in the red ball format. There's this phrase going around about time on task. I'm keen to understand what that means. I'm not going back to the old days, but playing a lot of red ball cricket, especially this time of year, taught you so much about the game, how to play long innings, how to face spin, all these skills that you need to develop into a test match player. So what started as a red ball reset now has become a complete look at an overhaul potentially of first class cricket and county cricket. But we need time to plan. If there is going to be radical change, we need a bit more time to plan for next season.
Well, absolutely, as Harmer begins a new over from the river end. Bowls to Renshaw, good judgment from him there. It didn't miss the stumps by much. A nice teasing delivery from Harmer, who sees Renshaw on 93 here. There is 78 to Abel, 207 for 1. Bring John back in after this next delivery from Simon Harmer, who's already wheeling through his over at great speed, and this ball is clipped away, and there will be 1 run here out to backward square leg, and Paul Walter, 208 for 1.
And I understand that county cricket, that does serve to produce England players, and without good England players we wouldn't get such amazing commercial rights deals for ECB, and it is crucial we play that part in the game. The ECB do fund the counties, so we need to be aware of that, and there's a balanced debate around that. But I think for me, I'll be going into bat for Essex, obviously, to protect our interests as well. And in my opinion, I wouldn't like to see any diminution of red ball cricket. 7 home championship matches is absolute bare minimum for me.
I quite agree. As Harmer's in and bowls, and down the pitch comes Abel, then drops a dead bat on the ball when he realises he's not quite getting to the pitch. 208 for 1. Yes, these proposals that are made, or these suggestions that are made, don't really show a lot of concern for the public who love their county cricket.
No, I honestly don't think they do, because it's my first year as in charge of Essex, and what I've witnessed this season at the county ground. There's a real hunger and excitement around Championship cricket. The 7 home matches, the 7 home blast matches are amazing evenings, well attended.
Harmer's in and bowls, having just bowled a dot ball that went to Beard at mid-wicket. This one's just played out to backward point. The over ends, 208 for 1, 94 to Renshaw and 78 at the other end to Tom Abel. Yes, I mean, you know, I'm so glad to hear you say that, because I just can't fathom that you're going to suddenly produce better test match players by reducing the number of games they play. It's not as if the current number is all that demanding.
It isn't, and what I've tried to say at a lot of these meetings is that this argument about quality over quantity, vice versa, in my opinion, is a fallow argument. The more red ball cricket you play, the better you become. There's a balance to that, because you do need to rest the body and regenerate between matches. But generally speaking, you ask any of these lads how much red ball cricket they want to play. At the moment, I think they think the schedule is pretty well balanced, actually, this season, with the amount we're playing at this time of year especially.
And here's a terrific pull shot from Matt Renshaw, and a fine bit of fielding by an absolute stranger to the boundary areas of Chelmsford here. Alistair Cook, we were saying earlier, we thought it was written in his contract that he never had to stray from slip, but he keeps what would have been 4 down to a single, 210 for 1.
Well, I mean, wherever you put Alistair Cook on the field, he'll perform.
Yes,
that is for sure.
Absolutely. 95 now to Matt Renshaw. But yes, you know, I mean, I'm keen to ask you as well. You've clearly hinted you think most of the players don't want to play fewer red ball games. Here's the next ball, which Abel digs out to short square leg, and Dan Lawrence has no run, 209 for 1, I should have said on the board, not 210. Is it your impression as well among your colleagues on the chief executive and chairman level that they too don't really want to see a cut in red ball cricket?
Well, certainly the CEOs I talk to who oversee category B and C grounds are of that opinion. I think we're fairly well aligned on that. The red line being no fewer championship matches. I think it'd be interesting to...
Oh, just a minute. There's a thought for we might have a rare moment of excitement there as the ball was lofted away. Paul Walter came in but couldn't get to the ball. Took it on first bounce. That was a pull shot from Abel, and one of the very rare times we've really seen the ball leave the ground here in either innings. 79 to Abel. Now it is 210 for 1. Sorry, you were saying.
I think the CEOs of the major match venues might have a slightly different view. I haven't heard their view because obviously I converse a lot more with the 10 non-100 venues on the challenges we have. We all have fairly similar challenges, those venues that aren't staging any 100 ball matches.
As Beard comes in and bowls to Renshaw on 95, dot ball just played up to short mid-wicket.
But I think we're all fairly aligned that the quantum of cricket that we currently have, it's not ideal, but it's workable. There's a lot of opportunity for members to come and watch Championship cricket here. As I say, the Vitality Blast is brilliantly attended, and I know there's a lot of excitement around the ground about the 50 over competition coming in.
Yes.
You know, we've got 4 home matches. Our members love that competition.
Here's Beard bowling to Renshaw on 95, and he's going to get a single to move within a 4 boundary. That's to say a boundary for 4 rather than 6, and it's a no ball, so I'm afraid that's 3 onto the score, 213 for 1. Yes, there's an expression when you're describing a batsman, you know, maybe he's trying too hard to hit the ball. And I think, could we say the same thing about this furore of the need for change? Because there's been change every year this century. And still they don't seem satisfied. Nothing ever seems to be left, you know. How do you know if an idea is a good one if you change it every year? Beard comes in and bowls, and Abel off the back foot forces it through the covers. Chase out towards the boundary. The ball's leading the chase and goes for 4. Good shot that from Abel. 83 to him, 217 for 1. Yeah, you know, there seems to be too much of a passion for change.
That we do change pretty regularly. You're absolutely right. I think Andrew Strauss's objectives are laudable. I think we want to be the best in all formats, or at least in the top three top in one of them and top three in the other two, in all formats, and that does generate a lot of excitement around the game in men's cricket, and the more attractive it is to the TV audience, and in terms of selling Test match tickets and ODI tickets and international T20 tickets, I completely get it. And the county's role, part of its role, is to produce cricketers to feed into that system. So to find the ultimate structure and schedule for that it's a gold pot under a rainbow, and we're constantly chasing that. And I think the brave thing to do would be to just take stock of the situation for a couple of years, because let's not forget, we've got a new commercial rights cycle coming in, which takes us to 2028. That doesn't kick in for a couple of years. We need to get the finances of the game sorted out, and we need to look at it holistically. If we bring in a new structure next season, we just haven't got enough time to react, because we're going to have to look at new membership models. We're going to have to completely look at new budgets.
Just break in, because the last ball of the previous over, by the way, was played for no run to backward square leg, and Harmer begins a new over, bowling to Renshaw, who just tucks it round the corner. I'll just bring you back in after this ball. Paul Newton here with John Stevenson, Essex Chief Executive and Acting Chairman, and Renshaw, well, he's not going to go to his 100 here, but he will pick up a single to wide mid-on as Critchley fields and scored to 218 for 197 now to Renshaw.
And I agree with Andrew Strauss that there needs to be change, and it might have to be radical, but let's just take stock. Let's make the right decisions. We've got quite a good schedule at the moment, and we're probably, a lot of us are tied into certain arrangements with players, and our financial arrangements are already virtually done for next year. So if we bring in less Championship cricket, less T20 cricket, and less 50 over cricket, we have to fundamentally restructure and react to that.
Single here as the ball's played by Abel to backward square leg. He moves along to 84 and the score to 219 for 1 as Harmer comes in around the wicket to bowl to Renshaw on 97, and he's all defence here. There'll be no run there. And of course, you know, the players aren't going to like it if the clubs turn around and say, well, if you're playing 2 fewer Championship games and 4 fewer white ball games at your home ground, we can't very well pay you the same as Harmer's in bowls, and this ball is played as a good delivery, kept a little bit low, went through quite quickly, but successfully played by Renshaw out to short extra. And of course, members can't be expected to pay as much for their membership if there are fewer games for them. Bring you in after this ball again as Harmer bowls to Renshaw on 97, and he leaves that.
Yeah, it is a fascinating debate and a bit of a conundrum. I don't know what the answers are. I just hope that we have a very good open discussion next week. That the ECB hear our voice collectively. I think we'll be sensible and pragmatic, and we'll acknowledge the fact that ECB are our main paymasters in a sense. We have to have a very good relationship with ECB. And we acknowledge the fact that what goes on out there is the future of England cricket, and we want the best for English cricket. But also we need to be aware of our members and our great county game that needs to sort of coexist with all this. And somewhere within all that, there's a balance to be struck.
Matt Critchley being brought into the attack to replace Alan Beard at the Hayes close end, 219 for 1. Paul Newton here, joined by John Stevenson, Essex Chief Executive and Acting Chairman. Also on the team today we have Anthony Gibson and Nick Gledhill, and 219 for 1 at Somerset. In mid-afternoon we're discussing the mooted changes from the ECB with John, and one point I feel particularly strongly about, and I can see you do, is that the change, if it comes, mustn't be too hurried, because if you're in too much of a hurry, it's usually ill-considered, and you're then making more changes on a season-by-season basis as they go through for 1 run to Abel here, driving to deep extra cover. He has 85, 220 for 1.
Yeah, and I think ECB also, you know, they've got a new CEO coming in and potentially a new chair, and I honestly think they need to be part of the debate as well, and I think that's a good reason just to potentially take stock of where we are. I'm not saying don't continue the high performance review. As Andrew Strauss has said quite openly, 4 home test wins in a row doesn't mean everything is rosy in the garden. We still need to go through this process, I think, but maybe we just extend the process and extend the deadline for any radical change.
Dot ball from Critchley to Renshaw, and then this delivery is played away to deep backward point for a single. 98 to Renshaw, who was dropped on naught, remember, 221 for 1 in the 71st over. And yes, I mean, it would make so much more sense, whatever is going to be decided, to say bring it in no sooner than the 2024 season, as Critchley's in and bowls, and this ball's nicely chopped down to backward point. There will be no run.
Yeah, I think that would make sense, and as I say, give every county a chance to take stock, look at their budgets, look at the players that they need.
Here's Critchley in bowls, and that's just defended.
And membership models. It's pretty simple, but it takes a lot of time and consideration to change anything.
Because one of your duties is to make sure that Andrew Strauss realises that just bring that point up after this ball from Critchley to Abel, who's defended it into the offside again. There's no run. There's Snater Fields. End of that. Very swift over indeed. 221 for 1. Is to make sure they realise the public matters as well. You know, those who love county cricket are very passionate about it. We hear that Lancashire have already got up a petition, and that Somerset are also aiming to do the same thing.
Well, I mean, I have heard that, and I've seen it on some of the missives you get from ECB on this, that the fans and the supporters will be consulted. I'm not too sure in what forum, or how the fans will be represented, but hopefully that will be part of the process. And I think you do need to look at all of this through the fan of the filter of the fan, and that's one thing I remember James Sutherland saying when he was Chief Executive of Cricket Australia. Everything needs to be looked at through the fan filter to make sure that product that's out there is attractive to all sorts of different audiences.
And Matt Renshaw is on 98, plays the next ball out into the covers. Dan Lawrence Fields, there's no run there. We'll just take one more ball before bringing John back in, as Harmer whipping through his overs very quickly. Bowles keeps a little bit low. No run here, goes to backward point. And so good to hear you say that, because Essex have a great reputation for entertaining the crowds. And obviously, perhaps this game not so much so, because the pitch looks very, very difficult to take wickets on. But next ball is again just a block back down the pitch. So it's good to hear that you and other chief executives will be making that a clear objective as well for the ECB.
Yeah, I think certainly the meeting we had last week to prepare for next week's meeting, we were all very much aligned in what we would like to say. I think, you know, if the process is transparent and open, they'll give us a chance to express our opinions. Rob Andrew, who's the CEO at Sussex, and Tim Bostock represent us, and you know, I'm sure they will give a good account of themselves. And anyway, we're all going to be there anyway, so we can all speak up if we need to.
And that completes the Harmer over. Renshaw yet to get to his 100. He's on 98, but that won't worry him in the least. A couple of dot balls to end the over. One played just into the onside square and the other just behind square on the offside. 221 for 1. With me is John Stevenson, Chief Executive and Acting Chairman of Essex. We've been talking so far about the broad picture of the suggestions that are emanating from the ECB, and John has explained there is a meeting, I think it's August the 3rd, at the Oval, with all the of John's counterparts at other counties, and we'll know more as a result of that meeting. We've got a few emails here. John, Trevor Beaumont says a decade or so ago Essex announced plans to renovate the county ground, but unfortunately they didn't materialise. Are there any renewed or revised proposals to finally redevelop the ground?
That's a really good question. We are currently in discussions about about the ground redevelopment. We've set up a ground development working party. Well, ever since I became CEO, that's one of the first things I did. I mean, I'm aware that there have been a few false starts here over the last 20 odd years in terms of ground redevelopment.
Just interrupt you to say that after a dot ball, Abel has moved along to 86 as he tucked the ball round the corner to Nick Brown at backward square leg. So double Nelson on the board, 222 for 1. And let's just take the next delivery of Critchley, because he's on, yes, if Critchley's on 98 is Matt Renshaw. And just wait and see if he gets his 100 from this next delivery. He's certainly made Essex pay for dropping in when he was on naught, and he's on to 99 at least here. I don't think they're going to come back for a second, as that is fielded at backward point, and they get a single. 223 for 1, 99 now to Renshaw. Sorry, you were saying?
Yes, so for me it's a blank canvas. We're starting again. We're reviewing all options. We're putting together an optioneering report that explores a short-term development plan for the ground that keeps us compliant in terms of ECB requirements.
Another single onto the board, dabbed down by Abel toward the sort of gully area, and 87 now to Abel, 224 for 1. Millie Delane emails, who says, enjoying the commentary, could you please ask John for an update on when details for members to apply for vacant board roles will be made?
Details.
Oh, and here is the 100 for Renshaw there, and he plays the ball out to deep square leg, and well played, sir. He raises his bat there, and to the great joy of Somerset supporters, Matt Renshaw posts his second 100 of the season, and he is 100 not out of 225 for 1.
So that, just to answer Millie's question,
yep.
Details have just gone up on our website.
Right.
For that. Hopefully she'll be able to navigate through that journey to apply for either the board or the members subcommittee.
Here's Abel playing the ball into back to the bowler. Peter Lewington emails, he says, looks like we're heading for another board draw at Chelmsford. Groundsmen don't seem to be able to get the balance right between producing a wicket that's a road or one where the match finishes within 8 sessions.
That's an interesting question. And we have had, this will, you know, let's face it, this could be a draw. So there'll be four home games with draws, and 2 matches that sort of concluded quite quickly on really good pitches, I think. You know, it's always difficult, isn't it? Producing pitches isn't a perfect science. There's a lot of cricket out there on the square. I know Stuart does his best. Stuart and the team really try their best to produce good pitches.
As Harmer bowls to Renshaw, has just reached a fine 100, and this ball just played up to Nick Brown under the helmet, 225 for 1.
This particular pitch is a used pitch we used against Northants earlier in the season, actually.
Harmer around the wicket, bowls to Renshaw, and this ball is played up to back pad. There's an interesting viewpoint here from David Pearce comparing the pitch for the Hampshire game recently, which Essex won in a thrilling finish. They won by 12 runs, and this one here, which I doubt whether either side are going to win, as Harmer bowls to Renshaw, a dot ball into the onside. David says, after the Hampshire win for Essex in what I thought was a thrilling match, James Vince gave an absolute tirade about the pitch, describing it as a village, which he says he didn't like because he rather likes village cricket. Could it be that ECB feedback on the pitch plus that tirade has led to a change to the pitch we're now seeing, dot ball into the offside?
Certainly not from our point of view, because we really wanted a similar pitch to the last 2 championship pitches, but you know, you just can't produce pitches.
As the next ball's played back to the bowler.
It's difficult to predict what pitches are how they're going to behave, and this one, it started very dry, just like the other ones. It just hasn't quite had the bounce and pace that is required.
Harmer is in and bowls, and that ball is just nudged out into the offside, and the score remaining 225 for 1. We've had an email why do we have the number one cricket side in? Sorry, why do we have to have the number one cricket side in the world? This is a reference going back to the ECB suggestions that the aim is to have the best side in the world in all three forms of the game. Answer is obviously money, but for whom? Most people who love cricket prefer county cricket anyway. What's your thought there? Why do we have to have the number one sides?
Well, I think one of the strategies from ECB is inspiring generations, and it's felt that both for men's and women's cricket, if you've got the best teams in the world, that inspires the next generation of cricketers, and I do understand that. I'm encouraged to hear that the person who sent that question prefers county cricket. A lot of people do.
Oh yeah,
a lot of people
do.
love county cricket.
Yeah,
It's
I
great.
mean, I've had the privilege of commentating on Essex cricket. I was a supporter before that. Thrilled to have had the job the last 36 years, and I do. You know, I mean, it's not that I don't like Test cricket, and I'll always watch that on the telly. But this is the cricket I particularly enjoy. Critchley bowls, new over starting from the Hayes close end, and the ball played out to wide mid off, a single. 226 for one. The end of this over, I'm going to bring Nick Gledhill in to join you, and I know he's got an angle he wants to put to you. But certainly, I think I speak for an awful lot of people who've been in this ground this week, and you know, the crowds have been very good. They actually prefer county cricket as the next ball is heaved into the onside, and there's 4 runs there, 230 for one. Renshaw there with a rather loose delivery from Critchley that enabled him to pull it to the mid-wicket boundary. But I think, you know, from a lot of people's point of view, they relate to the players they've seen in county cricket over a long period of time. You played in the great Gooch era, and indeed often open with him as this ball is played into the onside. One other point I want to make, because I'm about to hop off in a moment, is outgrounds. I remember you getting a double 100 at Colchester, and Bath, I think you also got a double 100. I used to love the cricket at Ilford and Southend, and a lot of our listeners have sort of emailed in as the next ball is floated up, and they're going to take 1, maybe 2 runs here. Abel, the man on strike from the bowling of Critchley, he's coming back for a second. He's very fast, and probably run out might be one of the more likely ways of breaking the partnership. 90 to Abel now, 233 for 1. But it is a shame that the outground cricket has disappeared.
I've got some incredible memories of playing outground cricket. Bath, Colchester, Ilford, Southend, yeah, wherever we went,
Yes.
Eastbourne, Horsham, all around the country, and they're some of my best memories.
Any
And that's
hope of Essex playing at an outground again?
Well, you know, if I could make it work, I would definitely bring it back. And some of the conversations I have with members are hilarious, really. They're saying if I win the lottery, not me, but if they win the lottery, they'll sponsor a Colchester week, you know, and make it financially viable. Because it's got that much nostalgia and sentiment behind it, those pockets of membership around the county that come together every week, specifically for that week.
Could they even, if we had that, bring back a little bit of 3-day cricket, because outground pitches tend to make things happen fairly quickly. Dot ball's just gone through a moment ago.
I don't think there's any hope of bringing back red ball cricket unless they bring in something...
3-day cricket, yeah.
Sorry, 3-day cricket, unless they bring in something radical during the 100 and play red ball cricket separately during the 100 next season.
Now, we've just got a break. It's a good moment for me. If you would continue on, and Abel apparently has damaged his hamstring. That's the reason for the delay. So if you would carry on talking about the prospect of outground cricket for a moment or two, and Nick Gledhill will join you. Thanks very much for joining us, John.
Pleasure. So on outground cricket, yeah, I mean, I'm an advocate for it, and I would bring it back if it was financially viable. The current schedule, unfortunately, doesn't allow for it, because obviously in my day we had a 4-day game or a 3-day game plus 2 one-day games during a festival week that made it work financially. We just don't currently have that. If one of the proposals next year is to tag on some one-day cricket, some multi-day cricket, then potentially we can have a look at that again. And it's also very good for our membership base to play outground cricket. I wouldn't promise anything, but if there was ever any chance of playing at outgrounds, I'd definitely consider it.
Yeah, hello, John, and thanks for joining us today. And certainly, yeah, the outgrounds I think are much missed. And as I say, it's probable, of course, as we potentially lose championship games, it becomes less likely we're going to be able to go back to the outgrounds. But very interested in the general point you've been making, that your feeling is that, you know, keeping the situation as it is and just looking at it over the next couple of years rather than making more changes might be the best way to go. And the one thing about the whole structure that I just wanted to ask you about, a very specific question. I've been sort of certain from the start that the ECB's not been quite sure what to do with the counties during the 100, and it's almost as if the 50 over competition, like an undercard of the 100, has been the sort of stopgap solution. But there's a feeling that England, as defending World Cup champions, perhaps you're better off playing like the old B&H format, you know, 4 group games and then knockouts to a Lord's final in mid-July. The problem is, I guess if you were to do that, you'd probably have to lose a couple of championship rounds, wouldn't you?
You would, unless you played some red ball cricket during the 100. I know that's something that has been discussed as a possibility. I think that perhaps could work, playing a bit of championship cricket during the 100. And if it meant playing the same volume of red ball cricket and there was a bit of a compromise, I would consider that as one of the least worst options.
I had a very radical idea the first time I heard of the 100. We were talking about this, and I talked about it with Mr. Dan Norcross at the Oval in the commentary box. And I said, Dan, how about you continue playing the lower division during the 100, and the players who are not required by the Test side or the 100 in the top division are loaned out, so they still have some cricket, and that keeps the competitive level of the lower division. It was just a sort of radical thought, but I suppose there's all sorts of ideas that could be on the table.
There are some ideas around the red ball cricket during the 100. What I wouldn't support is red ball cricket during the 100 that had no context.
Yeah.
Because we had the New Zealand team here early in the season, magnificent team. The ECB put out a county select 11, really good team. But unfortunately, it just had no context. We didn't get many people coming to watch because it wasn't Essex against New Zealand. And I do support the Lions programme. But there's this other context of other conversation going on about best versus best. And I'd like to understand more about that.
And that first ball from Critchley's new over, just tick round the corner. It's going to be probably go all the way for 4 of it. I don't think it's going to be drawn in, and 4 more go to the total, 237 for 1. Yeah, I've heard Rob Key's idea was he was thinking about regional red ball, where you'd have perhaps you split the counties into sort of 4 or 5 different teams, and you'd play. That could become the Bob Willis Trophy. You'd sort of become like, you know, for the development competition in red ball. But the problem is, then you'd have no county white ball cricket from July onwards.
Well, that's a disaster.
Yeah, and I can't see that happening.
You know, to become a good red ball player, you've got to be playing red ball cricket throughout the summer. You've got to be playing in these conditions. You know, actually this season, you know, we've seen a lot of runs scored, and I know we've had problems with the balls, but it's great to see big innings being played. Bowlers really striving to get their wickets. It's hard work. And that's what Test cricket's all about. So I think the players have learnt a lot from this season, notwithstanding the problem with the balls going soft.
Thanks to Nick for your suggestion that Alistair Cook should come on and do his bowling impressions. That might happen in a couple of hours' time. He had to do it on one of the previous games this season. Not quite got to that stage yet. It's going to be Harmer to bowl to Renshaw on 105, and he pulls that one away down towards deep square leg. The slight misfield is going to be the 1 run, 238 for 1.
That was a leg spinner, by the way.
Yeah. He's looking at the variations, Harman. Of course, he's capable of them, and I must admit, it's interesting seeing Harman perform on a pitch that's not offering him much, but he's still looking at variations and how to work the batsman out. It's intriguing to watch, and he's obviously such a critical member of this side, isn't he?
Well, he's just an incredible bowler. Maybe he should come down round the wicket. Maybe that's what he's doing now. We haven't seen much of that to the right-hander. You know, earlier on we're trying to create a bit of rough with Paul Walter bowling, doing a few overs over the wicket, and Beard coming round the wicket. It just doesn't seem to be very responsive. But as you say, Harmer's going to try everything. He's got all the tricks, and every ball seems to be a different ball.
So we shall wait and see. As you mentioned, the T20, I thought it was a roaring success this year. I thought it was the best Essex T20 side I think I can ever remember. And it's funny that the little bit of luck they had in 2019 with playing at Durham against Lancashire on a neutral venue just deserted Essex at the end there, where you could have had Derbyshire on a neutral ground. And you ended up with a tough tie at Lancashire, who did play very well on the day, didn't they, as Harmer bowls. So that's just played into the crease, and there's no run.
Well, we were one or two balls away from having a home match against Derbyshire here because of the fact that they couldn't host it, and they wanted to come here, and we were going to split the revenue, and all sorts of things were going on in the background.
But if they played as they did at Taunton, you would have been quite delighted. That was quite one-sided, wasn't it? As that's run down off a thick outside edge going down towards third man. There's a couple of runs there. That's going to be the 200 partnership, and it's been a tremendous effort.
Bartlett is batting. Abel has.
Oh, sorry. Pardon me. Yeah, because Abel's gone off because I missed that while all the. So it's 200 since the last wicket, but not the 200 partnership because of the fact that Bartlett's now batting instead of Abel. So here's Harmer bowling again, and that's played off the back foot and goes through the covers. That's going to be 4, I think. So it's almost as if the wicket hasn't fallen because they're still looking very, very comfortable indeed. 244 for 1. So I'm glad you mentioned that because I missed that in terms of doing the conversation. But that stopped Somerset from getting what would have been a partnership record, which is 202 by Bowler and Hayhurst at Southend in '95. So that's doesn't quite count because although it's a record in terms of wicket not having fallen, of course there's 3 different batsmen involved, so technically it doesn't count. So a slip, a leg slip and a short leg and a mid wicket as Harmer comes in to bowl, and just coming down the pitch. This is driven away back down the pitch, and there's no one. So sad that he wasn't able to carry on Abel. 244 for 1, but certainly very, very hard work for Essex out there today to try and get to any sort of success on this pitch. Harmer bowls again, and it just flicks off the pad, goes to short leg, and finally, I think there was a big appeal for a wicket. Was that bat and pad? But no, says the umpire. Frustrating. Just when they thought that there might be a wicket there. And thanks for Graham for mentioning that partnership record. But as I mentioned, it is now Bartlett rather than Abel batting out there. So although 204 runs have been added since the wicket fell, it hasn't been the same pair. So gets to get that absolutely accurate. 244 for 1. T20, I thought. Brilliant. I mean, Critchley's addition to the side was excellent. Adam Rossington, and the way they were, the performance against Surrey here was brilliant. That great performance against Glamorgan, I thought was absolutely outstanding, John.
Yeah, I think the abiding memory from this season for Essex fans is how brilliant our T20 team were, especially at home. And although we didn't deliver in the quarter-final, I truly think that this side is on the right trajectory in terms of white ball cricket, and especially in T20. And when I joined as CEO, Mags and I, the head coach, had that conversation, and all I said to him was, we need to improve in white ball cricket, and we've recruited well and definitely developed this season.
And that one just played defensively back down the pitch by Renshaw on 106, Bartlett 10. Yes, and of course the 50 over to come, and Essex, will fancy they'll do pretty well in that as they did last year. This is played down through Cook at slip, and ricochets to Snater at short fine leg, and they get through for a single. So 245 for 1. At the end came pretty quickly at Cook. I think it was sort of down at sort of bootlace as it got to him, but 245 for 1. Yes, so the 50 overs to come, and you say the members enjoying, even though it's not sort of full strength sides against full strength sides, it's still going to be quite appealing for the members as this is played defensively back down the pitch.
I think what the members will remember from last year is how brilliantly our young players performed in
Josh Rymel, for example.
And it gives them such a great opportunity to show what they can do.
It's Critchley again, spin from both ends, a short leg and a slip, and that's just pushed defensively up into the offside, and there is no run. So the T20 outstanding is there, a little bit unlucky at the end, because I think we would have fancied probably Essex to beat Derbyshire and make a finals day, and that an outstanding feature of the season. The 50 overs still to come with the 4 home matches, and starting off of course at Sedbergh School next Tuesday against Lancashire. That's just played off the back foot, almost playing on there. Bartlett, he was a bit fortunate, a bit of bounce there from Critchley and almost played it onto his stumps. Championship, John, a bit of a mix. Obviously the pitches here haven't helped in the sense that there have been some pitches that have not been conducive to results. and this is just played defensively up into the offside, and there's no run. Outstanding victory at Old Trafford, I thought, a game I saw quite a lot of. But just obviously a little bit off the pace. Any particular reasons for that, or is it to do with the pitches, do you think, or is there sort of bit of work to do for Essex to get back to sort of where they've been in the last couple of seasons, to be up challenging with the likes of Surrey again?
No, I think we got the squad to win the championship. We suffered really by having 3 draws at Chelmsford early season, where we would be banking at least 2 victories, and I'm not blaming the pitch, I'm not blaming anyone, it's just a fact of life. We had flat pitches, we couldn't get a result, but if you looked at the fixture list, you would have thought Essex were going to win at least 1 or 2 of those matches, and that game at the Oval last week, as I say, was a killer blow for us. But I am pleased. If we can stay in the top 4 championship, it shows that with the resources we've got, compared to a lot of our other counties, we're still at the highest level, competing at the highest level in championship cricket, and I think for a club like Essex, it's an incredible achievement.
Yeah, Renshaw just playing that away for a single, 108 to him, 246 for 1. Harmer bowling from the river end. He's in his 32nd over, 1 for 57, so he's not given much away, but not managing to add so far to that solitary wicket that he took yesterday evening. 3 men round the bat, and that one just takes the pad of Bartlett, who's pushing forward, and it rolls away into the offside, and there's no run. 246 for 1. Yeah, so it looks quite a big gap. Obviously, Essex have got a game in hand, but realistically, because of the 8 points for the draw, Surrey aren't going to lose games. That's the problem, isn't it? And they're going to pick up points virtually everywhere.
Yeah, I think so. I think we've got to be realistic now.
Yeah. 246 for 1. It's just pushed away into the offside, and basically Bartlett's calling Renshaw through for a single. 247 for 1. But as I say, not too far away, and perhaps having almost too many home games in the early part of the season, because obviously you don't tend to get conditions conducive to spin early on. And I remember last year there was a very flat pitch against Worcestershire very early in the season as well.
Well, so you're right.
As Harmer bowls, and that's just played on the bounce to short leg, and there is no run. With Harmer being with South Africa, is there any sort of great point in trying to bring in anybody as an overseas replacement in September?
Currently the thinking is we won't, mainly because there aren't really any quality players available.
Goes on the just stripe, just past Cook. He got a hand to it with a chance. It was an attempt to flash the ball away through the offside by Renshaw, and Cook would have been a good catch if he'd taken it, but didn't quite manage to hang on to it. So 1 or 2 chances coming his way. 247 for 1. Can Essex get this first breakthrough of the day? Sort of about halfway through the session now. As this is played just through short leg, and they go through for a single. Renshaw 109, 248 for 1. So just to confirm, although it's 248 for 1, there's no partnership record, no 200 stand, because Abel having to retire hurt and being replaced by Bartlett. While John Stevenson, the Essex Chief Executive, has been with us this afternoon. So that's just an update if you are joining us and wondering why we're talking about Bartlett. He retired not out on 90. Did Abel, looked like a hamstring issue, 90 with 10 fours. Renshaw with his 15th first class 100 is 108 not out with 12 fours, and he's been joined by Bartlett on 11, 248 for 1. So all told, the championship obviously not quite hitting the heights of the last couple of years, but a great progression in the T20. So as I say, and you were saying it was key to have just advance the white ball cricket a little bit to get Essex back into a side contending again for sort of finals day, and I think that's happened. And a little bit of bad luck just went against them. I suppose the key thing next year is to try and beat Somerset a couple of times and get a home tie.
Yeah, definitely.
that made a difference, didn't it?
Yeah.
And the 2 games against them, which were very similar actually. And that the importance of the home tie, I guess, in the quarter-finals, it can't be sort of overstated, can it? Because Essex has got the crowd of the 12th man, and could have made a bit of a difference.
Massive difference. A home quarter-final would have, I think, seen us through to finals day.
Yeah, and then of course it's anybody's game depending on who you're playing. So Critchley is going to bowl to Renshaw, who's been there all day, is on 109, and that's just played on the bounce past short leg and goes away for a single up towards deep square leg. Now, one or two sort of comments on Twitter from one or two of the Somerset fans about thinking they're not staying in the Ritz in their accommodation in the dressing room. Is that just an ongoing issue in terms of the away facilities, as you know, in terms of at the moment, or is that just a temporary thing, or something that's likely to change? As this is just played away down towards backward point, and there's no run.
Yeah, I read those comments. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
I think it was in jest.
Yeah. Yeah, we are challenged here with our facilities, but there's no doubt we try our best to accommodate.
Yeah. 2.49 for 1, and it's just played on the bounce up towards Silly Point, and there's no run.
It's actually the first complaint we've had, but I don't know if it's in jest or whatever.
Yeah. 2.49 for 1, and it's just played up into the onside, and there's no run. But let's just hope, John, as I say, when we do get, I think you were hinting with Paul, change for next season, you know, with decisions being made in September, would seem to be, you know, very, very difficult from all sorts of angles, and it needs a little bit of bedding in time, whatever change there's going to be. That's just played up into the covers, and there is no run. But just to confirm, you think that basically you need the 7 home games in the Championship, and obviously a fair amount of Friday night T20 is a key thing as well, which means that you don't want to play the entire T20 in a block, because you need enough space, as we had this year with the odd. I thought the schedule was pretty good this year, actually, with the odd Championship match just put in, just to actually stretch out the competition, so you've got more chance of playing on a Friday night.
Yeah,
that worked quite well.
I think the schedule this year has been really good, and you know, I love seeing red ball cricket this time of year spread throughout June and July. We all know that in August we're not going to see any, which is unfortunate, but I think getting the blast out of the way early on and finals day happening soon after the quarter-final was brilliant. You know, we didn't really have enough time to sell blast tickets, because I think the schedule came out late and there was a short window to sell, but even then, you know, there was the scarcity of tickets at Chelmsford that meant we were sold out for virtually every match.
250 for 1, and I think actually if Essex had got a quarter-final with 3 men round the bat, this is lofted away down the ground by Bartlett. That's a good hit for 6 over long off. So 256 for 1, he goes to 18, picking Harmer up pretty much a straight hit just to the offside. Fine stroke away for 6, 256 for 1. Yes, there was that very short turnover between the group stage and the quarters, but I think Essex would have, you know, people would have been banging the door down to get those tickets for the quarter-final, even with 3 or 4 days' notice, wouldn't they?
Well, we would have sold out. Not necessarily the hospitality, but
no, that would have been difficult.
Yeah, we would have probably sold out every Publix ticket and the Eagles area, but yeah, it just wasn't to be.
And I suppose the other thing, of course, you're looking to produce players for England. Of course, Dan Lawrence had that injury, didn't he, at the start of the season? And I suppose from Dan's point of view, the issue has been that 1 or 2 other players have been able to sort of advance their cause in his absence. I mean, talk about people like Harry Brook from Yorkshire as well. So it's been a tricky season for him, but we know he's got the talent as Harmer bowls, and as he's just played away off the back foot for a run, and it's going to be picked up. Going to be a second run there as it's picked up there by Paul Water. 258 for 1. Slightly frustrating season for Dan, but you know, he showed what he could do against Glamorgan in the T20 here, and I'm sure there's much more to come from him and at international level.
Yeah, it has been frustrating for him with his hamstring injury.
Advancement for him.
Yeah, we got 5 players in the 100, and then obviously Harmy goes away, and 1 or 2 other players being tapped up a little bit.
Yeah. So you can't ignore someone that's played very well in the T20, can you? As played defensively back down the pitch, and there's.
That speaks volumes for our one-day white ball cricket now, that so many of them are going away to play for the 100.
And then, of course, just one more championship match left here, which is going to be against Lancashire in September as Harmer bowls, and this is just played defensively back down the pitch. Now, so it does rather sort of sum up the sort of uneven nature of the season still, but it's strange. Here we are in late July, and it's the penultimate championship game of the season at Chelmsford. It's a very odd feeling, really.
It is odd, and we have a bit of a challenging run in, don't we, for the championship?
Yep, 3 away games, including Yorkshire away, as that's just pushing forward and rolls away into the offside, and there is is no run. So I say there have been some good memories from this season. Old Trafford, a particular one for me, and as I say, the T20 in particular, and that Friday night game against at Surrey, I have to say, was outstanding, and of course the record breaker against Glamorgan. So a lot to look forward to. John, it's been a great pleasure having you with us, and hope you'll join us again. Obviously, when you've got any more news on how things are going to progress, it may even be during that Lancashire game. We don't know, but you'll be very welcome if you wanted to pop up again. It's been great to see you here.
Thank you.
As I say, we wish you all the well. Obviously, it's been challenging times for the club in all sorts of senses, with things going on in the background. But I think the club's coming through things. Is that your overall impression? The club is coming through things, and
Yes.
it has set fair for the future.
Very much so. Yeah.
Thanks a lot, John.
Thanks for having me.
Lovely to see you, and we'll hopefully see you again very soon. That's John Stevenson, the Essex Chief Executive, acting chairman, who's been with us for the last hour or so, and it's been chatting away. And so missed that little bit of fine detail, didn't I, Anthony, while chatting to John about the fact poor Tom Abel having to go off and just depriving Somerset of that record partnership.
The worst thing that's happened in the match so far is he missed 2 months last season with a hamstring injury. I can't see him taking any further part in this game. And he may very well miss out on his 100 franchise as well with the Birmingham Phoenix. And whether he'll be fit for September for the county championship run-in is another big question mark, as Porter with the new ball is in and beats Renshaw outside the off stump. Renshaw has survived 2 chances to Alistair Cook at slip. One off Matt Critchley and the other off Simon Harmer. Second one was a difficult one. The first one wasn't easy either. When
Which is going to be
to his left, he just got a hand onto it and deflected it onto his ankle.
This is going to be a red pen asterisk entry into the Somerset record books against Essex, isn't it? Technically, it's still a record in the sense more than 202. The previous record had been added for the second wicket, but 3 players involved.
Porter to Renshaw, who tucks this away into the onside for a single. I think Matt Renshaw may just have lost a little bit of concentration, having reached his own 100 and then seen his batting partner limping off. And he just needs to regather himself and reset himself. Moves on to 111 with that single.
Did you get any?
Bartlett, fresh from 88 not out against Yorkshire last week, would probably have got 100, but for the fact that it rained all day on the 4th and final day last Friday.
Positive against Harmer.
Batted on.
Positive against Harmer so far, Bartlett. Yeah.
Yeah, he's hit Harmer down the ground for 6. And he's defending this up to lid off. He's another stylish young cricketer, George Bartlett, who hasn't quite fulfilled his potential. He's in the side in preference to Tom Banton. Banton here as one of the 3 Somerset 12th men. And haven't seen him didn't see him on the field much yesterday. They seem to prefer Roloff van der Merwe. There's not much to choose between those 2 as fielders. Here's Porter in and bowls. That's played square of the wicket to Shane Snater. So yes, it's been a bad afternoon for Somerset cricket.
Yes, it's
Dan
very
Kingdom said,
frustrating.
God, I hope he's okay for the county championship run-in. Yeah. Last year he missed 2 months with a hamstring injury, so I pray it's not as bad this time.
Yeah.
It didn't look good.
No.
He was going for a completely unnecessary second run and had to get his skates on. And even as he was in mid-pitch, I was worried about his hamstring. As Porter bowls and Bartlett plays that into the offside, and sure enough, he pulled up after he'd made his ground and felt behind his left knee, and my heart sank.
Yeah, it's a great shame because he's playing very well. I mean, it didn't look like getting out and cruising towards what would have been his 4th 100 of the season.
He's so important to the Somerset side as well. I mean, not just for his runs, but for his captaincy. But but he is prone to hamstring problems. As this is turned away by George Bartlett down to Paul Walter, who comes off the boundary. They're coming back for the second run and make it comfortably enough. He's not the most agile fielder in the world,
Yeah.
Paul Walter.
I've watched several interviews with him, usually with yourself, and he takes on the responsibility. He'll say when the team has done badly. Remember that run you had in September last year,
absolutely.
the bad start this year. Even obviously what went wrong in the semi against Hampshire the other day. But takes responsibility, but has a habit of then being able to put things right over time. As he, basically a couple of good wins for Somerset after that. Although it hasn't been obviously the best of campaigns in the championship, Abel has very much shown what he can do, and I'm a big fan of his, Anthony. I think when they were talking about the England setup, and they were thinking about number 3s when Milan had been tried, and with Root batting at 4, I was thinking about Abel potentially as a future captain to be given a run.
The England Lions against South Africa.
Up for that route, yeah, absolutely. So they're clearly thinking of him, and let's just hope that hamstring injury is not as bad as we fear. So it's going to be
interesting. Harmer with the new ball.
Yeah, it's right. 81st over, and he comes and bowls. And that's played defensively into the onside, and there's no run. And it's taken us by surprise. But Essex looking to try everything. They've yet to take a wicket. As Harmer bowls, that's just played up into the onside, up towards Critchley at wide mid-on. So where are we now? We've got 9 overs to go till tea. Essex have yet to take a wicket today. The only change in personnel at the crease following the retirement of Tom Abel a short time ago while we were chatting away to John Stevenson. So a fruitless day, very much so for Essex, and resorting to seeing what Simon Harmer can do with the new ball, with 3 round the bat. See if there's a bit of extra bounce there as Bartlett gets down to that one, which anything sort of kept a bit lower than he was expecting, and he plays it defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. So we've got slip, leg slip, short leg, a short mid wicket, and 5 others saving 1. And it's played defensively by Bartlett pretty well. Head over the ball, and there is no run. So just that one incident in terms of a change of personnel at the crease, with Abel retiring hurt on 90. Bartlett has come in to join Renshaw, who's been there from the start. 112 not out. Bartlett on strike now, and that's a nice delivery from Harmer, and there's an appeal. Wait for the umpire to signal anything. It was a delivery that certainly beat the batsman as he was pushing forward. It went through to Battleman. Just I think a cursory shout, really, nothing great confidence, but certainly Harmer, if any, has got closer to anyone.
Bat and pad, just flicked his pad.
Yeah, he's got closer to anyone than anyone, I think, to taking a wicket today. 264 for 1. This is pushed defensively up into the offside, and there's no run. So technically, as I say, this is 224 added by Somerset for the second wicket, but involving 3 batsmen after Tom Abel retired hurt just shy of the partnership crossing the 200 mark, and in fact breaking the Somerset 1995 record, which it still technically does, I think, but with a red asterisk. That's right, isn't it? 264 for 1.
Yeah. Well, Simon Harmer's still asking a lot of questions. He's asking more questions than the other Essex bowlers combined. Although I did say that Matt Critchley had Matt Renshaw dropped by Alistair Cook at first slip. Difficult chance, but it was an authentic outside edge which actually carried to slip, albeit low down. Lots of the edges, the genuine edges, have fallen well short of the slip fielders. 2 slips in place for Jamie Porter to Matt Renshaw, and neither of them is Alistair Cook.
No, he decides he likes it in the outfield, on that bumpy outfield down in front of us.
Where is he? Or is he down at... Can't see him at the moment.
No. So have a look for him, unless he's down at fine leg.
Fine leg. Here's Porter in the bowls and beats Renshaw with another good one. That's twice with this new ball that Jamie Porter's gone past Matt Renshaw's outside edge.
Well, I'm sure it definitely is a fine leg with this field, but at the moment, if Cook is there, he's out of our
Have to wait till the ball
Yes,
goes down
yes.
there and he emerges
Yes.
from beneath the Tom Pearce stand to enable us to identify him. It's a nice afternoon now, just sort of milky sunshine, quite warm, warmer than it was this morning. Not too much of a breeze. What there is coming over Porter's left shoulder and beats Renshaw again as he's angling it across the left-hander, who has looked a lot less confident since he reached 100 than he did before he brought up his three fingers.
Yeah, it's almost as if it's one of those situations where he's run able out, but in fact, and that can unsettle the batsman.
Well,
What's happened is he's lost
it was
his...
Abel's
yeah.
call. It was Matt Renshaw bears no responsibility for it. It was Abel's call.
No. But as you're right, it seems to have unsettled him a little bit,
I
Anthony.
think it has. Here's Porter in and bowls, and this is driven hard into the ground and fielded by the bowler in his follow-through.
The top two are just being held back a little bit in their games at the moment. So Warwickshire 141 for 3 with Alex Davis 49 not out, 78 ahead of Surrey, and Yorkshire are 136 for 4, leading Hampshire by 77, but Lythe is out there for 59.
Yes, both of those games in the balance. As Porter's in and bowls, and this is played into the onside defensively by Matt Renshaw, who goes down and gives the pitch a prod. Pitch hasn't really misbehaved at all today. There's a bit of turn out of the bowler's footmarks. Occasional variable bounce. One or two have bounced more than the batsmen have been expecting, and one or two have kept a little bit low, but it's coming off this surface so slowly that on most occasions the batsman can adjust as Porter bowls, and Renshaw playing around his front pad in defence up to Nick Brown at mid-on. Somerset have netted 2 batting bonus points so far to go with their 1 bowling point, so if they can take this through to a draw, that will give them 11 points, with the power to add, one would imagine, at least 1 more batting point, if not 2. 3, not so sure. Renshaw drives away through the offside. That'll run away for 4 runs, just over pitched by Porter, and Paul Walter gives up the chase as the ball runs into the boundary in front of a sign advertising a well-known Somerset brand of cider, and they're giving away free samples here today of the 3 main brands of that particular cider maker, if anybody's on the ground listening.
Well, I think the crowd was so excited by what's happened, they might try and sample the whole bottles rather than just a sample.
268 for 1 at the end of the over. Renshaw on 116, Bartlett on 24.
I think that John Stevenson, Anthony, was basically sort of saying that obviously nothing's been decided yet, and he's not too sure about what's going to be going on. But just anything you took away from a sort of Somerset angle about what he was saying?
What I took from it was what he was saying about Andrew Strauss wanting radical change.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which, not sure very many county cricket followers would agree with.
As Harmer bowls, and that's played off the back foot up towards mid-off. I didn't ask him about it because it's not his say-so, but for me it's the international schedule which is as much an issue as the domestic one. Plonking a test match against India in the middle of a summer with the congestion of the international fixtures, and Ben Stokes feeling he needs to retire. That's played away up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run there. Bartlett still on 24, Renshaw 116, 268 for 1. And all part of the dynamics of the international game, I'm afraid, where Australia, particularly India and England are a dominant 3. And the others, as Harmer bowls, and there's an attempted sweep, and is that gone onto the stumps, and it's given out. Now I'll be interested to see, that was an attempted reverse sweep Look for the replay on that, and it's just a question of whether it's how that's been given out, because there's an appeal that followed. But Essex finally have got a breakthrough today, and it's Bartlett for 24, 268 for 2, and Harmer has his second wicket.
Well, wasn't a great shot from George Bartlett.
Very ambitious.
As said earlier on today when Tom Abel played a couple of sweeps, it's a dangerous shot to play with.
Has it come off a top edge and been caught?
Oh, I don't think it hit the edge at
No.
all. I think it's just off the pad.
Yeah.
I think he's unlucky.
Yeah. So that's gone LBW because it was a flurry of activity.
It might be LBW, yeah, that could be it.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that might well be it. Because that's what I would think I would go for there if there was no contact with the bat. A real flurry of activity, attempted reverse sweep, we don't think he hit it, went on, looks like it's gone onto the pad, and potentially been given out LBW.
Well,
But
I don't think he
no,
hit it.
that means that they're thinking he did hit it because it's caught Brown. It's certainly one or the other, so it's been adjudged as a catch and that he did make contact on the reverse sweep. Nick Brown taking the catch close in.
Well, as I said, it wasn't a very good choice of shot.
Well, a 268 for 2, is that, would you call it opening a door for Essex, the new ball? Very ambitious from an Essex point of view, or optimistic maybe.
Might be. I mean, that's with Tom Abel not able to resume, and Lewis Goldsworthy and James Rue relatively inexperienced. And then you're into the all-rounders, and Somerset are still 88 runs short of saving the follow-on. So alarm bells, well, not ringing loudly, but maybe just jangling slightly in the Somerset dressing room.
Goldsworthy coming in, so obviously Abel having to retire hurt on 90 and then just seem a dismissal. First wicket to actually go down today, and as I say, a real flurry of activity. One of those ones where you're not quite sure whether it's a catch or an LBW, but the judge to have taken the bat on the reverse sweep being played and caught close to the wicket by Nick Brown. So the end of Bartlett for 24. Goldsworthy comes to the crease, and there's a silly point in, as Harmer will bowl to him with 3 men around the bat, and suddenly a bit of renewed hope from Essex's point of view. Let's just play defensively. Just back of the square on the offside, and there's no run. So the follow-on target of 356 starts to become relevant again, because Somerset are 2 down, but most likely 3. As Harmer comes in again. Oh, and that pops up, and it's taken by short leg, but there was no bat onto pad there. But an athletic take by Brown, looking for potentially his second catch of the over, but not to be. Overcast, a little bit warmer, as Anthony was saying. Not much of a breeze. Probably around about 21 degrees. Not much more than that. This is played defensively from the crease by Goldsworthy up into the onside. 268 for 2. So finally a wicket for Essex. It's probably been quite a long time since they've not taken one till around about 3 in a day's play. But Renshaw 116, Goldsworthy no score. A wicket maiden for Harmer, 2 for 70 in 35 overs, and it's 268 for 2, and that follow-on mark is 356.
Yeah, Lewis Goldsworthy batted really well against the Lancashire slow left armour on a pitch not dissimilar to this up at Southport. And he saved the game for Somerset in the second innings with 70 not out, to follow on from his 130 in the first innings. So he's a good player of spin, and he'll need to be against Simon Harmer, aiming for the bowler's footmarks. But a lot now resting on Matt Renshaw's shoulders. He may have 116 to his name, but Somerset will need him to go on, because we've got 18-year-old James Rue to come in next, then Lewis Gregory, Craig Overton, Casey Aldridge, and then finally the 2 bowlers, Jack Leach and Peter Siddle. It's going to be Jamie Porter to Renshaw, who defends, and they take a single. 269 for 2. Sounds like a very strong position, but it's actually a little bit precarious, I think, for Somerset, because it's effectively 269 for 3. And
yes,
if if Essex can pick up another couple of wickets in the next 25 minutes before tea, they'll fancy their chances of maybe bowling Somerset out for less than 356 and then forcing the follow on. And if they can do that, Porter's in, and bowls is edged. It went down, didn't carry to third slip as it's retrieved by Alistair Cook.
Porter bowling pretty well with a new ball. You're saying he didn't bowl particularly well last night, Anthony.
He didn't, no.
But this has been actually a sort of better spell from more threatening, I think.
Yeah, that went down to the left of Matt Critchley, who got a hand on it but couldn't prevent the single. So Goldsworthy off the mark with that involuntary shot. The whole atmosphere of the game has changed since the departure of Tom Abel, as Renshaw plays that comfortably into the offside and takes a single. Somerset not up against it, but just a little flurry of concern, both short term in the context of this game and long term in the context of whether Tom Abel will be fit to, very much doubt he'll be fit to play in the 100 for the Birmingham Phoenix, but whether he'll be fit to play for Somerset in September in the Championship run-in. This is Goldsworthy coming forward to a ball of full length. One optimist on Twitter was suggesting that although he won't be fit to play for Birmingham Phoenix in the 100, perhaps he'll be fit enough to come back to play a couple of games for Somerset in the 50 over cup. Well,
Yeah, proceeds. Yeah.
hope springs eternal.
As that precedes the Championship run-in, but that would be an unlikely scenario, I think. Yes.
Here's Porter in and bowls to Goldsworthy. And Paul on Twitter says you couldn't make it up. Unnecessary, which is how I described the second run, being the appropriate word.
Yes, it could be a little bit of a turning point because, as I say, any wicket or anything sort of breaking, there would have been the occasional moment for Harmer, hadn't, but in the first 3 hours of a day, Anthony, you could count, you didn't even need the fingers of one hand.
He was paid really well, wasn't
yes.
he? I mean, he was asking the questions, and Renshaw and Abel had all the answers.
Yeah.
And it's looking a different game now, as Porter's into Goldsworthy. A nice tweet from Giles Harrison, who says, "Oh no, what about his 100 franchise? Shouldn't we have rested all those players so they were available for the ECB marquee competition?" Oh.
Well, I think that's about more or less what India did last year, didn't they? They decided to rest their players for the 5th test, so they were free for the IPL.
Well, I know. And there is something on Twitter about one young player with a side strain not being allowed to play for his county, or choosing not to play for his county, so he'd be fit for the 100. As this is a defensive shot from Lewis Goldsworthy, and from the players' point of view, you can hardly blame them, because they get a lot more money for playing in the 100 than they do for playing for their counties. End of the over, 273 for 2.
Therein lies the problem for players from sides other than Australia, India and England, because their boards can't pay them enough from the other countries, and therefore they're going to play in the franchise competition. So, for example, South Africa felt they had to cancel a one-day series in Australia because of the fact that they weren't going to have enough players, because they wanted to all play in a new franchise competition in South Africa. So certainly for the boards outside of that top 3, it's very difficult, and they are going to lose players to franchise competitions simply because they can't pay them enough.
Absolutely right.
Harmer with a slip and a short leg and a shortish cover. Bowls, and that's just played defensively up into the onside, and there's no run. Now, Mike in North London says that Anthony alluded to the soil or clay being in part at least responsible for a lack of championship success. Now, I think you were talking about the Essex soils, weren't you, Anthony? And of course it's rain in Somerset that's more of the issue, or
Absolutely.
more rain, because that's played defensively back down the pitch. He said you'd love it if there was time for him to elaborate on that. Well,
it's I think it applies more in the past,
Yes.
particularly in the if you go back to the 70s and 80s when we had a lot of very wet springs.
Yeah, as this is delivery that's just played cautiously by Renshaw. His concentration is admirable. Plays it back down the pitch.
It was difficult for Somerset to force wins when matches were constantly being interrupted by rain, and whereas a good Essex side.
Yeah, as this one's just dragged a little bit shorter by Harmer and played by Renshaw comfortably enough for a single, 274 for 2.
Or Surrey for that matter.
Yes.
Or Middlesex had that slightly better chance of winning games as opposed to having them as rain-affected draws. And it was something that it was Brian Rose who suggested that to me when I asked him when I was helping him with his book, his autobiography, Rosie, why that tremendous Somerset side of the 1980s hadn't actually won the county championship with the likes of Botham and Richards and Garner in it.
Harmer bowls, and that's tossed up and driven away towards Walter at wide mid-off. They get through for a single, 275 for 2. Essex made 505 for 9 declared.
But it's only a theory, and I think it applies less these days because we don't get much in the way of rain interruptions to early season cricket now.
No, it's certainly not been the case in the last couple of years. That's a beauty from Harmer, which turns past the bat of Renshaw as he's playing down the line. Wasn't quite sure if that was going to hold its line or turn, and in the end, not too far from the outside edge. Harmer persisting, 2 for 72, 36 overs. And 275 for 2. We've got now 5 overs to go before tea, which will be more or less on time with Harmer bowling.
Might even get an extra over.
Yeah, which is almost.
I'm fairly sure Essex will make sure that we don't get an extra over in.
I had my longest day of commentary I think ever at Old Trafford this season, about 115 over day, where they were making up time. The extra half hour was claimed as well. Yeah. It went on for a long time, but Essex duly won the game.
We had a couple of those days against Yorkshire down at Taunton, the 104 overs in the day, and it made for a couple of very late finishes. Here's Jamie Porter in and bowls to Goldsworthy, who was sort of almost turned round by the in-ducker from Jamie Porter.
Mike in North London just finishes off by saying, with regard to radical change, we shouldn't overreact to considerable losses in Australia. Life goes on, and Ashes tours are only every 4 years. So, yes, that's the benchmark, I guess. You're right there. How we succeed in the Ashes. I think there's an Ashes summer next year, isn't there? Coming up in England.
Must be, yeah. 4 years since the last one. It will be. Porter's in and bowls, and Goldsworthy handsomely through the covers for 4 runs. That was a lovely shot. Played it on the up as well. Came right forward and got his left foot right across to the, not quite to the pitch of the ball, but not far away from it. And trusted on the ball to keep its line, which it obligingly did, and he picks up 4 runs, goes on to 6. Somerset on to 279 for 2, effectively 279 for 3, with Tom Abel limping off with what looked like quite a nasty hamstring injury. Here comes Porter, arms pumping, and he really does pump his arms, does Jamie Porter. Really uses them to build energy in his approach to the pitch. It's played into the onside by Goldsworthy.
Well,
there isn't a run.
But pretty well today. He's in his 15th over, none for 40, but as I say, there's been very little in it for the seamers. And just creating a little bit with the new ball, which is now in its 7th over. And usually having an opportunity to share it with Simon Harmer. That won't come along too often.
Essex have really missed Sam Cook in this game.
Yeah.
As Porter's in bowls and Goldsworthy defends from the crease. It's a pitch that doesn't really suit Shane Snater at all.
Yeah.
And Aaron Beard hasn't been at his best, I think it'd be fair to say, bowling too short.
No, I mean, Cook is such an important member of this side, and of course he's arguably, I think most people would say, he's probably just gone ahead of Porter in the last few years as almost being the number 1 seamer in the side. And when he's not there, obviously just added onus on the others, and the fact that it's a pitch not conducive to seamers generally isn't helping.
Porter bowls. Goldsworthy turns this into the onside nicely, but straight to fielder at mid-wicket, who's Aaron Beard.
He's generally regarded, I think, Anthony, as someone who potentially could get to international level. He played the T20 throughout, actually. He was pretty good in that. But in terms of a Test cricket, more likely in England than abroad, where his lack of pace might count against him.
I was going to say,
yeah.
his problem is he's not out-and-out quick bowler.
Yeah.
Which is what some England are looking for. Porter's in and bowls, and this is run down to Snater at backward point. End of the over. Stephen from Berkhamsted says, sad news of Tom Abell's hamstring injury, obviously trying to keep the run rate up. Batting bonus points being valuable. Yep, true. Who might captain if he's absent? Siddle again or give Ben Green a try? Well, I think it would be Peter Siddle, assuming that he's going to be available for the 4 county championship matches in September. Ben Green will captain in the one-day cup when Tom Abell was scheduled to be with Birmingham Phoenix, because I think that Tom Abell's place in the batting lineup, if he's not fit for September, will be taken by Tom Banton. Would be the obvious replacement at number 3 or 4.
Yes, and of course Banton will be involved in the 100 as that's played defensively just up into the offside. How many players overall are Somerset going to lose
9.
to them? Crikey, it's an awful lot, isn't it?
Including Jack Leach, who doesn't get into the Somerset Vitality Blasts.
It's ironic, isn't it? 279, that's an awful lot. 279 for 2. It's played defensively up into the offside. I was mentioned to our guest John Stevenson. Yeah, I think the ECB have never known what to do with the counties during the 100. From the inception of the idea.
Not sure they're that bothered.
Yeah, probably that's the point. Now, that's just a good delivery from Harmer, which is just steered by Renshaw on the bounce down to slip. But just getting a little bit of assistance with this new, slightly, obviously harder new ball. And Renshaw having to make sure he stays concentrating on 119. That one just played, again, defensively into the offside up towards Lawrence, and you mentioned this is an important part of the innings for Renshaw. New ball, just seeing through these next 50 or 60 runs is going to be very important. Slip and a short leg, shortish extra cover. That's a delivery from Harmer, which just turns a little, but Renshaw is there to just negate any problems and just play it down on the bounce.
I think Matt Renshaw will be glad when the tea interval arrives, if he can get that far. I'm fairly sure that's where he's very firmly focused at the moment.
Yeah, but it's only 3 overs to go until TR, possibly one more, so that's played towards Lawrence, and there's no run. It's 3:27. In actual fact, you look at it, it was 2 overs of Seaman, 1 of Harmer. It's certainly going to be, you would have thought, maybe one more over, and depends on sort of what clock they're going by. Looking at the Pavilion clock there, it's around about 3:27, 3:28. So we may just get the extra over, and I think we're fairly confident of a prompt finish this evening, which is nice, given that it doesn't always happen. 279 for 2 on BBC Essex and BBC Radio Somerset at Chelmsford. Nick Ledgell and Anthony Gibson.
Well, Essex persevering with 3 slips to Jamie Porter with the new ball, and certainly the way Porter's been bowling, he's more than justified the 3 close catches. Will Buttleman keeping wicket in place of Adam Rossington, who damaged his finger and aggravated existing damage to his finger in dropping Matt Renshaw. Oh, this is just in the air for a time from Goldsworthy, but no harm done as it's fielded at mid-on.
Colin in Great Wakering sent an email saying that were the Essex close fielders standing far too much far back in the slip cordon for the pitch. Should they move in? I suppose it's a newer ball now, so there's probably a bit more carry.
Yeah. It's a problem though, isn't it? Matt Renshaw was wearing the helmet at second slip yesterday for Somerset, as this is turned again up to Nick Brown at mid-on, because a couple had landed short of him at second slip, and he went probably 3 yards further forward and almost the very next ball landed short of Lewis Gregory at first slip. And it's been a frustrating 3 days for quick bowlers who've had to work really, really hard to get anything out of this pitch at all. This is a good spell by Jamie Porter with the second new ball. He's there and bowls, and Goldsworthy gets well into position. Lewis Goldsworthy, who with that performance up at Southport has cemented what was previously not quite a secure place in the Somerset top order. He made 130, his maiden first-class century in the first innings, and then a terrific not-out 73 in the second, as he and James Rue kept Lancashire's Jack Morley at bay for a long period during the last afternoon, as this is turned into the onside. I think about a single, but it's not there, as the throw comes in from Aaron Beard. For Essex followers who don't know Lewis Goldsworthy, he's a Cornishman from, I would say, from Camborne. He was born in Truro because that's where the hospital is, but his family come from Camborne. But I was told by people from Redruth, there's a terrible rivalry between Camborne and Redruth. I should say he comes from Beacon, as this is Goldsworthy defending that. Beacon being a sort of hamlet outside Camborne, which doesn't carry quite the opprobrium to a Redruthian as someone who comes from Camborne itself. But anyway, he is 21 years old, and he looks younger than his years. He's only 5'6" tall, very slightly built, but he's got a very good solid technique and a very good head on his shoulders. It's taken him some time really to cement his place, but that's what he's done now. Having given him the big build-up, I confidently expected him to nick that through to the wicket-keeper, but instead he plays it solidly out into the offside. It's the end of the 89th over of this innings, and the score, Somerset score, remains on 279 for 219 to Renshaw and 6 to Lewis Goldsworthy.
And Mike, who sent the last emails, replied to us and said that he actually went to Taunton last Friday only to see the washout against Yorkshire, so he missed out on that. He tended in hope, arriving in Somerset in preparation for his nephew's wedding the following day. So I hope the weather was better for that, Michael. And you said you also have been to Cheltenham, where of course the festival has been underway for a week or so, and you walked around the Taunton ground, and you're passing the unassuming references to Richards and Garner, and saw the ground staff assiduously at work post abandonment, and you said you also think the outfield was pretty good as well.
No, it is, yeah.
279 for 2. Here's Harmer going around the wicket, and just played defensively into the offside, and there's no so we haven't had any more pictures at Taunton like the one for the Essex game, Anthony, ending in 7 sessions. That was all rather exciting, wasn't it?
Yes. No, the new groundsman Scott Hawkins is producing very different pitches.
Yeah, that's played defensively into the offside, and there's no run. So
I think that was the one back in April, wasn't it?
Yeah, 84 for 9.
It was a one-off. I don't think it was intended to be as helpful to the seam bowlers as it was.
It was a pull shot to a ball that's slightly short and hit away, almost hits the square leg umpire, but there's no chance of Walter stopping that.
Chris Watts had to take rapid evasive action there. It
was dragged down. It was a sort of delivery that Renshaw would appreciate actually at this point. A nice help yourself 423 to him, and 279 for 2. 356 is a key figure in the evening session. Remember, it's effectively 283 for 2, 283 for 3, with Abel having retired hurt on 90. That's played defensively up into the offside, and there's no run. So only 2 wickets down on the scoreboard, but Abel retiring hurt with a hamstring problem, unlikely to play a further part in the game. So 283 for 2 and 356 is that mark to avoid the follow-on, with 3 men round the bat as Harmer bowls, and that one just lands on off stump and is left alone on length, really, as much as anything else. by Renshaw, who just needs to concentrate, I guess, through to the tea interval here.
Yeah, he's been out there a long time.
283 for 2. And this one just played defensively. And not quite where he was intending, because it went square into the onside. He was trying to play it back down the pitch, but as things stand, I say he's looking forward to his break, having been there from the start, and it would be quite some achievement if he could actually bat through the entire day, which is certainly by no means impossible. 283 for 2, 123 Renshaw, and 6 to Goldsworthy, with George Bartlett out to Harmer for 24. Harmer has both wickets, and earlier we had the retirement of Tom Abel for 90, and that basically a bit of a blow in a longer term context for Somerset this season.
Yeah. And of course Nick Brown very nearly carried his bat, probably would have done it if Essex hadn't declared.
Yes, so we could have two batsmen, two openers batting through each innings. It's not impossible.
This is the fifth 100 that Matt Renshaw has contributed to Somerset in his 2 spells with the club, as Jamie Porter is in bowls to Goldsworthy, who turns that away. Nice timing. I think that'll run away for 4 runs. Aaron Beard in pursuit, but gives up the chase. And just straying onto leg stump there, Jamie Porter, and nicely put away by Goldsworthy, who moves on to 10 to 87.
Yeah, he's been positive against anything that's been offline. It's that one a little bit on leg stump, played very well.
Yes, the 5th century for Somerset for Matt Renshaw, and the 15th century of his first-class career. Played 11 Test matches for Australia, going back a few years. Porter's in and bowls, and this is full length, dug out by Goldsworthy. And he scored 1 century for Australia, 184 against Pakistan at the SCG, when he was just 20 years old. Then he lost his place in the side and hasn't managed to get it back, although he was selected for Australia A, who played a couple of one-day internationals against Sri Lanka back in June. So that he missed a couple of Somerset. He missed the Surrey game. Here's Porter in and bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Goldsworthy. The clock is saying 15:37. We've had 3 balls of this over, and Jamie Porter is walking back quite slowly.
Almost giving us enough time to look elsewhere. And as I say, those 2 games involving the top 2 very much in the balance. Warwickshire 159 for 4, lead Surrey by 96, and Sam Hain is 43 not out there. They lead by 100 now.
Here comes Porter. Bowls to Goldsworthy, a bouncer. And Goldsworthy is too high for him to bother with a hook shot or a pull. He's very good square of the wicket. But,
just the other one, just to mention, the Yorkshire 152 for 4, lead Hampshire by 93. So very, very similar match situations. Jonathan Tattersall is 43 not out. So
both those games could go either way,
very much so. So Lancashire, trying to make amends for their pretty horrendous first innings, are doing so. 200 for 2, and they 201 for 2. They now lead Kent by 76 and are turning that game around, I think.
Here comes Porter in and bowls, and Goldsworthy shapes to drive that, but the drive becomes a firm defensive push back up the pitch, and Porter himself fields. 1 ball remains in this over. The clock is saying 15:38. It's a long time since I've commentated on a game when more than 64 overs have been bowled by the time of the tea interval. As Porter is in, bowls to Goldsworthy, who comes securely forward, pushes it into the offside. Umpire Nick Cook looks at the clock, which says 15:39 on the big scoreboard. Umpire Watts wanders away towards square leg, and I do believe we are going to get 1 more over than the official ration.
Well, that game I mentioned at Old Trafford, which was 100, I think it was 115 over day, as well as the extra half hour being taken, more than 96 overs were bowled in the time, so they actually got more overs in anyway. Every possible way of adding time happened on that occasion. Thankfully, day 4 was all over by about 20 past 11, which was a nice counterpoint to that. Poor old Gloucestershire, they haven't had a very good season, and Northampton got away from them at Cheltenham. They're 50 for 2, still 112 behind in their second innings, Gloucestershire, as that's played defensively on the bounce to Silly Point. James Sales, son of David, got 71 for Northampton as they the tail wagged, and they got a good first innings lead in that one of 162. Gloucestershire are 51 for 2 second time around, as that's just played defensively into the offside, and there is no run. So very much signs of games going the distance in this round of matches. There's no 2.5 days in this sequence, certainly. And one or two of the Division 2 games look like they might need a bit more time than that to get a result, as this is just played away into the onside for single to Renshaw, 124 for him, 288 for 2. Derbyshire playing Worcestershire. Worcestershire in the second division, 75 for 5. Still need a further 214, so Derbyshire favourites there. Middlesex really need to beat Durham after Glamorgan snuck ahead of them. Well, Durham made 421 for 7 at Chester Street. Middlesex are 225 for 5. So that's really going to be difficult for Middlesex to get anything from this position, as that's useful delivery from Harmer, which sees Goldsworthy just stretching forward, gathered in at Silly Point. This is the extra over before tea, 288 for 2. And Notts leading the division, and certainly they're going to win it. 179 for 4. They're 276 ahead of Sussex in that one at Trent Bridge. As this one, bit of bounce from Harmer with a new ball, and Goldsworthy decides to leave it alone on length. 288 for 2. So those games certainly in Division 1, intriguingly poised at the moment, but nowhere have fewer wickets fallen today than here. Just the one. Harmer took it, 288 for 2. As, again, a little bit of bounce, but Goldsworthy just stretching forward. What Somerset didn't want to do there, of course, was lose a wicket in the extra over. Anthony, and Harmer caused 1 or 2 problems, but he got through it. 10 to Goldsworthy, 124 to Renshaw. Very important passage to play coming up in the hour after tea.
Absolutely. Well, Somerset have added 102 during the course of the afternoon to their 186 for 1 for the loss of the wicket of George Bartlett for 24, but also for the much more grievous loss of the skipper Tom Abel, who's had to retire hurt with a damaged hamstring. I profoundly hope it's not as bad as the hamstring he did last season. We'll know more when I speak to Somerset head coach Jason Kerr at the close of play, but for the moment Somerset are still 68 runs short of saving the follow-on, and probably in the process removing any possibility of losing this game. And they've got 7 wickets in hand. That's assuming that Abel ain't going to be able to come and bat. And as Nick Leatherhill's just said, the hour after tea could be absolutely crucial as to whether Somerset do indeed save the follow-on, or whether they face a very difficult day tomorrow. For the moment, though, with Somerset on 288 for 2, it's goodbye from the Cloud County Ground at Chelmsford. We'll be back with you in around about 20 minutes' time.
starting.
caught at short leg, reverse sweeping at Simon Harmer for 24, but rather more seriously from a Somerset perspective, their captain Tom Abel has had to go off with a hamstring injury, we think, after reaching 90 and looking in total control in what was very nearly a record-breaking partnership with Matt Renshaw. He did his hamstring going for a second run, and sad loss for Somerset.
Shane Snater comes in from the Hayes close end, bowls to Matt Renshaw, dropped on naught and currently 126 not out, and Renshaw plays this ball down to mid-on. I'm Paul Newton, with me is Anthony Gibson, and we'll be joined in a few minutes by Nick Gledhill. Commentary going out online for BBC Essex, BBC Radio Somerset. Delighted to welcome 5 Live Sports Extra listeners as well. It's not the most invigorating game because it's been virtually impossible to take wickets. Essex 505 for 9 declared, Somerset 290 for 2. Snater bowls, and the left-handed Matt Renshaw plays it to mid-wicket, who is Nick Brown, who himself made 234 not out for Essex across the first 2 days, and thus registered his 4th county championship. Double 100, 2 against Derbyshire, 1 against Middlesex, and now this one against Somerset. And at the moment, Somerset, who needs 356 to save any possibility of being asked to follow on, are 290 for 2. Snater, in a little bit of rare sunshine for today. It's been very cloudy. Bowls, and this ball is pulled by Renshaw, one of his favourite shots, and picks up 4 runs. And it's a no ball as well, so 6 runs onto the total, and it is 296 for 2. The no ball just signalled by Chris Watts. The other umpire is the endlessly loquacious Nick Cook, who just for once has nobody to talk to now. He's standing all alone there.
He's still having a chat with Matt Renshaw, who's another endlessly loquacious.
Yes, that's right. Even at 30 yards distance, they're not put off in any sort of way. And the score goes up to 296 for 2. So
nice shot by Renshaw.
It was.
Picked his spot.
4 for the shot, 2 for the no ball. Snater bowls again. Again, it's tucked off the pads as Snater just getting his line wrong in this over. Dan Lawrence comes off the square leg boundary to keep it down to a single. The ball is taken on the tumble. It wasn't the best of throws by Will Buttleman. Not down on the original sheet for Essex, but Adam Rossington, who made 100 in the previous game at the Oval, has been suffering from a bad finger for some time, and he dropped Renshaw on naught yesterday and was clearly in great pain. It exacerbated the injury, and then later in proceedings last night he really was in agony as he got one on the end of the same finger. Snater's in, bowls, and this ball is eased into the offside by Lewis Goldsworthy, and it's fielded by Nick Brown, and there's no run. 297 for 2. Goldsworthy's made 10 and Renshaw on 131.
And Renshaw riding his luck. Not only was he dropped on naught, he's been dropped twice since he reached 3 figures. Both occasions by our Knight of the Realm, Sir Alistair Cook. Both difficult chances, but I think Cook would be disappointed not to have clung on to one or the other.
And Cook it was, I'm afraid, who dropped Will Jacks at the Oval last week when he made 9 and went on to get 150 not out. As Snater's in, over the wicket to the right-handed Goldsworthy, plays this nicely off the pads and away for 4. There's nobody near the square leg boundary who can do anything about it, and that brings up the Somerset 300. 301 for 2. Goldsworthy goes to 14, 131 to Renshaw, and Snater here is bowled 3 deliveries, 2 to a left-hander, 1 to a right-hander, and all 3, I'm afraid, have strayed onto the leg side.
Yes, the Jamie Porter has been the pick of the Essex seam attack, but neither Shane Snater nor Aaron Beard, the supporting cast, have posed too much in the way of questions. Essex, of course, without Sam Cook, their leading wicket taker with seam as opposed to spin.
Yes, he's got a niggle, we're told, as here the next ball's just worked into the offside to backward point, and Matt Critchley for no run by Goldsworthy, and The score at the end of the over is 301 for 2, with 131 to Renshaw and 14 to Goldsworthy. We've had 95 overs bowled, 15 with this second new ball, and really the two Essex bowlers to emerge with credit, as Anthony was saying. Jamie Porter bowled a splendid spell just before tea, putting absolutely everything into it and beating the bat on 2 or 3 occasions, and it's quite an achievement to manage it once on this pitch. And Simon Harmer, 40 overs, 11 maidens, 2 for 78.
I thought umpire Watts was summoning the head of the head groundsman there to do some running repairs to the footmarks at the far end, but I think they've been stamped down sufficiently to satisfy Shane Snater, who didn't look at all happy with the foothold. It's going to be the tireless Simon Harmer to bowl another over. He's bowled 40 overs, 2 for 78. He's bowling to Renshaw, tosses this one up, and it's driven, and they'll pick up a single, as it's not fielded cleanly by Dan Lawrence, who didn't get down to that very well. I thought it was within his grasp, but he was a bit slow getting down.
It's interesting you should say that, because if you remember, he let a boundary through yesterday where he just didn't get down to it properly, or rather took his eye off the ball. It may be still struggling a little bit with the hamstring injury, which has bedeviled him this season.
Harmer to Goldsworthy, he's back on his stumps. That single takes the total on to 302 for 2. We're in the 96th over. So another 14 overs after this one, in which Somerset will be trying to get to 350. Harmer bowls, and this is turned into the onside by Goldsworthy. They need every point they can get, Somerset. They're languishing in 9th position in the First Division table, and they need a draw with some bonus points to close the gap on the side above them, which is Warwickshire. As Harmer bowls to Goldsworthy, pushes it out into the offside, but at the moment, unless something dramatic happens in the next hour or so, this game has got draw written all over it. Harmer bowls and quicker ball, and Goldsworthy dead bats it down into the ground. Good player of spin is Lewis Goldsworthy, 21 years old, from Cornwall, from Camborne, or from Beacon, just outside Camborne. As Harmer tosses this one up, and Goldsworthy down the pitch, takes a couple of steps, gets to the pitch of the ball, plays it out to the offside. Just the one run from the over means that Harmer has figures 41 overs, 11 maidens, 2 for 79. Somerset 302 for 2, still 54 runs short of avoiding the possibility of being asked to follow on. And here indeed do come the ground staff, I was right about that, and they're going to effect some running repairs to the bowlers' footmarks at the far end of the ground.
Just to update our listeners with scores elsewhere, and at Cheltenham, Gloucestershire 317 and 82 for 2, Northants 479. Gloucestershire trail Northants by 80 runs with 8 wickets remaining. At Old Trafford, Lancashire 145 and 231 for 2, Kent 270, Lancashire lead Kent by 106 runs, 8 wickets remaining. At the Oval, we were mentioning Warwickshire, of course, the reigning champions, but struggling down in 8th place this season. 253 all out and 183 for 4. Surrey 316. So Warwickshire lead Surrey by 120 runs with 6 wickets remaining. And at Headingley, Yorkshire 159 and 185 for 4. Hampshire 218 all out. Yorkshire lead Hampshire by 126 runs with 6 wickets remaining. And of course, Hampshire very much on the heels of Surrey in the bid to be champions this year. Lancashire may yet have a word to say about it as well. And into Division 2, Durham 421 for 7 declared at Chester Street, Middlesex 252 for 6, Worcestershire 185, in fact Derbyshire 130 all out and 343, Worcestershire 185 all out and in trouble at 84 for 5. Worcester need a further 205 to win. And finally, at Trent Bridge, Notts 240 all out and 201 for 5. Sussex 143. Nottinghamshire lead Sussex by 298 runs with 5 wickets remaining. And you haven't missed any cricket while I was going through all that, because there are repairs being made to the bowlers' footholds at the Hayes Close end, where very early in proceedings on day 1, Craig Overton found that he was not able to get a grip and had a nasty fall, damaged an ankle, but bravely carried on. Then he injured his shoulder diving in the field. All this time he was having impassioned conversations with Nick Cook, as we've been indicating. Nick Cook has certainly left his stamp on this game. Craig Overton, to his great credit, recovered to bowl very wholeheartedly yesterday evening. So we're about to resume with Snater coming in now. The score is 302 for 2, and Snater bowls to Renshaw, and Renshaw has driven this pleasantly square on the offside. Paul Walter, from his 6'8" height, will descend on the ball and throw in to Will Buttleman, keeping in this game today because Adam Rossington has a very sore finger indeed, and I think it's absolutely right that he wouldn't come out and make it worse still. So it's 303 for 2, and Renshaw with the single goes up to 133.
Yes, well, I've just had some rather good news, which is I've become a grandfather again.
Oh, many congratulations.
Grandson, my third grandson to go with 3 granddaughters.
The endless line of Gibsons continues as this ball is nicely fended off the hip. It was ill-directed down leg side, and they're coming back for a second run. Goldsworthy's the batsman, and Snater in this spell has tended bowling to both batsmen. Bear in mind it's a right-hand, left-hand partnership. He's tended to bowl to both of them on leg side, and so not really bowling to his field, and it's 305 for 2 with 16 to Goldsworthy.
And both mother and baby are doing well.
Excellent news.
It's a little bit early.
And Snater's in bowls, and this ball is played to mid-on. There's no run there, and the score remaining at 305 for 2. When you said you'd had good news, I imagined you'd picked up a card that said bank error in your favour, collect £200.
But much better than that. and I've got a cricket bat being made for him by Rights of Essex from one of my own cricket bat willows. I'm having cricket bats made for all 6 of my grandchildren.
Well, what a wonderful idea. Yeah. Once again, congratulations as Snater's in and bowls, and Goldsworthy. He's not a particularly big man, so he gets up on tiptoe to make sure that he plays the ball down into the covers along the ground to Nick Brown, and there is no run.
It'll be some time before he's big enough to use it, because it's a full-size one.
It's an investment.
Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah, how nice. And of course,
when he gets,
when you think that a bat in our junior days would have been a £5, and now it's 300 quid.
Exactly.
It's good that you've made this gesture, because it'll probably be well over £1,000 by the time he gets to the relevant age. Snater's in and bowls, and Goldsworthy plays the ball to Nick Brown in the covers again for no run.
Yes. Fortunately, the cost has been defrayed by the value of the cricket bat willow that Rights have purchased. They bought 2, in fact.
Yeah.
And but there's a lot of value added to cricket bat willow in the manufacturing process.
You're listening to Ball by Ball commentary on behalf online for BBC Essex, BBC Radio Somerset. I'm delighted to be joined by 5 Live Sports Extra listeners as Snater bowls. Ooh, that's a good bouncer, and it's hit him in the head. He looked to be ducking under it, but suddenly he seemed to lose sight of it. It's hit him in the head, and now we will have a delay. He'll have to be checked over here, Goldsworthy. That came rather out of the blue, and I think he was going to do the right thing, but then
he ended up ducking into it.
Yes, he ducked right into it, having looked as if he was successfully avoiding it. However, help is on its way from the various physios around, and he's still on his feet. It's not that although he did go to ground, but he's back on his feet and looks to be able to tell people how he's feeling and to make sensible conversation. He may well have to leave to be checked over, but the good news is he's back on his feet, and he's on 16, Renshaw 133, 305 for 2 in the 98th over, with the remains of this and 12 further overs in which Somerset can take further batting points, and Essex, well, at the moment they're still looking for a first bowling point.
Just having a look. I think we're offline, aren't we? Oh no, we're not. We're all right. I just had a tweet to say that there's no sound accompanying the live stream.
Yep, it looks as if we're all right. Yep.
That's
Normally, if we lose it, you know, we don't hear ourselves much after that. It just all goes dead.
I'm not missing any cricket because running repairs being affected with Lewis Goldsworthy, and Nick Cook is signalling to the pavilion for something.
Might even be for the new batsman to come in if he has to go off.
Gives me a chance to answer one or two tweets we've had. Tarn Richardson says, when you say done his hamstring, which is how I describe the ankle injury, are you suggesting a long-term injury or too early to say? Well, it's too early to say, but he has had a history of hamstring problems, Tom Abel. He was out for the best part of 2 months last summer in mid-season. So, you know, one hopes that it's not going to be a prolonged absence, but can't be certain about that.
No, I mean,
Hayes on the same subject said, should Abel come back out if necessary to save this game? Should he be saved? Well, he shouldn't risk aggravating his hamstring, given that that history, because whatever other people may think about the 100, it is very important to the players who play in it, and Tom is due to play for Birmingham Phoenix. But from the Somerset perspective, the important thing is he's fit for the first game in September in the Championship, which is Gloucestershire at home.
yes, I mean, they usually say a hamstring is likely to take a good 4 to 6 weeks to clear up. And of course, in Dan Lawrence, we were saying earlier, he did his hamstring in April. He didn't reappear for round about 6 weeks, and almost immediately it recurred and cost him another month. So it's important not to come back too soon, and if it does take a bit longer than the 4 to 6 weeks, well, you have to basically be prepared to accommodate that. But of course, Lawrence has lost half a season and lost his position in the pecking order for England, so nobody wants that sort of injury.
So what's going on? Matt Renshaw has taken the opportunity to go and get a new helmet or something like that. And I think Lewis Goldsworthy is going to be okay to carry on. He's a tough little cricketer. But it's a nasty blow, because, as I say, it didn't get up as much as he was expecting, the short ball. And he just ducked into it, and Matt Renshaw puts an arm around his shoulder. Matt Renshaw about 8 inches taller than little Lewis Goldsworthy, 5'6".
Could I just ask some good-natured soul to say if you can hear our commentary loud and clear, because Dave Walker emailed in to say that he could no longer hear us on the live stream. So if you can, if you'd just let us know, it'd be much appreciated. Paul Newton here with Anthony Gibson, and to be joined in a few minutes by Nick Gledhill. Very grateful to John Stevenson, the Essex Chief Executive and Acting Chairman, who joined us for an hour this afternoon.
I'll just do this over and then hand over to Nick. It's
Thank you,
Simon
Anthony.
Palmer, and that's left on length by Matt Renshaw, and also line as it bounced out of the footmarks outside his off stump. Renshaw on 133. Palmer bowls to him. He's back on his stumps, turning this into the onside for a single. Moves on to 134. Somerset on to 306.
Goldsworthy has just taken his helmet off, but I don't think it's anything to suggest that he is not overall fully recovered. He was checked out. We had a good 5-minute delay while the physios made sure that he was fully conscious.
There's Harmer to Goldsworthy. Oh, who is deceived by that. I think it came off the inside edge of his bat into his pads and then down, fortunately, from his point of view. But it was a slightly nervous forward defensive shot.
Saved, I think, by the fact he got well forward.
Yeah. Harmer in and bowls, tosses this one right up, and again Goldsworthy forward in defence, just needs to collect his thoughts.
Loud and clear will tell you that we've had an email, and thank you very much for that to, amongst others, Richard Vaughan.
It's Harmer to Goldsworthy, who plays this into the onside. It's fielded by Aaron Beard.
We've had a loud and clear from Paul Smith.
And this is, I can reveal to you, Matt Renshaw's highest score for Somerset. Beats his previous highest of 129, which... Oh, and this... going to be stumped. Is he? Or did he get back? Or is it... They're appealing for a catch, they're appealing for a stumping, and...
Not going to get either.
Is going to be upheld, and Lewis Goldsworthy survives. But it was a very close call. And on that note, I'll hand over to Nick Gledhill after some words from Paul Newton.
Many thanks to Anthony Gibson. I'll ask Nick in a moment. He was looking at the replay there because I was busy looking at the emails at the time that we're getting. Very grateful to those of you who have emailed in. James Dobson, another one, and Dave Walker now saying that his sound has returned. He was the person who originally found he wasn't hearing us, and Clive Coles as well to say hearing you loud and clear. Very grateful to all of you, thank you very much. And Nick, I don't know if you got a good view of what happened there. In fact, I'm not sure you've got
quite safely.
Yeah, nothing too much happening actually. It was attempted stumping, but back safely, and that's driven back down the pitch by the tremendous Matt Renshaw. He's been batting, he's emulating Nick Brown, left-hander, batting all the way through the innings so far. Can he emulate Brown by actually batting for the entire innings? Because of course that was when the declaration came, with Nick still there, and maybe Matt Renshaw can do something very similar. But yeah, I've just sent a piece up to the BBC Sport website, basically saying this is a good day for Somerset on paper, first glance, but the Abel injury might be significant in September if he's not recovered by then. So that's turned around the corner for a single by Abel. I'm sure they're going to get to this 356. There's not enough in the pitch.
Oh, by a long way. I think they'll get well past 505.
Absolutely. They may well do.
Thank you, Colin Palmer, finally. Well, I say finally. Very important when people have been kind enough to let us know that they're hearing us, to give them all a name check, because it really makes our job much easier. So 307 for 2 on the board, 135 to Renshaw and 16 to Goldsworthy, recently felled by an excellent bouncer from Shane Snater, but although he was felled at the time, he's got up fairly swiftly and was able to satisfy the physios that he was perfectly capable to carry on, which he's doing right now.
So here's the next one from Snater, which is just turned past short mid-wicket, and there's going to be a single there, which will take Goldsworthy, who's been pretty impressive so far. It's gone to 16, and 308 for 2. Yes, I know Anthony was a bit anxious when there's a little moment after the last wicket went down, the only wicket, of course, of the day, that Somerset might wobble, but with Renshaw still there and Goldsworthy sort of settling pretty well. I don't think there are too much cause for alarms. Real, of course, inexperienced. Gregory, very experienced. As is Craig Overton, of course, who's no mean batsman, as this is played defensively from the crease up into the covers, and there is no run. So I think we've had a lot of emails to say just basically covering the fact that you're hearing us loud and clear, which is very good indeed. And one that's come through to me, I'm not sure it's comes through on the Gmail address, but just wanted to mention one from Paul Harrington, saying thanks to us and the Dick the last couple of days for the entertainment while he's been applying paint in his living room. So thanks very much for that. Let's just play back down the pitch, and there's no run. Yes, watching the freshly applied paint, which is the more exciting of this game or that.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Very good point. Thanks for the email.
So he says he'd like to present a couple of points regarding the comments made by John Stevenson. The integrity of county cricket in existence for numerous decades must be maintained, part of our heritage and culture, and must not be discarded lightly. We're sure we all agree with that. As here is Snater again, bowls, and that's a leg glass. Nice stroke as well. Well played by Renshaw. Takes into 139. It was there for the shot. Just helped it round the corner. 312 for 2. And yes, he then though says that he describes this as a non-sporting event in the sense it's not a proper sort of battle, if you like. It's an uneven battle, if you like, between bat and ball, saying it's not a good advert for our sport. And when you say those responsible need to be brought to task, but of course, as John Stevenson was saying, it's not easy for the groundsman to get the pitch quite right. But what you do say, Paul, is you say this is an advert for outground cricket, where you're more likely to get a pitch that's conducive to result over 4 days.
Not least, and it was great to hear John Stevenson very much in favour. You know, said if I can do it, I'd love to go back, because he as a player knows what fun it is to play at outgrounds. It was great to hear him say how much he enjoyed it in his playing career, and I was able to pinpoint a couple of double hundreds he made, one at the Castle Park in Colchester and one at the recreation ground at Bath. So, you know, he's good reason for remembering outgrounds. And I always noted Essex's overseas players, batsmen like Mark Waugh and Alan Border used to get great runs at the outgrounds. We're ready to go again here. 312 for 2, and it's Goldsworthy on 17 who faces a new over from Simon Harmer. Dabs it down to backward point. There's no run.
And Paul develops a point further about docile and lifeless strips, but he contrasts this to 1 or 2 games at outgrounds. He mentions Essex and Warwickshire at Leighton in the August of 76. That must have been one of the last games at Leighton.
And this one has not quite sure what happened. The Goldsworthy went to hit the ball. It's ended up with Alistair Cook at slip, looking very downcast indeed, and it may well be that that's his 3rd drop catch of the day.
Well, I think it must be, and it must have come off the back of the bat, which didn't allow him a proper sight. It was a very odd one, but it looks like there's a significant deflection there.
Yeah, as this one keeps low. It's well kept out by Goldsworthy, but poor old Alistair, who's normally very, very sharp there at slip, having dropped Will Jacks last week, a little bit unlucky, because I think he thought that Adam Rossington would go for the catch, and I think he probably should have done. And Jacks went on to make 150 not out. He was dropped on 9. But today he's put Renshaw down twice, and we think Goldsworthy, my view, was partly masked there from the way that Alistair remained on his knees for some while. I think that was off the back of the bat, as Nick says. Another chance that he's seen gone begging. Harmer wheeling away, and he's 40-odd over. And here Goldsworthy has got this ball somehow down. He's looking to push it into the offside, and it goes down to fine leg, but a single. And in fact, he hasn't got bat on that. It is a bye that has gone through. Will Buttleman deputising for Adam Rossington, who dropped Renshaw on 0 yesterday and aggravated an existing painful finger, which he aggravated even further later yesterday evening, and spent a moment or 2 down on his haunches in clear extreme pain. We hope he makes a rapid recovery. Harmer is into bowl to the left-handed Renshaw with a silly point and a slip, and this one doesn't trouble the batsman, as it was pitched outside off stump, and to the left-hander the ball went further away. So 313 for 2 at the end of the over. 139 Renshaw and 17 Goldsworthy. We've heard from Len Chinnery in Rainham in Essex, who says, just found a few photos from the Bradman Museum at Bowral in the south of Sydney, Australia. Thought I might share them with you. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, nice looking pictures. Not the easiest to see them in this light, but they look very interesting. I shall have a good look at them in better light when I get home. Thank you for that.
So, I think Essex want to make sure that they don't bowl more than 32 overs in this session. We might see one after they bowl the extra over 40, of course. So I think there might be 1 or 2 slight delays. Beard is going to bowl, and we're going to have a look at a list we were talking about earlier of the 20 players who've scored the most runs in all formats. That's combined first class list A and T20, and the reason we're doing this will become apparent right at the end. So comments as you wish as we go along, Paul. Most of these players are English, 16, because of course they play more cricket in England, so that's the obvious reason. So number 20, Kumar Sangakkara, of course, remember that succession of centuries he got for Surrey, huge weight of runs for Sri Lanka. Number 19, Keith Fletcher. Now Keith's the only player in this list with fewer than 100 centuries. He only got 65, but it just tells you how consistent he was. He's right near the top of the list in terms of half centuries, Keith, which is no surprise. And sheer weight of runs, of Essex's first championship winning captain, of course, carrying on into the 80s. So Keith Fletcher coming in at number 19 on that. These three have all got more than 47,000 runs.
Yes, I mean, Keith got over 30,000 runs in the county championship, and that takes a lot of doing. And yeah, carry on. Yep,
so Goldsworthy is on strike, and it's going to be Beard to bowl to him. So that's going down the leg side. He has struggled for line a bit today, has Beard. Remember, this includes T20 for one or two of these players, but mainly we're looking at first class and for some List A. And then for some, that might have a significant impact, particularly the man at number 18, Alan Lamb, who might be a surprise to be in the top 20, but he was a very prolific one-day player, Alan Lamb, and of course for England as well as Northants, a very strong Northants side in those days. Tom Graveney comes in at 17, of course, very, very long career post-war. And then Sachin Tendulkar, no surprise at all to see him there at number 16. And what's fascinating about him is he's the one man in the list who hasn't played a lot of cricket in England in terms of domestic. This is cut off the back foot, good looking shot by Goldsworthy, a short ball. Beard's not bowled particularly well today. I think he'd be a bit disappointed, certainly compared to what we've seen from him previously, although certainly there's nothing in the pitch for him. 21 to Goldsworthy, 317 for 2.
Yes, email here from Richard Vaughan, who says, afternoon all, I think you're being a tad harsh on the chef, meaning Sir Alistair Cook. The first slip chance, in inverted commas, earlier went straight down and hit his ankle.
Yeah, as Beard bowls, and that's played up towards mid-on. Yes, remember that. We did say it was very low indeed, not even thinking it might have been a technical chance, but you say it was landing really on his feet.
The second was more simple, but still needed a big dive to get near it. I fully confess to not having had a good view of either, because I was interviewing John Stevenson at that time. And you say, and that third one just now of Harmer looks to have dropped short. Perhaps he needs to get lower. Thank you very much for that. Very informative.
That's very interesting, because he looked very disappointed, as if it had carried.
Yeah.
But that's very interesting insight. Thank you for that. Next one from Beard with actually a short mid-wicket and a short backward square leg in, as well as a short leg, so a definite ploy here. That's played defensively back down the pitch. So the list of the 20 players who've got the most runs in all formats, Sachin Tendulkar particularly noteworthy because he hasn't played a lot of domestic cricket in England, whereas all the others have. Then Wally Hammond coming in at number 15. Mark Ramprakash, no surprise there. You think of the sheer weight of runs, over 50,000 runs in total for Mark Ramprakash. This is a pull shot up towards mid-wicket, and there is no run, but such a prolific performer in a domestic game, Mark Ramprakash.
Yes, 100 hundreds plus. Even late in his career, he got to 100 and had been absolutely stacking them up at the time. It went on into his 40s, and the one real shame was that he never really made the same impact at Test cricket as he did in all other forms of the game.
Yeah, somebody else will say the same thing, I think, about that in a little while. So at 13, Herbert Sutcliffe for Yorkshire. As this is played on the bounce down towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Mike Gatting at number 12. And of course, all you see of Mike these days is that Shane Warne ball that bowls him out. But you have to remember, Mike kept a lot of balls out as well, and he scored an awful lot of runs, particularly for Middlesex and indeed for England, former England captain as well. Number 11, Viv Richards. So we've got to the second highest overseas player. It's Viv ahead of Tendulkar and Sangakkara, 53,000 runs. The man who keeps them out is a slight surprise, but it's his teammate of almost 2 decades, Gordon Greenwich, who's just ahead of him in overall runs.
Yes, now, to me, I'm not surprised because Gordon spent virtually his whole career over here playing for Hampshire. He was the most marvellous player and very resilient as well. I mean, you have to be tough and be able to keep going out there. And, of course, he was such a good player in all forms of the game. Brilliant one-day player, brilliant county championship, brilliant at Test cricket. Here's Simon Harmer around the wicket bowls, and ball just played into the onside, but very enjoyable list you're going through.
Yeah, top 10 in the next over. We won't do it in this over, obviously, but we'll do it in the next over.
Yeah, Simon Harmer is through the over in less time than some people take to get back for another delivery, having bowled one, as Harmer's in and bowls, and this ball's just nudged away into the onside for a single by Renshaw. 140 not out of 318 for 2.
Yes, hard work for Harmer today. It's been a good performance though, but he's tried his leg break once or twice. We don't see too much of that.
50 partnership, reason for the applause there. And Harmer, 43.2 overs, 12 maidens, 2 for 81. He's in bowls, and this one flies off an inside edge. Now, it only just took the inside edge. Had he missed, it would have been a stumping because Goldsworthy had come out of his ground. It just evaded Nick Brown at bat pad, albeit if it had been a catch, it would have been a very low one, and eventually tied it up at backward square leg at the cost of no run by Shane Snater. And Harmer's in again. Bowls, and Goldsworthy doesn't look at all happy facing Harmer, and he stabs down belatedly on the next delivery, and it just goes up to slip. There's no run.
So after this over, we'll go into the top 10 combined first class list A, and in a couple of cases 2020, although that doesn't have a great deal of impact, of course, on career runs.
Harmer bowls, Goldsworthy defends rather more comfortably, and Silly Point darts carefully across the pitch so as not to cause any divots or anything in the pitch, she being Dan Lawrence. Nick Brown's on the opposite side at bat pad. Harmer's in, bowls, gives us plenty of air, and the ball is defended into the hands of the aforesaid Dan Lawrence. More like silly mid-off rather than Silly Point, actually. Fairly straight, just off the cut strip. The over ends. Another good over from Simon Harmer, very testing in the case of when he bowled to Goldsworthy there. 140 to Renshaw, 21 to Goldsworthy. 50 partnership realised during that over from the only single in it. 318 for 2.
So the top 10, Gordon Greenwich at number 10. Number 9, they've come to see me bat, not you bowl. It's W.G. Grace, the player from furthest back. 54,000 runs for him. No T20s, by the way, for his contribution. Number 8, Phil Mead, the Hampshire player pre-war, who holds the record, I think, still for most runs for one individual team. 48,000 for Hampshire. So a second Hampshire player in the top 10. Number 7, Mr. Warwickshire, Dennis Amiss. Remember that double 100 he got in Michael Holding's 14-wicket match at the Oval in 1976, but a long England career and very prolific in the county game over 27 years, Dennis Amiss. Here's Beard, and that's again, he almost got himself a wicket to a not very good ball as Renshaw went on the pull shot and could have feathered it through, but just struggled a bit for line and length today. Patsy Hendren coming in at number 6, Middlesex between the wars, another very prolific career. Sir Geoffrey wanders in at number 5, 58,000 runs, and one or two people tried to run him out at times, but it didn't do much good. Number 4, Frank Woolley. Of course, when we go to Canterbury, we see the stand in his name. As here is Beard bowling, and that's steered down past the gully. That's going to go for 4 down to the untenanted third man boundary. That's been a tremendous piece of application, this from Renshaw, and he's very much following in the footsteps of Nick Brown. Pretty much the same sort of strike rate as well, 144 at a strike rate of 47, 322 for 2, but the ideal innings you want from your overseas player when you're facing 500. Frank Woolley at 4, Jack Hobbs at 3. If this was first class only, Jack Hobbs would be number 1, but he's number 3 on this list. These top 3 have all got more than 60,000 runs. Number 2, well, the clue for number 2, any guess at number 2?
No.
Right. I'll give you an idea or two. This is a pull shot off the back foot by Renshaw for a single. He's number 2 on this list, but he's just dropped from number 3 to number 4 on another list as of last Saturday. Anthony probably remembers with some sense of foreboding his most famous innings played in 1988 at Taunton. His Test career was a disappointment, viewed as a disappointment because of the huge expectations on his shoulder.
Couldn't play the short pitch fast bowling from the West Indians.
Yeah. Hick 405 goes from 3 to 4 in the list of all-time top championship scores after Sam Northeast 410 not out for Glamorgan at Grace Road on Friday and Saturday as Beard bowls. That's a bouncer, and it lands short of Battleman, who deals with it pretty well. It's not been an easy day for the keepers, has it?
No, it hasn't. Just while I think of it, and before you get to number 1...
Oh, who is it? Who could it be?
Just to remind everyone, there is a special programme on BBC Essex tonight, a version of Around the Wicket featuring Graham Gooch, who retired 25 years ago this week, and it couldn't be, could it?
Well, he's got a chance. Here's Beard bowling, and that's a one again, not much carry through to Battleman. So Hick on 64,000 runs, 364,372. Graham Gooch just a couple of thousand clear of that, and a bit more, just over 67,000 career runs in what would have been for Graham the first class game, England and Essex, and also of course a lot of runs in limited overs cricket, which we add to the total as well, and that puts Graham Gooch at number 1 in the list of players with most career runs in all formats. And there's a slower bouncer there from Beard, but not getting too much out of this wicket, it has to be said. 323 for 2, Renshaw 145 and Goldsworthy 21. So we found that list because it's appropriate as a way of just training ahead to that programme at 6 o'clock tonight. But the thing about Graham, of course, it's not just the first class runs that he got. He was also a very prolific performer in all of the one-day competitions for Essex, and the sheer weight of runs takes him to the top of the list. And of course he's got the advantage over the likes of Hobbs, Woolley, Hendren, etc, and of course in counting the limited overs runs as well. But there, Graham Gooch at number 1 on that list in terms of most career runs in all formats. I think that's all first team formats.
Yeah.
So basically I think a fine just illustration of his overall talent.
Absolutely sensational man. He's my all-time favourite player, and although his test average at 43 would be well light of some of the other all-time greats, but I think Graham Gooch does deserve the accolade. He missed 3 years of test cricket with the 3-year ban in 82, 83 and 84 as Harmer begins yet another over from the river end, and Renshaw yet again plays it back to the bowler. 323 for 2, 104th over being bowled, so Somerset have 5 balls of this and 6 further overs to see if they can get to 350 and post an invaluable extra batting bonus point. Renshaw here has flicked the next ball for no run round to backward square leg, and Jamie Porter 323 for 2. But yeah, Gooch absolutely sensational. He will be featured in the programme in his honour on BBC Essex on digital radio tonight, and that goes out at 6 o'clock, presented by Victoria Polly and put together by Paul Jocelyn. The next ball played back to the bowler, no run.
And the very good news, Paul, is that we may have proceedings finished on time to allow us to tune over to that.
Well, I have to admit, I'd choose that over what's going on here, because it's a bit predictable. No offence whatever to either side, but it's just been a draw as the next ball is just played for no run into the onside by Renshaw. It's one of those games we rather imagined it would be a draw about 20 minutes in on the first day. As here is Harmer bowling again, and nicely cover driven by Renshaw. Aaron Beard comes in enthusiastically to send in a good return to Will Battleman. 324 for 2, Renshaw up to 146.
Yes, John Stevenson sort of quite guarded on the pitches in terms of obviously saying that the obviously tough task for the groundsman, but it is odd how we've sort of gone from those 2 bowler friendly pitches back to the ones we had earlier.
It is, I quite agree. The next ball is played to backward point, there's no run. 324 for 2 at the end of 104 overs. Harmer keeping it tight as ever, going at fewer than 2 and over. 45 overs, 12 maidens, 2 for 82.
And the thing is, of course, this would have been particularly frustrating had Essex actually won at the Oval.
Yes, quite absolutely right, because I mean John Stevenson acknowledged that the defeat at the Oval was very costly and said that both that and this game, in the intention of the players, were two must-win games, as John described them. He's in an awkward position. He can't very well be openly critical of the pitches here, because you know Stuart Kerrison is a very fine groundsman of more than 30 years standing, but it is a bit of a killer of a pitch.
Here is Beard going round the wicket, and that's one. Is it going to be a catch? Yes, it is. He's been trying that tactic for a long time. It looked to be getting him absolutely nowhere, but this time Renshaw has just got a top edge to a ball which was sort of bounce a length round about off stump. He was going on a rather indeterminate hook shot, and he's just feathered it through to Buttleman, and the partnership is broken at 56, and finally Renshaw goes for 146, so he's not going to emulate Nick Brown. It's 324 for 3, 356 is the follow-on target. That shouldn't be a problem, even though effectively they've lost 4 wickets. But Renshaw's long stay, I think, has almost certainly saved the game for his side. He's done the overseas player's role to a T, and in the end, persistence paid off a bit.
Yes, that's right. Good catch, Buttleman, diving a long way to his right, and as the crowd here give Renshaw a good send-off there. So did the Essex players. It was lovely to see at least half a dozen of the Essex team rush up to him and shake his hand on the way out. He's a popular man, but it's been very noticeable what a good spirit there's been between the two sides here throughout the game. And the same was true when Nick Brown walked off at the end of his 234 not out. All the Somerset players either applauded him off or went up particularly to shake him by the hand, and that's the spirit in which the game should be played. 324 for 3, and Renshaw goes for 146. Essex will look back at the moment that he was dropped from the third ball of the entire innings before he got off the mark, and I remember thinking, when it went down, having seen Essex back for 5 sessions for 505 for 9 declared, I remember thinking, if you drop that, I'm afraid you're going to pay a very severe penalty, because the man can bat, and good batsmen don't give you second chances if they've given you one. 324 for 3, 356 is the figure to bear in mind to save the follow-on, at which point I think any thought that there could possibly be a result in the game will be concluded. We have got James Rue, the wicket-keeper, who I remember Anthony telling us is no mean bat, has come out to the middle. He's a left-hander and will join Lewis Goldsworthy.
Renshaw faced 313 balls. He hit 17 fours before he was caught down the leg side by the sub-keeper Buttleman off Beard, following the finger injury to Rossington. That's a looping bouncer going over the head of Rue to his first delivery, so one left-hander replacing another. Goldsworthy has 21, and they need 32 to avoid the follow-on. So the news you've heard about Rossington, saying it is a break of
well, it's not
certainly quite a severe injury anyway.
Yes, it's not news I've heard, it's just observing how much pain he's been in.
One or two people have asked me today, and I wasn't quite sure, but I know obviously it's taken him out of the game.
Now let me just say here, that patch where a bowler comes round the wicket, which spooked Overton only 5 overs into the whole game, has consistently troubled bowlers, and Beard, who was bowling round the wicket to the left-hander, was so annoyed at getting no grip, he's now switched back to over the wicket.
That's interesting. As Beard bowls, and it's just played from the crease nicely off the front foot, square into the offside, up to Nick Brown at square cover, and there is no run. So the second wicket to fall today, 2 to Harmer, 1 to Beard. And of course, just to mention that Tom Abel, who was close to breaking the second wicket record for Somerset against Essex, which was 202, set in 1995, those two almost got there before Abel, going for a second run, basically appeared to have pulled a hamstring and had to retire on 90, and ended well, the key part of that partnership, although as this is played up into the offside and there's no run, there'll doubtless be a red inker on the fact that they did actually, with George Bartlett coming in, go past the 202 for the second wicket, but of course 3 batsmen were involved, which just changes things slightly. So basically Bartlett coming in when Abel was retired, not out. Bartlett made 24, and now Renshaw is out for 146 with those 17 fours. And here is a delivery which is just going across the bows of the left-handed Roux, who leaves it alone. And James Roux, as I say, is a relative newcomer, 18 years old, with 3 first-class games to his credit before this.
Yes, I shall make way for Anthony Gibson at the end of this over. 5 o'clock just coming up. Yes, I don't agree with not allowing a side a batsman a runner when he's clearly genuinely injured, and it'd be nice to see able to come back and get the 10 runs he needs for 100.
Yeah, that's outside the off stump and left alone. I'm sure if he was fit enough he'd love to do that, but we shall see. 324 for 3, and I've got sympathy for, I know it's obviously Somerset in September in particular is a key factor, but I don't know what sort of insurance policies these players have in terms of, whether they're going to be in the 100 and if they get injured. I'm sure they've all got fairly watertight insurances and safeguards to make sure that they're still going to get nicely paid. But it's just what you don't want, of course, when you've you're looking to take part in the 100, and obviously more exposure on TV. And looks like Abel's going to have a very limited involvement in that at best. So 324 for 3 with Roux no score and Goldsworthy on 21. And it's welcome back to Anthony.
Yeah, shame that Matt didn't get his 150. As Goldsworthy's back on his stumps, and 26 more Somerset need for a 4th batting point. They've got just under 5 overs in which to get them, and every point counts. Harmer bowls to Goldsworthy, who's forward defensively, and I'm quite sure that James Roux would have been sent out there with instructions, just don't worry about the bonus point, just play each ball on its merits, play your own game. Goldsworthy is forward, and after a moment's hesitation they take a single. Goldsworthy on to 22, 325 for 3, so 25 more for a 4th batting point, 31 more to save any possibility of being asked to follow on.
Yes, and so a good day on paper for Somerset, but it's just that Abel injury. It's the downside, isn't it?
Very much so. And here we've got the Marcus Trescothick fielding position as Roux plays that firmly into the offside. This the highest quality of bowling that James Roux will ever have faced. Although, of course, he did play in the county select 11 against the Indian Tourists last year, so one or two of their spinners more than useful. But Simon Harmer, the untiring Simon Harmer, apparently, is in his 46th over. And 2 for 83. Bowling to James Roux, who's forward defensively. So just the 1 run from that over. Only 4 more overs Somerset have to score 25 runs. I think it's that 4th batting bonus point is disappearing over the horizon even as we speak. 325 for 3.
I suppose in the context of this situation, the 356 is, in terms of risk and reward, is the more important because of the 8 points that are available. But yes, perhaps I think at one point they were sort of quite nicely on course, weren't they? Certainly when Renshaw and Abel were going together.
Oh yeah, very much so.
BBC Essex and BBC Radio Somerset. Nick Lethill, Anthony Gibson and Paul Newton with you. We think we're going to have virtually a 6 o'clock finish. It's 17 overs to go. It's just gone 4 minutes past 5. On a day where Somerset have enjoyed benign batting conditions, and just the one downside for them, the injury to Tom Abel. Say he has had hamstring problems before, and going for a second run looked to sustain an injury of that type, and Doubtless will be more news on that that we'll be able to give you tomorrow morning, but we certainly hope that it's not a severe one that's going to keep him out of the game too long. So it's going to be Beard, who just persisted with that short pitch ploy to Renshaw, which didn't appear to be getting him anywhere until he got the wicket, with Renshaw just almost feathering one through off a top edge. Here's Beard. I wonder how he'll bowl here as he again goes for the short ball. He's considering that tactic to Goldsworthy, and Goldsworthy just ducks out of the way of that.
Now he's signalling, umpire Watts is signalling one for the over. He did this a couple of overs ago and I was watching. And Beard bowled at least 3 more.
Yeah, so you would have thought
in
that
the course of that over.
They need to, if it feels that there shouldn't be any more. There's been quite a lot of short pitch bowling from Beard, I suppose, having just got a wicket with that type of delivery.
Of course, Goldsworthy took that blow on the helmet.
Yes, and that's another potential reason.
Didn't he?
The short leg and a sort of like a leg gully, as this one is goes outside the off stump. So clearly a sort of like a ploy to bowl fairly short pitch deliveries and look for the ball that's just fended into one of those attacking fielders on the leg side. 325 for 3.
He's going to go round the wicket now as well.
Try and cramp the batsman up further, the right-hander. 1 or 2 scores. Yorkshire 214 for 6 against Hampshire. They lead by 155, and Jonathan Tattersall's just gone to Mohammed Abbas for 63. That could be quite an important wicket for Hampshire, who will be quite pleased with the score in the Surrey-Warwickshire game, because Surrey had a first innings lead in that one, but I think the real Warwickshire have suddenly decided to stand up in terms of a batting unit. We haven't seen a lot of that this season, but a much improved performance by Warwickshire. 226 for 4, leading by 163, and Sam Hain is 68 not out. Will Rhodes is unbeaten on 50, and this is on the pads of Goldsworthy, and just flicked away down towards Walter, coming in off a long leg boundary. And one more goes to the score. 326 for 3, 30 to avoid the follow-on. Goldsworthy 23, and Rue will have the strike. So just a handful of first-class games for James Rue, but a promising batsman from what you've seen, Anthony.
Yeah, he's only 18 years old. Couldn't play for Somerset earlier in this season because he was doing his A-levels.
Yeah.
And this is just his 3rd game for Somerset, his 4th first-class game. And he was played for the England under-19s in the T20 under-19 World Cup.
Beard, long straight approach, and that one very well pitched up. It sort of lands in the block hole for the left-hander Rue, and he has nothing to do with it because it's quite a long way wide of the off stump. If you'd like to get any late emails into us, bbcscricket@gmail.com is our address. Thanks for all the correspondence we've had so far. And Graham Gooch, number 1 on our chart of the 20 players with most career runs in all formats, featured in that Around the Wicket special between 6 and 7 with Victoria Polly, which you can find on BBC Essex this evening. And this is driven away, so it's going to be at least 2s going out towards the backward point boundary. It'll just be cut off by Walter. They've got back for the second run. I thought he was going to cut that off, but that was perhaps a sign of the end of a long day. Obviously, it's a pretty quick outfield. They're a bit bumpy in places, and the ball he just about got to the ball as it was going over the rope, and then just couldn't keep it within the playing area. So Rue will get a 4 to get his count up and running. It's 330 for 3. And remember, 356 is the follow-on target. Somerset were in the 107th over. They've got 3 overs and 1 delivery to get a 4th batting point. So nothing like a couple of boundaries, Anthony, to boost their chances of that.
Yep, that's what they need.
As you say, all points could be crucial. And it really, I think, the most telling question that was asked of John Stevenson was whether he knew anything much about relegation and promotion this year. And I think he was a bit in the dark like everybody else, as that's outside the off stump. I'm sure from a Somerset angle that was probably the question that was the most significant. 330 for 3.
I mean, to be on the safe side, you need to finish 8th or
yes.
better in the first division, and if you finish 9th or 10th, you're at risk of being relegated. If the radical changes that John Stevenson was talking about are postponed for another season. Somerset don't want to spend
No.
a season in the second division
No.
and then risk ending up in the third of the three conferences with no chance of winning the county championship.
No,
the year
that's
after.
the one thing you don't want, isn't it? Yes, and the only thing that would survive is the West Country Derby, because I'll just go down with Gloucestershire, who've had a very unhappy
That's the way-
season.
that's the
But
way it's looking at the moment.
yes, but that would be a very small consolation indeed. 330 for 3.
Well, this is, it's a much too talented group
Yes,
of
it is.
players in Somerset colours to be playing second division cricket or the equivalent. Here's Harmer to bowl another over to Goldsworthy. There, bowls, tosses this one up, and Goldsworthy pushes it into a gap on the offside. It'll just be a single, 331 for 3.
I mean, a game in hand on Kent. I think Kent have done pretty well to be in 6th place, because last time I looked, when I was doing the game at Old Trafford, I mentioned to my colleague that Lancashire's first innings score against Kent of something like just over 500 was the lowest first innings score against Kent at that point of the season.
Yes, Harmer in and bowls, and Rue is right forward. And ball comes off the inside edge. I don't think Somerset are going to get this 4th batting point.
What's your September running like, Anthony, in terms of...
Well, we've got Gloucester at home,
Right.
and Northants at home.
So, yeah, making a home advantage count, yes.
I mean, those are two winnable games, as Harmer is in and bowls, and Rue is right forward. And we've got Warwickshire away and Kent away.
Yeah.
So it's all of the sides that are either, in Gloucestershire's case, just below us, or in the case of the other ones, just above us. So every opportunity to make the position safe. Rue drives, so it won't get a run as it's fielded at short extra cover. James Rue just got the 4 runs to his name. Left-hander. He's solidly built, strongly built. And the close catcher's trying to disconcert James Rue by going, oh, as if that only missed the off stump by a fraction, whereas it was at least a foot outside the off stump. Harmer in his 47th over of this marathon spell, and Rue gets everything behind that. And another over ticks by, and Somerset have only got 2 overs now in which to score 19 runs. I can't see that happening. 331 for 3. So let's focus instead on the 25 runs that they need to avoid the follow-on with 6 wickets realistically in hand.
Well, Paul was saying he fancies Somerset for a first innings lead, and I was thinking if they get that, having conceded over 500, it would be such an achievement that they should retrospectively claim the 2020 Bob Willis Trophy, which of course they lost, having drawn the game on the basis of being put in at 10:30. Remember that, but put in at 10:30 on a Wednesday morning, doing about as well as you possibly could in late September, and that daft rule about the first innings lead as being the determining factor, which was very unfair on the side batting first.
It was a sad end, that, to an enterprising mini season.
Yeah.
Having worked so hard, the ECB and the counties, to get the game on from the beginning of August, it was a shame that it ended in such an anticlimax.
On that pitch, which wasn't a great one.
Dreadful pitch.
The only consolation, Anthony, was remember we found the switch for the heater at lunchtime on day 4.
Eventually, yeah.
Yes.
And even then we had to have the windows and
Yes.
doors wide open with the howling northeasterly gale blowing in. Right, going to have some Critchley leg spin.
So, Critchley from the Hayes close out. Oh, that's a nice delivery, which bounces a bit more than most that we've seen. Pitched round about middle and turn and bounce past the right-hander. That was a nice piece of bowling. Typical dangerous delivery on a pitch offering more to him than this one is, Critchley, and that's played defensively. Critchley's struggling for runs, to be honest, Anthony, but I think his place in the side is pretty secure because he's going to be the leading spinner in Harmer's absence, and certainly on a more typical Chelmsford pitch, you'd bank on him to give the batsman no respite on a pitch that's a more typical Chelmsford one than this. He floats that one up, and it's driven away up towards along the ground. Nice looking stroke up towards deep extra cover. And there's one more to the total. So Goldsworthy to 25. Rue has a strike on 4, 332 for 3.
It's going to be a long day tomorrow, I think.
Yes, it could be one of those third innings declaration games, which the key thing is that there were 69 wickets in the first 3 games on pitches like this. I wonder if the ratio will go up or down for these Chelmsford pitches at the close of play tomorrow. Somerset fans down in front of us are talking about when they'd like to get away tomorrow, and obviously they don't want to get away too early because that might mean they've lost the game. But there's 3 round the bat, and that one just sees Rue just pushing forward. It takes him on the pad. It's a stifled shout, and there's no run. So Cook has had 1 or 2 close run things today. We had that email sort of defending him with the potential chances, but there were 1 or 2 half chances that went his way, and this is played defensively to short leg Brown, and there's no run. So Rue settling in nicely on 4, just the 1 scoring shot from his 18 deliveries. 332 for 3. As Critchley bowls, and just coming forward, this is smothered, and that's nice over that from Critchley. So he has been disappointing with the bat when you consider, he got 1,000 runs for Derbyshire last campaign, but he was brilliant in the T20, and part of, say, just about the best, most complete Essex T20 side I think I've ever seen, except when they were playing Somerset in brackets. Rue 4, Goldsworthy 25, and 332 for 3, because those 2 games, I think I saw the first, I think the second went matched the same sort of way, didn't it?
Did,
with Somerset,
very comfortable win for Somerset. Yes, it's not often that we do the double against Essex.
No, it's a very sort of even contest down the years, isn't it?
Certainly kept the crowd here at Chelmsford quiet that Sunday afternoon. Right, the last point scoring over. Oh, and Goldsworthy going right back on his stumps, and of course the wicket of Renshaw means that Essex have matched Somerset's total of bowling points, i.e. 1. As Harmer is into Goldsworthy, who's back on his stumps again, this time playing that rather more comfortably. Goldsworthy on 25 from 84 deliveries. These 2 youngsters, 21 Goldsworthy, 18 to James Rue, batted very well together up at Southport to save the game for Somerset against Lancashire, as that's another forward defensive from Goldsworthy. Position is not nearly as perilous here this evening or this afternoon as it was up at Southport, but they're still showing great determination as Goldsworthy's back on his stumps, playing that out into the offside. I wonder what the most overs that Simon Harmer has bowled in the innings for Essex are, if anyone would like to enlighten us. Oh, and this comes, he wasn't quite at the pitch of the ball there, Lewis Goldsworthy. He had his bat angled down, and the ball took the inside edge but went down.
Wouldn't surprise me if it was in one of the games earlier this season. But of course, we've only been bowling probably in 1 innings, because that's about as far as we got.
Harmer in bowls to Goldsworthy. And that concludes the 110th over. So the bowling, the bonus points situation is that Essex have got 1 more than Somerset. They got 5 bowling and batting points to Somerset's 4, which means that if this does end in a draw, then Essex will walk out the notional winners with 13 points to 12.
And Harmer 2 for 84 in 48 overs. Just worth emphasising the durability of Harmer. Not getting wickets particularly, the occasional threat, but it's still a very, very admirable effort. Michael on our emails says, is there much of a gulf between Divisions 1 and 2? Would you say the real gulf was the teams at the top of Division 1 versus the bottom of Division 2? There's certainly a gulf in the latter sense, Michael. What we've had this year, as Critchley will bowl with 3 men around the bat, and this is swept away down towards where a short third man would be, and they get through for a single. 333, I think, now for 3, and it will mean that we've got Rue back on strike with with 4 Goldsworthy on 25. So just see, actually, yeah, 332 for 3. Yeah, that's wrong, isn't it? Yeah, I need to adjust that. So they'll update that in a moment, because that was real on strike, wasn't it? Taking that single with that shot means that now they have adjusted it. Goldsworthy 25 has the strike, and he plays it off the back foot into the offside. Well, Michael, we have seen 3 teams with Lancashire not quite to the same extent, but Hampshire and Surrey have gone on sort of long winning runs. And an interesting little point about that is that this is played defensively. One of the vagaries of the championship this year is you've got sides playing each other once and sides playing each other twice. And I noticed that Surrey, Lancashire and Hampshire all play each other once, which means they play a lot of the lower teams twice, which is obviously working to their advantage. And not an ideal situation, I think, because this is played away out towards wide mid-off, and they get through for a single, and it's now 3-3-3 for 3, and Goldsworthy has 26 and Rue is there on 5. So I think obviously Division 2 has a slight anomaly because Nottinghamshire are a Division 1 quality side.
So Middlesex.
And yes, Middlesex, they might be yet again trying to prove otherwise, which they always seem to do, as it's played defensively into the offside. I know Eddie Bevan, on our colleague from BBC Radio Well, said that Glamorgan's win at Grace Road was the best he'd ever seen in 40 years, which was saying something. I think he was really talking about the nature of the pitch and getting 10 wickets in 2 sessions, and that's a reverse sweep down towards backward point, but no run at the end of the over. So 334 for 3, Rue 5, Goldsworthy 26, 22 to avoid the follow-on. So I would say, Michael, that I think obviously the top sides have started to stride away from the rest of the pack, and I think we can say that Surrey have been a bit more like their 2018 side than than perhaps in the last couple of seasons, and Hampshire have been on an upward trajectory for a couple of years with that very, very strong seam attack, which obviously has done them a lot of favours. But and then you've got 1 or 2 sides like Somerset who haven't had as good a season as perhaps their potential suggests they should.
Yep, absolutely right. They haven't played to their potential at all, really. Well, in the 2 innings victories against Gloucestershire and Warwickshire they have, but there's been some very disappointing performances as well, and of course that very narrow defeat at Taunton to Essex, when Essex got home by 1 wicket. Right, we're going to have a bowling change, and it's a new bowler, Dan Lawrence, with his leg breaks. He's going to have a go at Winkley out, Goldsworthy and Rue. He's there in bowls, and this is turned into the onside by Goldsworthy. 334 for 3, 22 more needed by Somerset to avoid the theoretical possibility of being asked to follow on. Whether Essex would, I'm not sure. They've been out in the field a long time. Lawrence is in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside again. And there might have been a single there, but Goldsworthy's mind is set on survival and getting past that mark. It's rather idiosyncratic bowling action of Dan Lawrence. He's running in off about 10-12 yards. Step, 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 jump, jump, big jump, as this is turned into the onside. And this time they do take the single that was really on offer to the last Goldsworthy shot. 335 for 3.
Now we've got to think about things to talk about tomorrow. We've had a guest in. We've done our chart of the top 20 run scorers in all formats. So we're going to have to think of things to occupy ourselves tomorrow. I think it'll be a slightly shorter day, but barring unexpected events. But yes, it has been odd here this season, Anthony. I was lucky enough to see that 2 days of the Hampshire match. It was just so different to everything else. I mean, our colleague Kevin James was not too impressed with the pitch, as indeed there thought was some shenanigans with older balls being replaced by newer ones and all that sort of thing.
Yeah. Here's Lawrence in and bowls, and Rue is forward.
But what I would say is that there was real cut and thrust intensity. There was an awful lot for the crowd to look at. You know, Hampshire players like Organ trying to counter-attack against Harmer. A new ball wicket where if you stayed into beyond 40 overs, it became much easier to bat. It was a fascinating contest.
Here's Lawrence, big final leap, and that comes off the outside edge of Rue's bat. And they think about a single, but Snater's quickly onto it in his sun hat. Yeah, there must be a happy medium somewhere, mustn't there?
Well,
between a result pitch and a pitch on which you could play a game of cricket on this for 10 days and not reach a positive outcome.
The odd thing was that the tour match against the New Zealanders against the County Select 11, I think, ended in just under 4 days with a positive result. I think it did, or that seemed to be a much more even pitch, bat and ball.
Lawrence in and bowls, and this is swept by Rue, and I think he will pick up 4 runs for it. Went very fine. I'm not sure he intended it to go quite that fine, but he won't complain at the result. He moves on to 9, Somerset on to 339 for 3. That was the last ball of the 112th over. We have 11 overs remaining tonight.
We'll do a couple more and then bring Paul Newton in for the final stages of proceedings. Lancashire getting it right after, well, not for the first time in recent times, making a mess of their first innings. They did so against Northants the other day and did so in this game. They really have to win this match against Kent, but 280 for 2. Josh Bahalan 113 not out, and Luke Wells made 98, so they're now 155 ahead of Kent and moving into quite a strong position. They've got to get that lead up around 300, I think, fairly early tomorrow, and see if they can bowl Kent out in that one. So we shall see how that goes. No results in anywhere in Division 2. There's been some bad light around in the game at Worcester. This is played off the back foot and goes between 2 of the offside one-savers and runs away for a single. So gets Goldsworthy on to 28. Rue is there on 9, 340 for 3, 16 required to avoid the follow-on.
Yeah, and it's a good opportunity for James Rue especially to acquire A, some useful experience, and B, some confidence boosting runs.
So 2 leg spinners on, and this is a drive on the bounce into the covers, and there's Simon Harmer, who very rarely is not one of the 2 spinners currently being employed by Essex, but he's in action in the field at cover. Goodness me, Harmer's so much a better batsman now, and he really has come on. He can bat at 7 in the Essex Championship side if they want him to. This is almost bat onto pad and bobbing up to Nick Brown, but in the end, if there was a little bit of bat, it bounced well short anyway. 340 for 3. There's a few stifled shouts. Slip, a leg slip, a short leg, shortish cover, a shortish mid wicket, and 3 others saving 1 as this is played defensively up into the onside. And there's no running. It's Benkenstein on as a sub-fielder there.
Who's he subbing for?
So that's the next question, isn't it? We shall have a look as that's played away. It goes through short leg, away for single. So it's not Shane Snater, who was one thought it might be. Looks like Paul Walter is out there. And
but Aaron Beard, is he there?
Yeah, Aaron Beard might be the man, just sort of counting out the bowlers. As to Tom Wesley, I think, is there at mid-off, a skipper. Tall figure of Paul Walter. So I think Beard might be favourite to be the missing man at this stage. 341 for 3, and this is played back, full-length delivery from Critchley, just played back into the offside. And no run, so Somerset easing towards this 356 mark. Goldsworthy 28 and Rue 10. 341 for 3. There's 15 to avoid the follow-on.
Yeah, and we're going to finish just after 6 o'clock probably, unless these 2 leg spinners are. Just trying to think of the last time I've seen 2 leg break bowlers operating in tandem.
For Essex, well, it would have been a while ago. And
or for anyone.
Yeah, yes, it's certainly unusual. Just unusual that 2 spinners operating for Essex and neither of them are Harmer.
Episcopi, as Lawrence is in and bowls to Rue.
Is it this season?
It was 369 balls when he took 3 wickets for 126 against Worcester last season.
Yeah, right at the start it was cold and the grass,
Chelmsford.
basically it was freezing cold. Yeah, I remember that. Nothing in it, nothing in the picture room at all.
There's Lawrence in and bowls, and Rue is right forward defensively.
Essex had 2 flat pitches against Worcestershire, 2 draws, and that really counted against them because Worcestershire weren't that impressive. In they had one of their off years last year, Worcestershire, and Essex couldn't beat them.
Lawrence to Rue, and this is turned into the onside. That'll just be a single for James Rue. Takes him on to 11. Score on to 342 for 3. So many has he bowled? He's bowled 48 overs. So 6 fours are 24, 6 eights are 48. 288 balls he's bowled in this innings so far.
Yeah, it's an observation that yeah, he obviously Lawrence is an off spinner, but he has obviously quite a variety of deliveries that he actually has bowled, and sometimes the joke is of course he's not sure himself what he's going to bowl, but he's become quite effective.
Lawrence bowls and Goldsworthy kills the spin, so he's some way short of that 369. But power to add tomorrow. There's another day in this game, for better or for worse. Lawrence to Goldsworthy. Again is forward defending, so just the 1 run from the over, which has been rather the way of it in recent overs. 342 for 3, 28 to Goldsworthy, 11 to Rue.
So, yeah, Lawrence, thanks for those just pointing that out. I think he has a variety of deliveries, but he's officially an off-break bowler. But certainly 2 spinners bowling for Essex, and neither of them Harmer is noteworthy because it's so unusual in the context of a championship match. But it just shows where the game has got to, and the fact that we might yet see Alistair Cook doing his impressions and a little bit later on. That's Tom Wesley, of course, is also an off spinner. Hasn't had a bowl yet, and is reluctant to bowl himself these days. I'll just do one more over and then hand over to Paul and yourself
even
for the
that
last
369 balls from Harmer against Worcestershire pales in comparison with Peter Such.
Yeah, this is a nicely judged reverse sweep. Now that was very well played with some confidence as well and certainty by Rue. He just really took that off length and middled it perfectly, and it's gone away down to the backward point boundary, played with a reverse sweep, very nicely played as well, and he goes to 15. It's 346 for 3.
I'm sure Paul will remember this game. Peter Such, Essex against Leicestershire, Colchester 1997.
86 overs.
516 balls.
Oh.
Yeah.
Gosh, that's a lot. So what have we got? We got Critchley, who's bowled pretty well in this spot actually. Although the figures aren't particularly exciting, but number 42 in the 14th over. He scores 1 or 2 problems, as this is just played defensively from the crease by Rue. So a day that has been well, Somerset's bar the fact that Tom Abel sustained that injury, which is the one important thing that obviously from Somerset supporters' point of view is a significant factor in the day. This is dropped away off the back foot away for a single by Rue, who settled in nicely here. 16 to him, 347 for 3. Matt Renshaw eventually 146 with 17 fours. It's close to breaking the 2nd wicket partnership with Tom Abel before Abel's injury forced his retirement on 90. In the end, with George Bartlett, they did get past the 2nd wicket record, 202, set in 1995. Somerset against Essex, but of course then becoming a bit of a technicality because 3 batsmen involved. Oh, here's a good delivery. He has bowled well, Critchley. That one, say, just producing a attempted just forward push, and the batsman beaten. That's a nice piece of bowling. I'd see the replay of that actually as to whether he was just holding its own.
No, it did a little bit more than hold its own. Just.
That's good. So yeah, Critchley bowls and. Let's play back down a pitch. Useful for Critchley to have a long bowling workout because, of course, he'll be the senior spinner for a couple of games in September. And notwithstanding the fact he hasn't been getting a lot of runs recently, he's still going to be a key part of the side. As this is attempted clubbing drive away down the ground, but no timing. So, I'm going to try and get a list of things that we can talk about tomorrow, because we might need it. I shall see you then. But to take you through the last half hour of proceedings, it will be Anthony, joined by Paul Newton.
Thanks very much. That's Nick Gledhill signing off. We've got 8 overs, so half an hour in theory to go before close of play. Although with these two spinners operating, it might, well, it won't finish before 6 o'clock, but may finish very promptly on 6 o'clock as Paul makes his way through the spider's web of wires to take up his commentary position. Dan Lawrence to bowl another over. It will be his third. He's conceded just 6 runs so far. He's bowling with the left-handed Roo. He stretches forward. And it's picked up from behind the stumps. And there is no run.
I bumped into Stuart Law in that game you refer to, Peter Such bowling 86 overs. Come back to that in a moment.
There's Lawrence, bowls. Appeal for LBW, but had absolutely nothing going for it whatsoever. It was high, it was going down leg side.
I don't think Peter Such had taken a wicket in all these 86 overs, and I went to interview him after the game. I bumped into Stuart Law outside, and I said, "Is Suchy up in the dressing room?" He said, "Yes, mate, he's still trying to see if he can get one to turn."
I think he did. He got 4 for 94.
Oh, he did get some then. I do him an injustice.
Must have bowled an awful lot of mates.
Oh, he did.
This is, and that's edge. That turned quite sharply. Must have been the googly from Lawrence. Took the outside edge, but went wide of Alistair Cook at slip to where whoever it was fielding on their knees earlier on this afternoon. That would have been right to them, whether they've been able to catch it or not.
Probably Lawrence himself, I think, is doing that.
Lawrence bowls and Roo stretches forward. It's been a long day for the Essex bowlers and fielders, but they've stuck to their task pretty well. Just picked up the 2 wickets during the course of the day. Bartlett for 24 and Renshaw for 146. This is shorter and quicker, and as a result of it being a quicker delivery, James Roo misses out.
Lawrence will be delighted that he's at last got a spell, because he thoroughly enjoys his bowling.
Yes, he's got an idiosyncratic
Yeah.
action, but there's nothing wrong with getting right up high in the delivery stride, which is what he does. This is turned into the leg side by Roo, and there won't be a run. The score remains on 347 for 3. Somerset still needing 9 to avoid the follow-on.
Yeah, the Essex lads refer to his action as frog in a blender.
Well, that was the South African, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, and but he's a bit similar, and it's nice to see unusual.
Adams, wasn't it?
That's right. Yes, unusual bowlers. Methods, because there aren't that many of them, but Dan Lawrence, everything he does is sort of has his own stamp on it.
He's a big frog, mind.
Yes. His tadpole days are well behind him, but 347 for 3, just 9 more needed to, I mean, nobody has the slightest doubt that Somerset were always going to get there, but nice just to do it, and I'm sure they'll, with 7 overs left, have reached it by the close of play. And Matt Critchley is going to continue from the Hayes close end, and well, Simon Harmer's bowled a fair old whack, and I think absolutely right to give other people a chance to take the strain, as Critchley's in bowls and defended into the offside by Goldsworthy, who has 28 from 103 deliveries, and Roo 16 from 41, 347 for 3. Critchley to Goldsworthy with a slip and a bat pad. Ball played towards Beard in the covers, but actually the bowler nips across to save Beard the trouble. And
yeah, Goldsworthy's got through his skittish phase, hasn't he?
Yep.
He's settled back into his groove.
comes forward and plays the ball into the offside, and the fact there was a little bit of a hint of a run out there as
Rue was about 10 yards down the pitch.
That's right. It
was his call.
Yeah, that's right. Robin Dass is the substitute fielder who fielded that. Next ball is pushed in the offside. I think, rather like myself, Robin Dass was unaware for quite a while that the non-striking batsman had come rushing down, so he didn't react all that quickly.
I think there would have been
I think
Rue was running to the danger end, but Goldsworthy, I don't think, even looked.
Well, the next ball, he's played this ball into the covers, and they can take quite a comfortable single out to the deep set. Cover point, who is Shane Snater, and 1 run takes the score to 348 for 3. Just another 8 needed to save the follow-on target. 29 to Goldsworthy, 16 to Rue.
Got a tweet from Stephen at Berkhamsted. Nick and I were discussing the format for the county championship, as ever. And Stephen says, I agree with your fellow commentator, it's Nick, about the issues with failing to complete a full double round robin competition, which there isn't time for with a 10-team first division, nor indeed for 2 divisions of 9 each.
And Critchley bowls, and Rue comes defensively forward.
Or at least the ECB won't make time for it, which is why the 6-over conferences, 6-team conferences have been suggested. Because there would be space in the schedule for each county in each of those 6 county conferences to play the others home and away.
348 for 3 at the end of that over.
And then semi-final and final to decide the county champions. So, I mean, that is the argument that Nick and with which Stephen agrees is part of Andrew Strauss's thinking. Right, how many overs have we got left? 6 in the day. First inning was going to be bowled by Dan Lawrence, who's bowled 3 tidy overs of leg breaks. Hasn't come under any sort of attack.
Yes, off spin basically is.
Is he? I thought he was leg break.
No, he isn't. I agree. I first thought he was a leg break, but he is off spin, the occasional googly for sure. But
well, I must. Yes. Well, when he turned one away from James Rue, I assumed it was the googly. But Playfair has him as a leg break bowler.
Really?
Yep.
No, he's always been known.
Played away through the offside handsomely. It'll be cut off, and they'll come back for 2 runs. As Jamie Porter does the fielding away in the distance, and that's the Somerset 350 on the board. Taking them some time, 117 overs, which is just fractionally below 3 runs an over. So I'm going to have to describe Somerset's response to Essex's 505 for 9 declared as worthy but a bit dull, as I did Essex's innings yesterday and indeed the day before, as this is defended by Lewis Goldsworthy. The whole game has been a bit worthy but a bit dull, hasn't it?
You see, the trouble is when you get a slow-paced pitch like this, it doesn't do anybody any favours in the end. You can't get wickets, but you can't score quickly either.
No.
It's a lose-lose.
Lawrence in bowls and appeal for a catch behind. Don't know what that was all about. But, Will Buttleman, that clearly went straight down into the ground and bounced up.
There was a lady South African player the other night on the telly called Tryon, and that's exactly what that was. They all do it.
Nick Cook is not to be fooled. Is Goldsworthy back on his stumps, defending that out into the onside?
I think it's one of the virtues of having former players as umpires, because you know, they know what the tricks are.
Absolutely. Not many people here, just a few in the to our right in the Tom Pierce stand, half a dozen in the Riverside stand below us. Lawrence bowls And this is turned to forward short leg on the bounce by Lewis Goldsworthy. And just the 2 runs from that over. 350 for 3, 5 overs remaining in the day's play. So we haven't had many runs today, have we? What was it? So we've had 251 runs so far.
Yep.
In 89 overs.
Yes, that's right.
It's not a great rate to score.
It isn't, but I think it's inevitable. To be fair, when Tom Abel was still able-bodied, and no pun really intended, but I guess there is one, and in partnership with Renshaw, that scoring rate was considerably above what it is now, because this pair in particular, understandably really, you know, they're making their way in the game, have just dropped anchor to make sure that there's no late hiccups in Somerset's attempt to get to that 356 mark. So they just get the 3 batting bonus points. They've reached 350, but we're now in the completion of 118 overs, and Critchley begins 119th and bowls to the left-handed Rue, who leaves one slanted across him to the offices of stand-in wicketkeeper Will Buttleman. Slip and the bat pad. Critchley in, tosses this one up, and ball is well stopped by Simon Harmer in the covers, and there is no run. 350 for 3 remains the score, and we have after this just 4 more overs minimum to be bowled.
I wonder if that's the part of the Somerset contingent in the stand just to the right of the sight screen at the far end.
Rue comes forward, defends the next ball a few yards down the pitch, and Buttleman scuttles round to retrieve it.
It's more likely that Somerset followers will be still here than Essex ones.
It is, yeah, no, that's a good point. As around the wicket comes Critchley, nice action and a nice bit of bowling, but easily negotiated. And there is a little bit of turn out there, but it's slow turn, and if you watch carefully as a batsman, you shouldn't have too much difficulty. Critchley's in again, bowls reverse swept, and that's going to be 4 runs. Timed it very nicely indeed, and away it goes to the boundary, signalled by Chris Watts, and 354 for 3, just 2 runs away from the 356.
Yeah, that's a young man's shot, that, and he does play it very well, does James Rue. It's interesting, George Bartlett got himself out to a reverse sweep earlier on, and I think it was, I can't remember who was criticised it on commentary, possibly me, and other people criticised it on Twitter, and my respondent said, well, it's just another shot, it's just part of the game these days.
Next ball is pushed a yard or 2 into the offside, and 354 for 3. Well, it certainly does produce a lot of runs. That's the end of that over 4 overs to go. For me, it's just down. I'm not horrified by it in the least, but provided it's played to the right sort of delivery and doesn't get a batsman out more than once in a while.
Yeah, I mean, the danger with the shot is the same as the danger in playing a conventional.
Yes, quite right, yeah.
You know, if you get variable bounce, then it can easily take the top edge.
Yeah.
But it can produce a lot of runs.
And when it's properly played, and as I say, to the right ball, you don't really want to play one that's bang on the stumps, because if you miss it, you're LBW. But to a ball that's going to be a little bit wide, pitching outside, and if it's very well played and zooms to the boundary, I've no objection to it at all.
Dan Lawrence is going to bowl another over of spin, off breaks, we think, rather than leg breaks. He's in and bowls. And this is certainly an off break, and it's turned away down to long leg for a single. 355 for 3 Somerset, so they're now exactly 150 runs behind. So 1 more run will avoid any possibility of having to follow on and quite possibly make this game safe. Lawrence is bowling to Rue, and Rue is forward defensively. There's no one. Shane Snater, I suppose he is just about set for the reverse sweep. at backward square leg. As Lawrence goes around the wicket to the left-handed Roux. Goes back on his stumps and defends to oohs and ahs from the still enthusiastic Essex fielders. They won't have given up hope of bowling Somerset out early in the morning, getting in and scoring a quick 130, and there we are. There's the single that saves the follow-on for Somerset, played down to deep backward square leg by James Roux, and realisation has gradually spread around the ground. 356 for 3. Well, it's a consolation that if Somerset hadn't saved the follow-on, as various people have said on Twitter, it would be one of their worst batting performances in recent years on this pitch. This is miles outside the off-stump, and Goldsworthy has nothing to do with it, with even Simon Harmer not really being able to get anything very much out of it, because it isn't the absence of turn, it's the sheer slowness with which the ball comes off the turf. Goldsworthy for the umpteenth time. He's been out there for 116 deliveries now. He's forward and defending. He's a very patient batsman. He's got 32 to his name. James Roux has 21. It's 356 for 3, and 3 overs remain in the day's play.
And thank you to those of you who sent emails today. We've got a few more that have come in recently. Thank you to Len Chinnery for adding to the photographs you sent earlier from the Bradman Museum in Australia. Michael Alexander emails saying, I thought getting Shaheen Afridi in at the time Middlesex managed to acquire his services on those more helpful pitches enhanced their status significantly. One player can enormously improve teams at all standards of cricket. Well, Simon Harmer has certainly given a very good example of what you say there. Yes, John Carcray says Lawrence does not bowl leg spin, watch the ball. And I must say I'm surprised in the Playfair that they would say he bowls leg spin.
I promise you.
No, I take it well. I didn't even bother getting my the book out. But Mark Eade comes in. Lawrence is an off spinner. And as I say, the first time I ever saw him, I didn't know what he was meant to be, and I too thought he was a leg spinner originally, but he's always been described, and accurately, I think, as an off-spinner. As here we see the start of this third last over, and Roux plays the first ball a bit toward mid-on, but the bowler himself skips across to the fielding. Thank you to Mark Eade there. And finally, Ben Gardner says, enjoying the commentary. Unfortunately, it looks like this game is going to be a draw as Critchley comes around the wicket and bowls. Now, he is a leg spinner, and this ball goes out to Snater, deep mid-wicket. They get a single, 357 for 3, and Roux goes up to 22. And that was one of the reasons why Essex were quite keen to sign Matt Critchley, because the one spinner they didn't have was a leg spinner. They got 2 or 3 off spinners. They got a slow left arm, but not a leg spinner. As Critchley's in, bowls, and the ball's forced off the back foot into the covers. There's no run there. Ben continues. Unfortunately, this game's going to be a draw. With the county cricket situation, I think the county championship should be a 3-league system, with some minor counties being drafted in, with each county playing each other twice. And you say, I think 20 teams should play white ball cricket in 4 groups of 5, with the top 2 going through to an 8-team knockout stage. Thank you for your email, Ben, and to everyone else who's emailed us today. This ball is also played out to backward point for no run. 357 for 3, just 2 overs to go after this, and we're going to finish with the final over actually starting just before 6, I think. This ball goes through outside off stump without the batsman needing to play. Lewis Goldsworthy, 32 not out, and James Roux, 22 not out, 357 for 3, as Critchley's in again. bowls, a little bit edgy, but went straight to ground, and it's gone through where a second slip might have been, and is eventually retrieved by the man who'll probably keep hold of the ball, Dan Lawrence, to bowl what will be the last over specifically from the river end today, but there'll be one to follow from the Hayes close end. 358 for 3 is the score. The notional follow-on target has been reached by Somerset in time to be able to sleep well tonight, and 358 for 3 means that they are still currently 147 behind.
Yep, and two batsmen have a chat, two young batsmen have a chat in mid-pitch. They're used to batting together in the sense that they put two good partnerships together up at Southport a couple of weeks ago on a very similar pitch to this. Offered very little to the quicker bowlers, but a little bit of turn out of the bowlers' footmarks for the spinners. Lawrence is going to bowl the penultimate over of the day to the right-handed Lewis Goldsworthy. He's in and bowls. Goldsworthy right forward. Buttleman comes from behind the stumps to spare Simon Harmer the necessity of picking it up. Harmer, who's had a long day out there, and bowled extremely well, I must say.
Yes, keeps his standards up even when there's not a lot to encourage him.
Yeah, 48 overs in total. Lawrence bowls, and this is turned into the onside by Goldsworthy, who's settled, I think, for the close. I think if anything loose comes along, he'll latch onto it.
I once asked Simon, whether his spinning fingers got very sore, and he said, no, it's actually my shoulder that often troubles me.
Here's Lawrence, and again, it's a lot of effort for what appears to be not much in the way of impact, played very comfortably by Goldsworthy. Last few spectators still watching as clock comes up towards 6 o'clock, and this is tossed right up, and Goldsworthy runs it off an open face down to deep backward point just for a single. Moves on to 34. It means that unless James Rew takes a single from the last two balls of this over, it will be Lewis Goldsworthy who faces the last over of the day, and these two will be looking to survive the last 8 balls and then look forward to big partnership tomorrow. As Lawrence bowls, that bites and turns away from the left-hander.
Both these sides have taken equal bonus points, 3 for batting, 1 for bowling. And both should take 12 points from the game.
Yeah. As Lawrence bowls short, and a much quicker ball, which Rew ignores. It was intended to invite the hook or the pull shot, but Rew having nothing to do with it.
Yeah, it could easily have been 4 byes, actually. Buttleman did well to get across to that and take it. Juggled it slightly, but not every wicket-keeper in the land would have managed to get there in time. It was quite a quick ball from Lawrence, and no harm in that. It's just that he lost his direction in trying to bowl a quick one. 359 for 3, 34 and 22 respectively, Goldsworthy and Rew. And we're going to see just one more over today. And to make sure it is the last over, there's a little bit of time wasting, I think, going on. Players never like to do one over more than they absolutely have to.
Well, what does it say? It's 17:58. They should be all right.
But without a doubt, there's no real reason for this conflab at all between the captain and the bowler, because they know that whatever they do, there's not much chance for a wicket. Having said that, you never know. Things
Lawrence is on his knees.
That's right, yeah, very religious man. Yeah. As we have a slip, a silly gully, and a silly point, plus a silly mid-off here. The mid-off not being as silly as the other 3 put together, and this is just played into the offside for no run by Goldsworthy.
Just slightly daft.
Yes. Yes, Critchley is on his way again, and bowls, and Goldsworthy looks at it with disdain as it pitches well outside off stump.
Given as a wide.
Yeah. Yes, it was merited it. As Critchley's on his way again to bowl to Goldsworthy. Again, it's very wide, not quite as wide as the previous one, but getting on that way. Nicely flighted, but Goldsworthy quite properly has got his thoughts set on being there in the morning. Next delivery, and that's again very wide, and you almost feel now that Critchley's deliberately bowling it wide. And
but why would you bowl it deliberately wide?
Well, yes.
3 close catches.
Yes, it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. A lot of silliness out there in more ways than one. And this next one, well, there's hands going to heads there.
I think it was bat.
I think he missed it. Yeah, I don't think it was bat in that. And so here we have the last ball of the day. Critchley bowls and stabbed out into the offside. Shane Snater fields, and that will be time, gentlemen, please, with Somerset resuming on 99 for 1, scoring 260 in the day. In 122 overs, they moved on to 359 for 3, in doing so saving the possibility of being asked to follow on. 22 to James Rue, 34 to Lewis Goldsworthy. Highlight of the day, 146 to Matt Renshaw, and the sort of both highlight and low light of the day, a fine 90 not out to Tom Abel, but very sadly going for a second run. He's done a hamstring and could not continue.
Yeah, it's been an attritional day's cricket. Not great entertainment, it has to be said. Not a great advertisement for the 4-day game either, but for that, it is not the players at whom the finger of blame should be pointed. It is the pitch.
Yes, absolutely.
Has dictated the nature and the pace of this game of cricket, and I can't see any outcome tomorrow, Paul, beyond a draw.
No, and I think we'd have said the same thing on day one, and probably did say the same thing, because the day has been just the same as the first 2 days, and both sides, you can describe them as being as bad as each other, but when you get a slow pitch and the bounce is low, you know, if any edges have not gone through to the slips, I mean, that's the biggest indictment of all, really.
But it's a day I shall always remember, because it's the day on which I became a grandfather for the 6th time.
So, despair not, everyone. You know, at least somebody has genuine good news. Many congratulations, Anthony. Always a pleasure to have you here at Chelmsford.
Thanks, Paul.
And we look forward to Anthony joining us again tomorrow. And when I say us, that's Nick Gledhill, myself, Paul Newton, and from Chelmsford. If you haven't already had a good night's sleep, well, we wish you one. Thank you very much. See you in the morning.